sun calendar. All right, this is the sovereign in Article 3, more American universal court action according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by the Holy Congress. We are the sovereign living justices and Eggleston, calling the description. My three chosen sovereign appellation is like Jerry Bay. All are in capitis diminuto nolo, in red ink, in proprio personam juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio redes. We are the people corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, natural head and body for our empire. All one are the original indigenous sovereign ancient Alvarez and Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Amalekites, Kushites, and Hittites, our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous sovereign ancient Al-Moroccan, Moorish American, Empire State from Morocco, with the de jure national republic federal government. We are the government at practice as well. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthside Article 3 Moorish American Consulate. Today, we are exercising the law by our sovereign death, which is the original institution after the sovereign ancient Article 3, living creditor, United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, title beneficiaries, and title trustors. For all causes for action, we are peace, we are at peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, one God. We are not at war. We are not at war. We are not at war. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our part. Started. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. And our purpose today is October the 12th, 2023 on the ancient moon calendar and 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing in perpetuity. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, universal court action according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. We are the sovereign living justices and Eggleston, calling Denise Ritchie. My three chosen sovereign appellation is like Jerry Bay. All are in capitis diminuto nolo, in red ink, in proprio personam juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio redes. We are dukett corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, natural head and body for our empire. All one are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Amalekites, Kushites, and Hittites, our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American, Empire State for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are the government at fact as well. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthside Article 3 Moorish American Consulate Court. Today, we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign ancient Article 3, living creditor, United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, title beneficiaries, and title trustors. For all causes for action, we are peace, we are at peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, one God. We are not at war. We are not at war. We are not at war. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign ascension. We do hereby possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the one true God nation, are not at war, and we hereby exercise all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, non pro tempore. Now, the principles that we share are not our opinion. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study, these laws and processes that we share are based on principles of stare decisis, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancient ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, governments, and subjects at earth. For this, we're grateful. So, one of the first things that we want to show you, or Islam, and that's fine. With the in the chat, they're saying that the frame is frozen. We'll just use the other one as the main frame. And we're going to do some sharing as well right now. We're going to share our screen so that you can see
there you go.
Documentation on the screen as well. So I'm going to put some links in the chat so that you all can see some of the things that have been placed on the public record. As you all know, when we first began to actively reactivate everything and restore the true government at Earth, we put quite a few documents on the public record, a lot of them. And so we want to give you some of them. What I did was I just Googled Moor Sovereign Delarium or Moorish National Republic Federal Government or Moorish government. I just Googled every now and then, or go to some of the different browsers and just Google just to see what's coming up, because it changes. As you know, the more we continue to stand and govern, a lot of the information that we place on the public record is starting to show up everywhere. At all the places that we're doing business as cities, at all the places that are doing business as states, our documentation is showing up on the record. And so it gives us an opportunity to look and see what documentation is on the record, what is it saying, who's putting it there, and of course it's always more, but there are some instances where subjects are putting the documentation on the public record as well, stating that they are subject to us. So, and that's assisting them in the things that they're doing with regard to property and things of that nature, and with regard to imprisonment and jails and things of that nature. So one of the first items, and I'll just put this in the chat so that you can see it. It's taking a little bit longer on the record to come up on the screen, but I think it's a pretty lengthy document. The link to it is in the chat. And I'm pretty sure this link is the link that you're looking at. Am I still frozen there in the chat?
Mugwort, cannabis.
Is what you're seeing on the screen still frozen?
Lavender help you rest. Mugwort help you relax and dream well.
Okay.
Cannabis.
That's fine. As long as you can see the document.
Focus.
That we're putting on the screen. That's our main concern. So this is something, it's Los Angeles, city of Los Angeles, and they put it in capitis diminutio minima. But this is a document that came up where someone had put Moorish documentation on the public record, And we're grateful that they placed it on the record. This is from August 21st, 2019. And again, this is just something that came up as we were Googling and just seeing what's out there. A trust document came up, and I know it's probably not as clear, and that's okay. The part that we wanted you to see is the things that came up that we placed on the public record a while ago. Here at Washington Territory, we placed a universal mining claim affidavit on the public record. That universal mining claim regarding rare earth minerals and natural noble metals and things of that nature, the mining claim was filed and recorded first by our court and then by Pierce County. And this credit instrument is unlimited in ancestral, current, and future living noble natural rare earth mineral value. The unlimited value of this credit instrument is based on the value of the rare earth elements, chemicals, minerals, supreme spiritum, consciousness cells, and rare deoxyribonucleic acid composition of the creators that is found only in Moorish American Nationals and can only be created by the Moorish American Nationals. So this was something we did way back in 2019, placing a rare earth mining claim, and it's for all of Earth on the public record. And then there was a timeline here, and this is the part that as we're looking back on the claim that we placed on the public record, where at some point the claim then moves to the stage of custody and possession, and then it moves to the level of use and enjoyment for our vast estate. This is a timeline of things that we've done. We've declared and proclaimed with one voice our universal sovereignty over our vast estate in the ancient Moorish American Moroccan Empire, which is all of Earth. It's every place that we are and that we've been. We activated, number 2, activated the Moorish American Consulate as commissioned by the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. The recording date of said commissioning is May 18, 2018. We notified all doing business as de facto governors, President of the United States, Attorney General, U.S. Secretary of State, many administrative clerks, and that actually means all, clerks of court, etc., and those doing business under any foreign British titles of our existence. And we re-energized ancient, current, and continuous, de jure and intact, original, indigenous, sovereign, divine, natural, Moorish National Republic federal government. The said governance of the people, by the people, and for the people continues to stand. The signatures for all that we have done.
A little bit of Camille.
There are millions of signatures on the public record at this point, from this time, 2019, and on, and even actually starting in 2017 when we began the work. Many of the signatures that are on the public record are by the government as fact, which is all of us. The said governance, the signatures have been placed on the public record and will continue to be placed on the public record into perpetuity. So as we're putting documentation on the public record by way of our Article 3 court, just know that there's a continuous record that's happening. Okay. Number 5, we activated the ancient, original, indigenous, sovereign, supreme judiciary, which is all of us, of the de jure Moorish American Consulate and the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. When we say de jure, that means that at law, we've always been the government. Always been the government. Now, at fact, because we've been governing the whole time, we are factually and at fact the government. Number 6, activated the national trust of the people who are the ancient, de jure, original, indigenous, sovereign, natural, divine, Moorish, national, republic, federal government. That had to happen first before we could bring anyone else in. And since that time, of course, subjects are here, and those that are here on our land are here because we did what we were supposed to do. Said trust has been placed on the public record at numerous locations all over our land. The de jure Moorish National Republic, number 7, federal government, by way of the Moorish American Consulate, issued national identification cards, subject status documents, conveyance tags, gold-backed credit instruments, trust instruments, laws, and things, statutes, codes. We issue all of that by way of the federal, the city, the state, the county that we have placed on the public record. The constitutions, the charters, all of that has already been placed on the public record, written by us. Number 8, we forgave all presumed past debts universally. So where subjects are concerned, we've already forgiven all presumed past debts universally. That is the Jubilee that was being spoken of in the ancient texts and writings and Bibles and bibliotexts and Qurans and things of that nature, and those holy books, the Bhagavad Gita and all. All corporate debt includes all debt pledges, which are mortgages, all loans, student loans, auto loans, payday loans, or otherwise, all presumed bonds and or bail, all property tax, all commercial debt created by the fiat Federal Reserve debt system, all property in North America is under the authority and control of the people, who are the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government and in the jurisdiction of our ancient and inherited ancestral estate, as all property is now backed by gold, precious metals, and rare earth minerals. And we've given you the numbers, the shipping numbers, where the gold that we ship to the treasury, our treasury, the ancient treasury, not the fake, not that fake corporate thing from the last enactment and the last theater, not that one. We shipped it to our original indigenous treasury that has always been at Ogden, Utah. Universal Affidavit of Facts, Universal Original Indigenous Sovereign Currency Controller. We've done all of that. Placed those documents on the public record. Many of us have stated that, and we encourage all Moors to place an original indigenous sovereign currency controller affidavit on the public record on Moorish government letterhead.
Okay.
Number 10, set the price of gold at 50,000 dolarium per troy ounce. And remember, Moors, this was in 2019 that this document was put on the public record. And then our ancestors know what they're doing, because we then said we kind of discussed it in Congress about what the price should be, and the ancestors already knew. And so we voted and said 50,000 dolarium per troy ounce for gold. And all the ancestors were doing was reaffirming what we've already stated. The price of the living rare earth metals and minerals that are the original indigenous sovereign Moorish American people is incalculable. It cannot be measured, so our value cannot be measured. And it's far above all else in the universe. See the rare earth metal document, which is part and parcel of this lawful affidavit. Number 11, we revived and we said here acts of the Universal Postal Union, but it's the law for the Universal Postal Union, and the 209 indigenous nations of the earth by written affidavit. And there on the screen is the registered mail number. That's RE 375454621. dated June 1st, 2019, affirmed received at Universal Postal Union, Burney, Switzerland, June 7th, 2019 at 7:31 Anti-Meridian. So this is further affirmation that no proper notification and proper due process earthwide has been given. Said affidavit is also affirmed received at the United Nations Corporation at Vienna, Austria, for their notification that we are not under their authority, but we are sovereign and they are subject to us. So we let all subjects know that we stand at our own offices. We sent that one by way of registered mail 375454635, dated June 1st, 2019, affirmed received June 11th, 2019 at 10:07 Anti-Meridian, or AM is what some people call that. And so, just a moment. Someone put something in the chat that we did not put in the chat. So we're going to ask that you not, it's because it's probably something ignorant. Let me just make sure that we get rid of that. Just a moment. If they haven't left already, yeah, they're gone already. Now, you can use these numbers in your documentation that you place on the public record. What we're doing is connecting everything together now, because we've been working and working and working, and what we're doing now is putting everything together for proper claim, proper possession, proper custody, proper due process by way of our own court. And then number 12 is important regarding everything that we've stated and everything that we've done thus far. We've repossessed all abandoned property on our land and placed it on the public record. The land was never abandoned, okay? It was not abandoned, but there have been enactments of abandonment and things of that nature. So we've repossessed all property that was previously presumed abandoned. Number 13, place a tribute, credit, money of account in gold and silver in the universal trust for each sovereign indigenous nation of the earth. And each one of us is a nation, just so that we're all aware. But where the nations are concerned, we thought about them because they have been thinking about us the whole time. And so we made room for them because they are our brothers and sisters in our universal trust with an amount. The amount is to be determined upon meeting with each of the said nations and in congruence with the needs of the sovereign or indigenous people, governments, and nations. And not needs as in on their needs, but needs as in their will. Whatever it is that they will for their nation, we will determine and discuss that among each other, and then we will grant that to them. Number 14, we placed a $100 million tribute credit money of account in gold and silver in the National Trust for each Moorish American national at North America, and this is at all the territories. So when we say North America, we mean
I just can't remember how to use it.
Let me put it that way, because we do have Moors at all other places. And the Moors that are at the other territories, such as the UK, South America, Jamaica, French Guiana, any of the other Africa, any of the other land, there is $100 million in the National Trust for you all as well. And here's our will. It is our will that those who are governing at those territories, that you open your own trust connected to ours and put 100 million for each one of the nationals in there as well, because you have the resources on the land to back that. You have the gold, the silver, the uranium, the titanium, the plutonium, all of that. You have all of that on your lands as well. So you can just do the same things that we've done and provide for the nationals first, and then we provide for everyone else. Said tribute has been placed in the trust of the Moorish American Nationals and is tributed to the Moorish American people at the discretion of the Moorish National Republic federal government, which is all of us, and in alignment with proven command of sovereign universal commercial laws and principles. So then all we're stating is those that are competent to demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. And listen, we're not even the ones that are going to say, no, you can't do that. The system is in place for that to be stated. Said credit instrument has been placed on the public land record at Pierce County, Washington Territory on May the 7th, 2019, 3:26:02 p.m. Recording number 2019-0507-0653. Pages 25, 26, and 27 of 66 pages. Notification of said tribute credit money of account is affirmed received by U.S. Treasurer, and this is what we were calling her at the time. That is not who that is. She's not a treasurer. She was a subject in the office of treasurer. Jovita Carranza, by way of registered mail, and there's the registered mail number 37545370 on April 26, 2009 at 11 Antimeridian. So what we're stating is that we have taken copious and detailed notes of everything that we've done, and it's all been placed on the public record. Now, I don't know who, I have not met the Moor who put this on the public record. I don't know who they are, but I know they are our brother and sister who put this on the public record. And then it says what the sovereign indigenous nations can do to assist the Moorish American Gold Standard activation. So they're assisting in their own recovery and saving. Notify all other indigenous nations and states of implementation of this process as pursuant to this document. And this is one that we wrote. We wrote this whole thing here. We wrote this document and we put it on the public record. We being the judiciary, that's still all of us. And we wrote it and sent everything out, put it on the public record so that everyone can use it. Number 2, maintain their sovereign national gold and silver-backed currencies if they have them. For those who do not have them, have their own national gold and silver-backed currencies, then said indigenous sovereign nations have equal universal sovereign commercial rights whereby they can receive gold and or gold-backed universal affidavits of credit directly from this is your Moorish National Republic federal government, regardless of any past fiat, perceived and presumed fiat obligations, as all fiat obligations and all related fiat debts are forgiven. The said sovereign rights are considered currency as pursuant to this lawful document. So it's the rights that are actually the real currency. When we do more sovereign dollaring and we print it, it's just a manifestation of the rights that we have inherited in our bloodline and birthright. All United States Corporation Company contracts were canceled and abolished, and that's by way of the debtor United States Corporation Company. By this de jure sovereign government, by lawful published affidavit in Universal Commercial Code 1 lien on August 3rd, 2018. Original affidavit of said lien has been provided to the Universal Postal Union by way of registered mail 375454621 dated June 1st, 2019. Affirm received at Universal Postal Union at our office. Bernie, Switzerland, June 7, 2019 at 7:31 Hampton Meridian. Universal affidavits of credit. That's the equivalent of just a moment. Yeah, that's not. Thank you, Empress Camille. Thank you. You do know that that's not us in there doing that. Just a moment. Let me remove that. Yeah, that is not me. And we'll go ahead and lock the meeting as well while we're at it. So, universal affidavits of credit from this government are universally exchangeable for gold and or gold-backed currency on demand with 30 days notice. So the nations at Earth who receive credit, universal affidavits for credit from us, those universal affidavits for credit allow the right word. Those universal affidavits are for credit support your national currency where exchanges with North America is concerned, or with all the other nations that are here, that are present, that hear this and that are present are concerned. Number 3, what we've done, provide all suggestions, processes, and opportunities for expansion in writing to this government for review and potential implementation. Restore and display. This is what other nations can do as well to assist in this continued global movement where the gold-backed nations and the gold nations are concerned. Restore and display all sovereign indigenous historical artifacts, stories, and monuments of coinage and commerce so that the generations and descendants can continue to grow in the awareness of the history of sovereign exchange systems, because we've always had them. We've always had them. Other things that the nations can do: inform all citizens of their immediate duty and responsibility to repatriate their allegiance to this sovereign indigenous Moorish American government. And we said 30 pieces or 30 troy ounces of silver and 21 pieces or troy ounces of gold in order to receive national subject status, and identification documents that will allow them to remain on the land lawfully and in alignment with the supreme law for the land. As you know, that was our responsibility, whereby we have been issuing for 1 gold coin, and we've been receiving silver for those who had silver as well, which we've accepted for proper identification of the subject by way of our national driver's license process. And we will put a link to that video in the chat so that those who want more information about our national driver license, our federal rather, not national, but federal driver license program, can have that information so that you can be properly identified on the land. Okay. And we do issue them here. Just 1 moment. Let me pull that up really quickly. That video can be found at Light to Jerry Bay channel on YouTube. Just one moment. And I'm going to put that link, the link to that in the chat. Okay. You know, it is amazing how our ancestors have brought everything together. Okay, here is the, now I did put, one moment, I did put that link in the chat. And we'll also put that link under this video at Light to Jury Bay on YouTube. And here's the thing: we would ask that you ensure that your that your attention is not governed by the fake stuff that comes into the chat and things of that nature. Govern your own energy and attention so that no one else is doing that for you. So we did go ahead and put that link in the chat. I'm just grateful and amazed that our ancestors have kept us on track with everything that we stated from the very beginning. We placed so much on the public record, and the ancestors are keeping us right on track with things that we stated. We stated that the subject should be properly identified, and right on time, the ancestors have reminded us of what we said and what we've done thus far. So the affirmation of allegiance is the affidavit that we stated that all subjects placed on the public record on a plain white piece of paper, and that piece of paper should be without spot or wrinkle or blemish or any such thing. And the subjects know what that means because they know what the Bible says about that. Their status. Said repatriation process shall take place at the de jure consulates, theological post offices, we stated that, or electronically with pre-arranged approval and sanctioned by the Supreme Judiciary of the Moorish National Federal Government. We've already put on the public record what that process looks like. For the subject, which is the affidavit of allegiance on the public record. And they can do that, publish it anywhere, and then just have proof that it's published. Just one moment. So, with that being stated, and we'll finish reading the rest of that in just a moment. So, our ancestors know what they're doing with regard to the processes and things that we put on the public record. This document we autographed and signed, and we had done this, placed it on the public record back in, what was the date of this? It was in 2019. And moors all over began publishing it, publishing the proof that we know who we are. And then the more that puts this on the public record, put some other documentation on the public record as well. That we have placed on the public record. We also put a document on the public record that we sent to the Universal Postal Union office, which is our office. And here is that document number 7018-2290-0000-1227-4911. So again, proper notification has gone on the public record by this government for years. And now we're seeing the fruits of that. When we started putting these documents on the public record and our delegation for authority, which we've not delegated our authority to anyone but us, then there became preparation by the subject to do what they did, what they enacted in 2000 and the end of 2019. So when we started putting these things on the public record, they said we have to shut everything down because the Moors are speaking. And they're speaking competently. So we talked about names in all capital letters and things of that nature right here, as you can see on the screen. We talked about all of that. We talked about the gold standard. We talked about, and then where proof of service is concerned, Lord, where proof of service is concerned, listen, if you want more proof of service, we have that. And we're going to show that to you right now. So some of the proof of service that we did, and here, this is, again, a document that we put on the public record, and then the Lord used to tribute this all over, earthwide, actually. This document has, I believe, about 60 tracking numbers where we notified all of our offices, and they were all confirmed or affirmed received by our offices. So we'll just scroll down so that you can see, and you will notice those that were acting as states. You will see every last one of them presented that were notified. Those that were pretending to be provost marshal general were notified. All of the actors were notified in 2018, in 2019. So no one can state that they did not know that sunset is hereby activated. Let me look at this. And more, you can use this information in your documentation. Can you all hear me? Okay. Okay, good. Great. All of this proof. And by the way, these numbers, these tracking numbers, where there is absolute proof of delivery, can be used. These are account numbers also. These are numbers that can be used by the Moors at any time. Islam. And if you'll notice, the zip codes are in brackets. New York Territory, there were many that were done there. All of the actors there. That was important just for financial purposes. Alaska Territory, that was important as well. So we did not leave anyone out. The actor that was previously acting as Postmaster General and Postmaster of the Philadelphia Post Office, etc. We notified everyone. And some received 2 and 3 and 4 notifications, depending on what we were stating. Canaan land was notified as well. The actors there. So as you can see, we kept copious records because we are known for great record keeping. Newfoundland and Labrador, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Brunswick, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territory, Yukon, Quebec. And again, this is documentation that one of the Moors that from Khalifa territory has placed on the public record. And although we've not had the honor of meeting the Moor who put this on the public record, we do honor your work. We thank you and appreciate all that you've done. And this document was signed by myself, Justice Jamal Salih Abdullah Bey at Rhode Island Territory, and Co-Consular General Shalay Moore Bay. And this was done in 2018 on September 11th, where notification is concerned. So, and then our trust was placed on the public record as well. The Moor who put this at Califia Territory put every document that we put on the record, they put it on the record. Oh, and at that time, we also put silver piece dollars with the document on the public record. And then he even put our original allodial identification with his documentation, which we honor that as well. So there has been much placed on the public record by the Moors. And then here we have also another set of documentations, and we've shown you this documentation, but we'll put the link in the chat as well, because everything is coming full circle now. Everything is coming full circle. Here is another link that we have placed in the chat. That is proof of all that, not that one, this one here. Just a moment, let me put that out. Just a moment. Yes, you're going out of here. Out. Just a moment. Let's just make sure. So much of this can be used, but let's take a look here also at this other document. Where our liens have gone on the public record. And again, where the public record is concerned, it is important that as we continue to govern, that we know that our documentation is the court, that is our court speaking. And now that everything is coming full circle, we have reference points where we can point and say, yes, they were notified. Yes, this office was notified. Yes, that office was notified. Here you go. There's one of the links, and then the first link that we put is, just a moment, let us find that link. Whatever you do, Moor, do not let any foreign low vibrations govern your emotions, your feelings, and how you're, the things that you say and do. Do not let those energies govern you. Because that's the only reason they do the stuff that they do, is they want to still govern. There's the first link. You know what? And I'll say this about that. We're not at war. No, they're not going to get us all upset and have us aiming our energy at them. No. They don't get our energy like that. Our energy is to each other. And for this work that we're doing. They're not aiming at us. They can't aim at us when we don't let them. That's like me saying that someone can bring me a bag of poop and that I have to take the bag of poop. No, I don't have to take that. We don't have to take it. We don't have to, we don't even have to acknowledge it. Now, we talk about it because we're speaking directly to each other about that, but our meetings continue. We keep kicking that rear end off our land and they don't want to go. But it's already done. It's already a wrap. So now as we look at this documentation that's been placed on the record, and there's so much more than this that's been placed on the record that is just amazing. No one can say, none of our officers can say that they didn't know that we're doing what we're doing, that we're governing, and that we are in command and control of our own vast estate. So with that being stated, the documentation that was put on the record here is hundreds of, I think it's probably about 100 pages, and I didn't realize it was that much. But I think they uploaded it twice, or something. No, not uploaded it twice. We sent a lot of stuff, let me put it that way. And we sent the things by email, and they printed everything out as they should have, and put it on the public record. and that includes our liens that were placed on the public record. So let's pull this up and take a look really quickly at the lien. Let's see. We put so these delivery documents showing that everything was properly, due process was taken regarding all of this. This is all court action proof. We hand delivered quite a few documents doing our duty. And so these numbers can be used by any moor to state that notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. And just because they're here at Washington Territory does not mean that Alabama Territory wasn't notified. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. So and then we did a master land use affidavit and sent that to the subject. So now what you're seeing happen along the way more is that those that were previously claiming to be King County and all of that, they've had to remove the acting from the record. Their acting is removed from the record. So with that being stated, we wanted to just take the time. There was also a video that I came across of an empress at Tennessee Territory. And if you've not seen this video, go ahead and take a look at it. The video basically is where she put some documentation on the record. She did a lien on a property, and this is important. She did a lien on a property, and they were trying to. The actors were enacting trying to sell this property. It was 40,000 square feet. 40,000 square feet. Very beautiful property, by the way. And an empress put a lien on the property, and it stopped the sale. And they actually admitted that on the news, quote unquote, that her lien stopped the sale. And they couldn't do anything to it. So they looked through her documentation to find a loophole, and they found a loophole. And the loophole was that she attempted to file the document with their quote unquote recorder of deeds instead of filing it with her own court and then just notifying them. And when she did that, that gave them the loophole that they needed to try and, treat her as a citizen instead of as, the sovereign that she is. So I found it interesting that, again, people were stating that our liens don't work, but now they're admitting the truth that, yes, our liens do work. They do stop things from moving back and forth. And the more we continue to demonstrate our sovereign status in this manner, and again, that's why we say more what we say about everything that we do. Restate everything. And then just notify. Don't send any fiat. Don't try to use any of their forms. Don't do any of that, and they won't be able to touch you. And they won't be able to move on trying to attempt to sell things and do commerce. Their commerce is stopped when we leave. And they admitted that in that video. Of course, they enacted placing the empress in a POW camp for what she did. but they couldn't keep her. They can't keep her. And they knew that because they know that she is who she is. So our job, our duty, our responsibility is to continue to stop and terminate any actions by fraud. We've done a great job of that, by the way. That's what that whole quote-unquote COVID thing was about, is they knew they said, the Moors are speaking, we have to stop. We have to stop. We have to stop everything and hear what they're saying. And then what they're doing is showing the area where improvement and not improvement, but competence by us is an opportunity. So we are not afraid of anything or anyone because this is our land. We know that. And so we're going to continue to demonstrate. Now, we record our own means and then send a notification copy to our subjects in the office of our system. And again, that was the place where they are attempting to hold her. That's where they were attempting to hold her, is that she attempted to file the lien with them. And you can't file it with them because they're not real. They know they're not real. Okay. With that being stated, we're going to be putting our information that we have and that we know to work for us. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom before we move any further into what we're doing? Any questions? Islam Empress.
I would like to move forward with the process. However, I, again, am struggling with trying to recover from this traumatic brain injury, which is actually going pretty well. It gets daunting at times, but I know somehow that there is a conflict of interest with accepting that, I guess, benefit.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No. The benefit is yours. You're the beneficiary. You're the beneficiary.
So how would I, so do I, in the grand scheme of this, like the initial process, you know, moving forward with declaration and things, and
declaration of what, your status?
yes.
A name change and judicial proclamation document. Are you familiar with the declaration, the name change and judicial proclamation?
I've gone over a few different ones a while ago, again, but my short-term memory is something that we're working on, actually next procedure. So I'm hoping, I have all of my stuff just kind of in a pile waiting until I'm able to retain it once and for all, but I'm getting there. So.
Okay, so let me just ask you a quick question.
Okay, what did you say? What did mom say? What did you say?
Okay, let me ask you a question, Empress, regarding you. Okay. What is your nationality?
I'm Moor.
Okay. Then you explained your nationality. It's done. Now you can move forward.
Oh, sorry, not to interject, but my confusion comes in with how to apply my chosen appellation and what to do with the all caps.
Okay. So you must create a new all caps for you. You must create a new all caps. And when we say new, it's new because you created it, but you can use the same sovereign born appellation that your mother with her sovereign self uttered. So at my birth, my mother named me, she didn't name me, she appellationed me Pauline Denise Ritchie. But someone took the sounds and put them in different lettering. and in a different jurisdiction. So all I did was lean their ability to do that and then take and state that the Pauline Ritchie that we talk about is who I am. Okay? And then I don't allow anyone else's paperwork to say anything about Pauline Denise Ritchie. I always restate everything. And when I restate it, it's going to automatically make me the beneficiary. The entitled heir is going to make it's because and again, it doesn't make me, it just manifests that. So anyone sending anything about Pauline Denise Ritchie already knows that they're not talking about me and that we're going to restate whatever it is. So that is how we apply the all caps, and that's how we deal with anything that has to do with it. Is we restate it, we rewrite everything, and put the proper language on it. That's how we use it. So if someone sends something like a war rant, well, I'll just use that, or a mortgage, I'll use that as an example. Then we restate those documents to state that we are the law, we are the government, and we use our systems to state that, and our courts to state that. That's how you use the all caps. That's how you use it. Any benefits that you're getting, for example, I served in the Air Force back in the 90s. So once I retired from there, and it was the way that I retired there was a claim that came with that. I just restated all of that, and I leaned Pauline Denise Ritchie, the one they created. I leaned that one, so no one can talk about me but me. And then I put the new Pauline Denise Ritchie as the beneficiary in place to receive those benefits. That's according to Federal Rule for Civil Procedure, Title 4, Section 17 and 18, that talk about replacing the person. If the wrong person is there, put the right person there. And the right person can be placed there by a like fiduciary. So I'm not trying to represent anything dead. I created Pauline Denise Ritchie the way my mother said and the way she stated it. Because had my mother known what we know, she automatically would have stated it the way that we put it.
Can you repeat that? Civil Rule Procedure Title, blah, blah.
Federal Rule for Civil Procedure, Title 4, Section 17 and 18.
Islam. Islam. My second dilemma is because of the demonstrations that I have been doing prior to nationality concerning justice for, state corruption, etc. It's got me on their radar pretty bad here, and what they do now, as opposed to just locking me up for little stuff, is it's been, I feel like they're creating a file of violence to justify, running up on me with guns or however they choose to treat me in public. I just kind of just started going along with it because of this last demonstration that I did where I had my notice and things posted and was trying to move forward with the process. They stopped the mail, sent it back and forth for about a month, claimed they didn't get it. I called the Postmaster General. Finally, the mail was returned to me. I was being treated with direct energy weapons, went public about that, and didn't get but 5 minutes into that until they ran up on me with their guns and stuff and threw me into one of their camps. I refused to identify as the all caps at that time or process. They proceeded to take my DNA and refused to move me if and until I acquiesced, which then at some point they put a judge on the phone, or what was supposed to be a judge. I didn't budge. I said I still wasn't doing it, and he's like, well, then we're going to isolate you. Anyway, I fought that for about 3 years being tortured. I'm not going to get off into that. And I took the case. I'm not very happy about that. I don't do anything to get in trouble. I wanted to go see Taj on the 27th, and she's now saying that the one thing that they have is I have to pay fines, and they're, how did I hurt myself? I don't know. I don't know what to do at this point. Just to, and without having them kidnapping me again and going through, the isolated version of what they do on a daily basis.
Mm.
Okay, so can someone who listened to what she said, someone who heard her speak, tell her and assist her with what the issue is? Someone who heard her speak just now. Islam Empress.
The Empress is given the subject's titles when they should not be given a title. Islam.
Oh, you heard it. You heard it from someone other than myself. We all heard you give them a title. We all heard that. So one thing we're not going to do is baby anyone, because you're fully you're mature to govern your vast estate. So yes, and even look in the chat. They are in your courtroom, not the other way around. And let me just state that doing that pretending like they are who they say they are by just going along with them, that's not gonna help you at all. Ooh, it's not gonna help. They will treat you like trash if you do that, because they already know you're the court, you're the judge, you're the government, and they don't have authority over you. And here's the thing, Moor. One thing that they are not going to do is have us to use threat, duress, and coercion as an excuse. Nope. We are to be ourselves at all times, no matter what. And that's not something that we don't know about firsthand. Okay, you all know the several demonstrations that we have done. We're going to be ourselves peacefully, and the ancestors will do their job like they've always done. So, Empress, Islam, you're going to have to program yourself, and it can be done. Program yourself not to ever give them a title ever again. Ever give them a title. They're not judges. They're not police. They're not court. They're none of that. They're actors, and you must tell them that.
Islam, not to interrupt, but you just reminded me, the last sit down that we had, our engagement went pretty much as such. I'm not filling out a report form or what. I'm going to go see my grantee, and but I did ask her what I needed to do. I said, all of this, you guys know that is threat, coercion, duress. She said, am I threatening you right now? I said, absolutely. This whole thing is based on that. So she gave me the number to the financial department. I just didn't know what to do.
Okay, so do they have any finance in their financial department?
No.
So then you do know what to do. Stand and be yourself, right? And they don't have any help for you in that department. Islam Empress.
I also continue to hear the Empress speaking from an inferior status. Islam.
Yes. And that is how you listen. Knowing what's coming out of your mouth is the law. Those people have to assault Moors if Moors give them titles. Let me just say that to everyone here right now, and so that we can put that on the record. It came out of my mouth, I'm telling you now. They must do as commanded. They're going to do as commanded. So I don't know any other way to put that without just being blunt and straight to the point. That's why we don't give them titles. And when we're most nervous and most, we know that when we're being tested, sometimes we get nervous and things of that nature. We still can't do it. We still can't give them titles. Islam.
One more thing, because I worked with traumatic brain injury people in my previous, era. Know what you know and stand on it. Don't let them see you sweat, I guess that you could say like that. Because I'm promising you, they know more about you than they let on. So they know that, and they're gonna. If you think that you have a traumatic brain injury as a weakness, they'll play on it. So you can't give them any leverage or anything about that. You have to know who you are and stand on it. And your traumatic brain injury, we were all pronounced traumatic brain injury because we didn't know who we were. According to them, we were pretending to be somebody we're not. So that in and of itself is traumatic because we were pretending to be somebody we're not.
Got them dick-sucking lips, but you can't even tell your brain.
None of. So what I'm saying, the point is that be who you are. If anything else, say that you're more, and state that you stand on your treaties. And if you can't remember anything else, state that you're more, and you have treaty rights and the obligations, and that's that. Stand on that part.
Islam, indeed. Now, I will say this about any injury. When we're demonstrating our ancestors' will, bring all things to our remembrance. Because guess what? When I was doing a POW demonstration, I was nervous. I was, things of that nature. But that's still no reason. That wasn't an excuse for me to capitulate. We have not a single excuse, no matter whether it's an injury, whether they're trying to say you're crazy, and all of that. There's none of that is reason to capitulate. So as long as you stand, that's the one thing you have to remember, Empress. You don't have to remember anything else. Just stand on who you are. However you do that. That means demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. If your overstanding is, you're a moor, just like you just said. Because see, you remember that. You remember when I asked you, who are you? You said you're a moor. Okay. The ancestors will honor that. They will honor that. Because in 2017, we didn't have the information brought to our remembrance that we have now. But we just demonstrated at the level of our understanding at that time. And the ancestors said, okay, let's make sure that this continues. As long as we're demonstrating we're protected, we're safe, we're going to be safe anyway. Because see, Empress, one thing I do know about what you've been through, you've been through a lot. And guess what? You're still here, you're still out here free, and you're still speaking to your nation. So what did they really do? What did they
kill all my friends and anyone I care about? They kill all of my friends and anyone I care about?
So that's not true because you got all of your friends and we all care about you and we're here and we're not killed. So that's not true. It's not true. I have to put the truth where it is. That's where the truth is. So don't, and here's the thing. You just cast a spell that you need to pull back on. Because and we're here to help you pull back on that spell.
Your delusions are pure fucking idiots. You delusional idiot.
You hear that stuff right there? You hear that right there? That we can shut down and shut up real quick? You think we worried? No, we're not worried. But we're not going to turn right around and say the same thing he's saying. about us. We're not going to do that. We're going to do what we just did and get our big old giant boot out and boot that butt out of here, like we just did. We're not at war with anybody. We're just going to we keep moving. We keep moving.
Gratitude. Duly noted. I'll work on that.
We're right here. Don't cast their spell for them, Empress. Do not do that, because we're going to rebut it too, but you got to rebut it for you. We're here for you. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. This is our home. This is our land. We're going to be here. And as long as you're here, and you'll be here forever too, and we're here, you've got friends, you've got kin, you've got clan, you've got nation, state, and government standing and governing. So no worries about that part. My only concern for you, and I'll be very clear about my concern for you, and we just stated it, is the spells you cast on yourself. That's my only concern for you. Because I already know once your mouth says the truth about your eternal status, that no one else can do anything about that. No one can change that. No one can change your truth. So, and my concern for you, Empress, I'm sure it won't last long, because I can hear it in your spirit, that because you wouldn't be here if they really won. You would not be here at Congress if all the things that were enacted had actually moved you off your square. It didn't. You're right here with us. So for that, we're grateful. So you know, we send you positive energy, because I know this myself just from my own experiences, that the ancestors will bring all things to our remembrance. They will give us the right words. In the ancient records, the ancestors said, open your mouth and we'll fill it. Just open it and start speaking and we'll fill it. That's in the ancient writings. With that being stated, are there any other questions and comments and wisdom? Because I have a couple of other things that we want to state and bring forth here really quickly. Islam.
I'll just hold off. I don't want really interrupting while you're in your flow. But I just want to say to the sister that stand strong. You have it in you from your mother's father's brother. You do have it.
Yeah.
Whatever fear you think you have, face it. Meaning run to it. And the more you run to it, the more you're going to find out it's an illusion in your own self.
Islam, that's preach.
Islam.
Indeed. We affirm. Islam nobility.
Islam. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, nobility. Justice James.
Amen. Grace and peace to everyone in the room. For the sister, you know, who's going through those emotions with these people. See, their provost marshal, according to the treaty with them, once you are recognized, once you assert your status, their provost marshal, by their law, is supposed to put a bullet in their head, because he is given the problem by them by causing or attempting to cause war. And as the sister stated, we are not at war with anyone. And if they're not following the rules of the treaty and attempting to break the great law of peace, the provost marshal has to put a bullet in their head. And that is why their law, 103.
Islam. What we'll say about that is this: your documentation is a peace weapon, a peace instrument. your documentation is. We know that firsthand. We know it from firsthand experience. The things that we say are you know, we know from firsthand experience. And it didn't take any bullets actually for any of us for the demonstrations that we've done. It didn't take any bullets for them to back up. The fact that you're at this Congress says that they take a step about you. Think about that. Think about that. Think about it. Our prophet said if we can just get you to think, you will free yourself. The fact that that we hear your beautiful voice states that you were triumphant. And for that, we're grateful. They had to back up off you. Islam.
I also put my email chat. You can email me, and you give the proper notice to their superiors because they are their own government that we establish with them.
Islam.
You're going to give them the proper notice that they need to stay away from you, stay forth from you. Their superiors have to be notified. You see, you can never stop a racist cop or racist entity from approaching you because they want war. But as a sister states, we are not at war. We practice the great law of peace through love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. That's all on the record through the Library of Congress, our Barbary treaties. So they must stay in their place. And if there's one who attempts to get out of line, then their superiors must be notified so that they know who and how to go after that one. Because they don't want war. They have to give notice of war if they want war, but they don't want war. And we are not at war. And even if they think that you are alone and attempting to cause a war, then as I stated, their provost marshal will handle that in full force and effect and give a great example of what not to do once notified, because that is their job. That is what they're supposed to do. That is the contract. That is the treaty that we have with this member nation.
Okay, let me kiss if I may go ahead and just interrupt right there and interject. Not interrupt, but interject. And ask you a question, Nobility. Have you rewritten the treaty and placed it on the public record with your signature on it?
I have not rewritten the treaty.
You need to do that. Because see, in order to be party to a treaty, your signature has to be on there somewhere, doesn't it?
Right.
Because no one represents us. So
yes, I'm partial to the treaty, but I have not rewritten. May we suggest strongly that you do that as soon as possible? Because if you're speaking treaty, you must speak it from your own experience and not from something that, we can't speak about a treaty if we're not even party to it because we haven't signed it. Right. So what we did, Nobility, because see, this will get rid of all the war right here. This will get rid of the war stuff. What we did is we rewrote the treaty and we took the war language out of it. And then we signed it ourselves and put it on the public record. We took the war language out. That's the only way that a treaty can actually be enforced. We can't enforce a treaty that we haven't signed. Right.
Islam, is that what was in the packet on the 47-page document?
Yes.
Okay, very well. So then we all can then do that as employers.
Yes.
All right, very well. Islam.
We must do it, especially if you're invoking treaty constantly. Because let me say this about that. When you rewrite the treaty, you will see that they are not party to it. Because they didn't even sign it. They're not party to a treaty. They're not a nation. many. And nobility, I want to thank you for bringing up the treaty. I want to thank you for that, because that's important that we know these precepts here. That, have you ever seen that treaty with a signature on it at all? Even the ones that are supposedly in the quote-unquote Library of Congress, did it have a signature on it?
Only the seal and the signatories were Thomas Jefferson, Barclay.
Did you see their actual signature on there, or did it just say, was it typed in there?
The one that I have, it was typed.
The one that everyone has, it was typed because it never really happened.
Islam, I affirm, I've got a copy of it. There's no signature on it, just their names. Islam.
The heirs must sign it in order for it to even be the law. So it's not the law for anyone who hadn't signed it. That's why Moors are having problems with that thing going back and forth. Because see, when we rewrite it, we will study it. And when we study it, we'll see that they're not a nation. They're talked about as citizens, and it specifically says if there's any problems between Moors and citizens, the Moors are supposed to fix it.
Yes, it does.
That is how a treaty is enforced, is what we're doing right now. Our courts are fixing the issues between the Moors and the citizens / subject. I'm just saying. So, nobility, I know that it was not a coincidence that the ancestors had you to bring that up. We honor your work. We honor what you're stating. We want to ensure that everyone knows that the only way we can state that by a treaty we're not at war is we write a peace treaty. Because the one that's out there that everybody was saying, oh, that's y'all's treaty. No, it's not, because that's a war document. We didn't write that. We didn't sign it. And no one signs for us. We sign for ourselves. And then you can take what you wrote and signed and notify state courts that they're not party to a treaty and that you're a treaty nation and that you're governing. Now, thank you so much for that, nobility, because our ancestors are really, they have our spirit doing backflips and forward flips because of how valuable that information is. Especially when you're talking about what we're doing right now, the things that we're doing. Because, see, we just read to you some things we were stating on the public record in 2018. We have proof that they've been notified. Now, on top of all that we've done, we can now issue bonds based on our status, and no one can say they didn't know. Now, let me show you something here, Moor, because, see, this has been under our noses, and we need to see this next part, too. Because, see, all of this information is working with us. Living Moorish Ancestor Writ Affidavit Bond. Did you know that there is in Black's Law Dictionary, there is a statement and a definition in there that is stated as remedy where ancestors are concerned. Let's take a look at that. This is ancient English remedy. We are the proof that our ancestors live. We are our ancestors' return. That's why we have to sign the treaties and things, because our ancestors said, we're not even going to show y'all our signatures because it's not us that's governing y'all. You're governing yourselves, and we're within you, okay? And that's why the ancestors did not leave a treaty out there with their signatures on. I have a book with every treaty that went through the Library of Congress. I have 4 books, 4 volumes of treaties and international covenants. None of them have signatures on them. None. Not one. And so there's a term in Black's Law Dictionary Now, we already know that no one has ancestors as old as ours. But it says here, mort the ancestor. Mort is more with a T on the end. And when you say mort like that, in their definition, it means dead, like mortgage or laying wage or mortgage. That word mort on a mortgage means a dead pledge in the language, right? So all we do when we see these definitions is craft them and restate them. It says, mort the ancestor, an ancient and now almost obsolete remedy in the English law. So they're telling you what the remedy is to anything that has to do with land. It says, get a court together, have that court go look at the land, and when the court goes and looks at the land and sees that the land is ancient land, then the court can say, yes, this land belongs to this heir. So let's look at that. It says, an assize of mort the ancestor. Now notice that they put it in all lowercase letters here as in the definition. It says an assize is a court. We'll show you that in just a moment. An assize of mort the ancestor was a writ which lay for a person whose ancestors died seized of lands in fee simple. Now that term fee simple, remember, they say that Prophet Noble Drew Ali put a fee simple trust in place. So let's see how that is dealt with. Yes, let's see how that's dealt with, and how and this is proof that all Moors have the authority to govern the land. It says, which lay for a person whose ancestors died seized of lands in fee simple, and after his death a stranger abated. Okay, that means a stranger came in and tried to take over the land because the heirs hadn't stepped forward and said, we're the heirs. It says, and this writ directed the sheriff, that's us, to summon a jury. To see a sheriff summoning a jury is in ancient English law. If you look up the definition moor, M-O-O-R, in Black's Law Dictionary, it's going to say a bailiff who can summon the court. Same thing. When you look up the word moor, M-O-O-R, in Black's Law Dictionary, it's going to say someone, a bailiff who can summon the court to come together and to do things. And it's like 4th edition online, actually. You can just look online, 4th edition online, it will say that. And this writ directed the sheriff to summon a jury. Now, there's someone directing the sheriff to summon a jury or an assize. A jury and an assize is the same thing, except the assize is actually the court. We'll show you that in a moment. A court that's doing things that a jury would do. And the assize, who should look at the land in question, that means 12 people come together and you meet. You look at the land in question and then recognize whether such ancestor was seized thereof on the day of his death and whether the demandant were the next heir. Now, you know this definition is a trick bag because our ancestors are not dead. We're right here. Here we are. We're our ancestors returned, everyone. Okay. Our ancestors are not dead. So now let's look at assize. Assize, and this is from Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. Look now, more. It is an ancient species of court. Need we say any more about who is governing the land? An ancient species, so that means no dead court is supposed to be saying anything about land. Consisting of a certain number of men, and we looked up the word men, We looked that up. Because see, this right here is going to cause all of us to come together and start doing this for each other in the territory. This is going to cause us to come together and unify and say, hey, Justice James Bay has called an assize, a court, an ancient court together to look at some land where he's already done the lien, the levy, he's done the bond on the land, he's done the title on the land, he's crafted a deed, and he's also done one final thing, which is an entry certificate. And we'll show you about that, a title, entry certificate, that says that everyone can come and enter the land and do this, okay? This is going to cause us all to come together. An ancient species of court consisting of a certain number of men, and by men they mean moors. If you look up the definition of men, it means a male or a female, either one. It's men in the way that the Holy Quran says there never was a time when man was not. In Black Law Dictionary and in most dictionaries, it will say, in order to see the definition of men, look up the word man. And when it refers you back to man, it's a species, an ancient species of being. Usually 12, but it can be 9. But we suggest 12 because we need to come together, not me. It is our will and our ancestors' will that we come together and govern the land. So we really should be having a size party where we say, hey, Light has invited everyone to West, and we're going to have an assize party. We're going to go look at some land. We're going to see and do a court action on that land. We're going to record the court action. We're going to notify everyone, and then we're going to do what courts do where land is concerned, which is proper claiming of it. An ancient species, usually 12, who were summoned together to try a disputed cause, performing the functions of a jury, except that they gave a verdict from their own investigation and knowledge, and not even upon evidence adduced. Evidence adduced means evidence presented. So they didn't just look at the fact that we have titles, the fact that we've done liens, levies, and all of that. See, that stuff has to be in place because that's part of the process. But these more, because see, you have to have, it has to be written. That's what an assize does. You can look that up. The law must be written. So they're going to use their own investigation and knowledge. And it says, and not upon evidence adduced. That means evidence must be adduced, but that's not what they're going to use. Evidence must be presented for them to even get them there. To even call the assize together, they have to see some evidence. That's what an Article 3 court does. We see the evidence, we look at it, and then we say, okay, this is evidence. We have this. We see it. We see that the land is properly proclaimed and everything, but we're going to go put eyes on it. And aside from the fact that they sat together, they were called the assize. A court composed of an assembly of knights or other substantial men. That's men with titles. That's matriarchs and patriarchs. With the baron or justice in a certain place. Look up the word certain, because that means specific. That means that the paperwork must properly state where the place is. So that means it can't have a fake address. It's got to have a real land location. At an appointed time. The verdict or judgment of jurors or recognitors of assizes. In modern English law, the name assizes or assizes is given to the court, time and or place where the judges or assisi or nisi priest who are sent by special commission. So again, more, the court to be invited to the state, to state the cause, to investigate, to adduce. Adduce means to present. Okay? And then we talked about the word mort. The attaching or taking of movable goods and chattels called this means living, and mort means dead, according as the chattels were living or dead. We state that the term mort does not mean dead. But we do speak to all things mort because we're alive. Are there any questions or comments about this term, the assize? Assize is what we have right now, what we're doing right now. This is assize. The ancestors are bringing everything full circle for us. This is something that no one out there was going to teach and show us this. We had to actually bring our spirits and minds together so that we can see it together. Islam.
So, the seal that I found with Brother Nate last strong regarding the topographer,
yes,
post office, and it's been restated. Now, we had a discussion about putting it on all documents, and one particular I had wanted to put it on was the de jure financing lien, and because I know that the postmaster is a court. It's an office of court.
Yes.
So, from my understanding, putting that restated seal on the document is by getting a stamp from any other court. And then an inferior court for that matter, because I've seen the restated ones that you've restated and so on and so forth. So to restate it and then put it from our perspective, and because I know it's a court, so I was just putting it out there in this, putting for conversation's sake and the affirmation, knowing that I already know what I know, but just hear you and the Congress affirm that, that it is a court stamp.
Yes. Yes, indeed. All stamps that we use are court stamps. We don't even speak of our court does all the speaking.
And so for all of them, I stated that because it was a stamp for a particular purpose, and it shouldn't be on documents from our de jure perspective, like from federal Moroccan government. It shouldn't be on there. It should be for when we're doing our office duties, like from the Office of Attorney General or the Office of, whatever, Comptroller.
So here's this is my suggestion based on even what we're talking about now. Once the assizing court has done their job, the topographer, before the assizing court even does anything, the topographer's stamp should be on all titles. And what topography is doing is stating that there's no fraudulent address where the land is concerned. There's no, because if people are calling an assize together, but they don't realize that they're using a dead address instead of latitude and longitude, or other descriptors for the ancient land, then the topography is going to be wrong. If they use a dead inferior address.
So because the financing restated de jure lien is a lien from the land, it would be, advantageous, as the word I guess would come to mind, that we put that court stamp from topography, because we are stating that, this is land jurisdiction and we are claiming it as such.
Yes. Yes. Indeed. Affirmed. Yes. On deed and titles and land patents, all of that.
Yeah, so because we are the land, so anything that we state, anything that we create, anything that we write, any spell that we cast is from the, because we traveled today, right, and we was at a gas station, and it came to mind, like, the oil from the earth is our ancestral blood, and we put it into these conveyances, and from the corporate era, you have to pay for something of such. And I'm just like, I look forward to the day where we all knowingly don't have to do that anymore. I mean, all of us, knowing that we don't have to tap into our ancestral blood and pay for it, to put it in our conveyance to navigate. Because
we actually substance for substance. We should be using more sovereign delirium, which is our creation.
yes, for the exchange. Yes, yes, that part I affirm. Yes, that part. The work still is being worked to get all of that, manifested. And
Our ancestors are bringing things full circle. It's all coming back. It's coming right back to the ancient.
Yes.
Yeah, infrastructure, and then the noble house.
Oh, Shashanti, and I would just like to know this topographer stamp that is being spoken of.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Where can I find it, or an example, or which?
Here, Empress, I'll go ahead and pull that up. Any topographer stamp, you can create one if you chose to create one. And we actually have to create ours because restate some. Let's see. Some do them, have them looking like a notary stamp. Others have them looking like, let's see, like the location of where they are. Let's see. These stamp places generally have topographer stamps. Stamp moor. Oh, wow.
Was there a question assembly then that I missed? Maybe that this was discussed, or is it just?
Empress Angel has a link in the chat. She put a link in the chat.
This one, I just put the image that I restated actually in the chat. Can you see it?
I see it.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay.
And then a time stamp goes in the middle, like, so you put the year, however you create the date and the month and the year, however, and that goes in the middle. That's my restated version of the original.
Thank you, Empress.
Pulling that I knew what you're talking about when you're talking topography, but I just didn't have a reference. So thank you.
Oh, would you, Brother Mutaz here, suggested putting the cedar tree somewhere in there as well. And so that could be a thing as well that symbolizes land.
I like the ring. I mean, which symbolizes land and the layers, and but it also symbolizes. It looks like the ring in a tree.
Yeah, it does.
Which is land, life, all of those things, fingerprints, the whole thing.
Yeah.
The tree
So, yeah. Islam. I use
Islam. Indeed. Islam.
Thank you so much for all of us. Does anyone in this circle that
Yeah, he's
I
going
should say complete the Marriott? To actually complete it with the DeLorean.
complete with the Marriott.
leaning is levying it, the fiduciary over the Marriott, for example, and you've already instructions that I wrote along with our circle. They will be this company, and we now control it, the fiduciary act, trustee, etc. So we wrote and gave them instructions. Go back will be accepted as a form of payment. We kind of hit to the so-called head from our office. We booked, if you would, or paid for a room through the post office. That's what you paid for. Sasha has been aiding me with that as well. So it's a waiting thing at this point. Was successful capture that.
So more are doing those demonstrations, and just as I stated at the beginning of this, we've not heard of anyone who didn't have success with the hotels. Oh, that's not true. We did hear of one, well, and they're staying at hotels, and so I can't even say they're not having success. They're staying at hotels, but they're what they were saying is that people were really loud, or and things of that nature, but they were still staying at a hotel for an extended period of time. They actually lived there. So we've not heard of it not working.
Also, something the company. So same demonstration.
You faded out.
I also did the same demonstration with public storage.
Are you talking to me? I had my headphones on, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, go ahead. No.
Yeah. That's so cute.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So public storage. Then the fiduciary, quote unquote, money to attend. Okay. So, because I am now fiduciary over public storage. Over.
And it does say public. It doesn't say corporation. It's public storage. That's really like public. Like the public storage is. Yeah.
We wrote it as you shared with us a while back. The national.
Mm-hmm.
This and so we put it together in our circle. What makes that? So this is why I was asking in the general sense. In this,
You are so fading in and out.
problem. Feel better? Got a good connection over here. My favorite. Okay. Yeah. So I would just maybe, respond. They've done it successfully. That could aid us, aid all of us, moors on the land. Be better.
Islam.
Islam. Cool.
So has anyone heard of those demonstrations working or not working? I believe that was what he was inquiring about. Islam. So Listen, more, it's the only way that we will know for sure, because see, we know already that we know what the law is to continue doing what we've been doing. We've been demonstrating our IDs at airports and different places. We've been demonstrating things, and initially, when we first started demonstrating those things, there was something going on about the language that we were using and things of that nature. But now that we know how to demonstrate, we just keep doing it and keep getting the successes. And then if and I can't even say if it doesn't work out, because it always does, we just have to keep going. Because everyone knows we're right about what we're stating. We've done a demonstration, we've done several demonstrations that we had no, I would say 7 years ago, we had no clue that we had that much power and authority. We must do it. Because guess what? That other system is not, that enactment is done, it's finished. Money-wise, it's done, it's finished. And everyone knows that. Justice King L, did you have your hand up? Islam.
That was a hand clap for the statement that made about 7 years ago, because that is so true. I had no clue the authority and dominion that could be exercised through the prophet's teachings and the unity of the people. Us Moors coming together. This has been a great journey for me the past several years.
Indeed. Myself as well, notably, this has been a journey that just, there are no words that can ever completely describe this journey. It has been amazing, and we're only getting started. We just got started. And I'll say this too, that when the actors declare war, that means there's peace on our side. Just so that you all are aware of that fact. Because when the actors were saying everything was peaceful and stuff, that was, we were warring and didn't realize we were enacting war. We were enacting it.
You know, I'm glad you called my name, because I invited a gentleman onto the call that is from the Middle East. He's Jordanian. Mm-hmm. And when he went to vet out the deloriums for his consultancy firm to accept as a form of payment for real estate transactions, he confirmed it before we even was able to do a demonstration that it was valid and acceptable. So it's just a matter of time before everybody is able to function in competency, like you said.
Yeah. It's the peace factor that makes everything else work in terms of our nationality. Our nationality, and see, people that are from other places, Jordan, listen, the actor that was acting as King over there, he knows, and I will say that actors over there at Jordan, they have been a stable, peaceful entity amid a lot of war enactments and war theater. Jordan has, and so we appreciate the actors that were acting that out for us, because our history over there is just as vast, and our estate is just as vast over there as it is over here, and everyone knows who we are. We know who they are too. We know who they are. We hired.
They actually want us to come and empower them. They recognize who the Moors are and what type of experience we have through the blood.
Yeah.
They are inviting us to come over there to the mountain that Moses got the 10 Commandments from, to the river that Moses was thrown to as a baby before he was found by Pharaoh. They are inviting us to come over there so that they can get their status correct.
Islam, if I may shed a little bit of light on that briefly, they also know that all of that stuff happened here first and was enacted over there. And you look for Mount Sinai. The name might be altered just a little bit. They may call it Mount Si, like they do here. Or they may call it some other, they did what they always do, which is change the name, alter, put the name on the altar, because that's a ritual, and change it. But we know where we are and we know who we are. So all of that happened here. When they talk about people being taken captive and the children of Israel and all of that stuff happened here. Not way over there. It was here first, and guess what? Over throughout the centuries, they've enacted all of that in those other places for tourists to come and see. But yes, Empress Gloria, Utah, yes. The Grand Canyon, yes. Islam. So Empress Camilla asked a great question. She said, what if you have items in storage and they demand fiat? What was the contract to get the items into the storage? What did you contract to give them? And you don't have to answer that. See, if the contracts are done properly, which they will be, those contracts, however the contracts start, is how they will be, is how they'll be dealt with throughout. And that's why it's important to do what we've done. We must contract properly from the very beginning, because there's honor in that. And I will tell you that the businesses and things are ready for us to do that. They're ready for us to do that.
Yes, they are, in a major way. That gentleman from the Oklahoma territory, the royal subject that was on the call at the beginning,
Yeah.
they are ready, willing, and able to accept not only the DeLorean, but the terms and conditions of our status corrections as well.
Well, we must restate all of everything that they bring. They may have an application for this and a contract for that. Just take that and restate it and then hand it right on back to them. Because see, they can't really say that what we're doing doesn't fit the system when we restate what they gave. Okay? So that is how all of that is done. Restate everything. Okay? So now they've been ready for all of us, for us to do what what is necessary. Their businesses are waiting to honor all that we're doing. Okay? And they're looking for our money, not anyone else's. They're looking for ours, because ours is the only money that's valid. And they already know they don't have to pay taxes on what we give them, because we are not taxed. So with that being stated, I want to bring just a couple of other things to your attention. This word here, name, N-A-A-M, the attaching or taking of movable goods and items, called this. So it's going to be a living name or a dead name. We get to state that it's living, that everything that we name is living. This is another way to say N-A-M-E. I have a couple of other words here. Water, Islam Empress.
I just wanted to ask, when you got name or is it
Mm-hmm.
to the attachment or taking, it's like eating. It sounds like the same thing.
Yes.
It's also another yam or yama is another word for God too.
Yes. And even in Vietnam, that war was about life and name of the heirs, Vietnam. Vietnam is actually French. It's not, it's French.
It's nice.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. And the and this are the same words here. The and this. That's French, which is really ancient English, which is why the French don't even claim those things, because they're not really French. They're not really speaking French. So, yeah. Islam. I want, Empress Shasha, I have something before we go into this really quick thing about squatters. I have something that I saw for you. Let me just, because there's some really important information. So in our last Congress, you were speaking about Cornwall, right?
Yes.
And a number to use for Cornwall. Okay, I did a little digging and a little searching. Look at what it says here. Cornwall, England's hidden treasure, program number 22431, RJ. Venture to the famous Falmouth Harbor to learn about Cornwall's 4,000-year-old history from the ancient standing stones of Bodmin Moor. So you could easily use that number for Cornwall, because that's actually the real, again, they took it from the Moors at Jamaica.
And the thing is, the program number is not it's not a tax number. It doesn't matter. It's just a number.
It's a number, and it actually is a tax number, because that program is taxed.
Cornwall is the history of Cornwall. Cornwall is immense. I mean, I just dipped a toe in right after you brought it up last time, and so wow, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I saw it. And guess what it's called? It's called a Rhodes Scholar.
Rhodes Scholar.
Yeah. And that's not even how they spell the other Rhodes Scholar. They stole it from that. So it's a lot of high provocation and attempted suffocation there. And dead letter homonyms, yes. So I wanted to just, that is a number that you could use as well, because program numbers are account numbers. All they're doing is running funding through that number. Indeed.
I read Falmouth is here in Trelawney.
Yes.
I haven't gone into my research as to, because part of the word is mouth.
Yes.
So I know that, I mean, it's rolling in me, I haven't gone there, but that is, well, it's huge for.
Yeah. Well, if you put another L on foul, it's fall by way of the mouth. So, yeah. And then look at the architecture that they put with it. That really.
If you look on Cornwall over there, it's the Duchy of Cornwall. In fact, after
Yes.
the one they called Queen de facto Queen, was never the Queen, the nanny.
Yes.
They enacted giving William the Duchy of Cornwall.
That domicile.
That's right. And
I saw that.
Yes, I mean, so, and these are things I wasn't aware of up until you said England, they used it. So
Yeah.
there's so much.
Yeah.
And it also goes back to the Etruscans.
Yes.
Went there, and I mean, there's just so much. And like I said, it's there and amongst my bombs to dive into, but
Yeah.
yeah, thank you for that. That also, what you're also pointing out is that there are other numbers,
Yeah.
that identify numbers that can be used in place of a EIN or a PIN or.
Well, they will always have the same word. They'll always have the same word So it's the same place. And so, like previously, when someone said, "Can you just pick a number?" We're saying, no, don't just pick a number. Research and find the right number. There are many. Find the right one so that the system recognizes what you're doing. Because when the system sees it coming from you, it's going to automatically set it up that way and say, this is where that comes from. Yeah. And it's always going to lead back to us, just like this did. It led right back to the Moors, Cornwall, the ancient castles, the historic mines, and this number in particular, it's going to lead all of the documentation and paperwork back to the resources, the mines. Like what we talked about, we just read up earlier how we put the rare earth minerals and metals and all of that on the public record. We have proof of that. All of that ties together with this. Yeah. So I saw it and I thought I'll just bring this up. And this building right here is thousands of years old. No horse and buggy did this.
Absolutely. I mean, I grew up with buildings thousands of years old around.
Yeah.
And then look at this, it says the stones of Bodmin, moor, which
Yeah.
is around people, which is the history, which is everything.
Yeah. Yeah. So all we have to do is just dig a little bit to find the connections, because nothing is random, and that's the point of saying, don't just use a random number. None of this is random. It's all connected. Everything is connected. Everything was Jamaica is here.
It's all in divine order. It's all in divine order, and everything is up in the air right now. Everything is in the ether, just looking for that magnetic attraction to come together. And but we must speak it in order for the frequency here to match. And that's why the noticing, the speaking, the doing, the demonstrating, you're putting it out there.
Yeah. Yeah. So some of the things that I wanted to point out, in addition to what we've spoken about thus far in terms of names and chattel and the court, more prepare your assize or a seasoned court, because really that word is assize means to seize. But because we're at peace, we give it another spelling and say assize court or a seize court. So all that is 12 more, anywhere from 9 to 12 more. Let me put it that way, because 9 is the Supreme Court and 12 is 12 to 13, or however many is those with title, because it's an ancient species of court. Squatter in American law. Now they're not quoting anything other than American law with this squatter piece, because this is the only place that squatting happens, really. And I won't say that this is the only place that squatting happens, but it's the way the public lands were enacted being governed. So one who settles on another's land, particularly on public land, without legal authority. The processes that we're doing and that we're showing are legal authority. Okay? It was that portion of our estate, the legal authority portion of our estate, that we were missing initially. And then some had the legal portion, but not the lawful portion. They were trying to do legal things in a dead system without declaring their nationality and knowing who they really are. So both must be together along with our bloodline and birthright, our court. A person entering upon land, not claiming in good faith the right to do so. Not claiming in good faith means you're not paying the right. Faith is money, okay? Faith is money. So don't let anybody tell you any different about faith. Faith is not belief. Faith is what system do you know works? The other one doesn't. We know that or we wouldn't be here. So when the Constitution talks about, it was changed, full faith and trust. Faith and trust means what do you have confidence in? And then after that follows put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. And that's not being snarky. That's true. Put your money, not someone else's, because that's not real money. Your money where your mouth is speaking.
And if
And
you
so,
if it's like just to interrupt for 1 second, to be able to look at that $100 bill, more sovereign delarium bill with your face on it, it actually feels good to use that rather than those dead presidents. So thank you.
Thank you so much too, Nobility, for the work that you're doing. Because we won't know until we demonstrate it. And now that we're demonstrating, we see that it's our money that is the real value because it's coming from us. And that's what the public treasury was all about and all of that. Private things, yes, we do private things, but it was the true public and not a corporation or a corp that that's the real estate. And then here, where persons are concerned, a person entering and not claiming a good faith to do so by virtue of any type of his own or by virtue of some agreement with another whom he believes to hold the title. Does this not state that the title holder must have the say about the land? And we must be doing so in good faith. That means our own money, our own bonds. See, the bonds are going to be the key to delarium continuing to just flow all over the place. The bonds are the key to that. But you can look up mayor and mayor and council of city of Forsyth versus Hook, 182 Georgia. I think that is 78, 184 Southeast 724 and 728. To find that if you listen, they were trying to state that we were squatting on our own land by not using our own money. Okay? And we're not squatting on our own land because that's impossible when we have our own financial systems to pay for things and to do things. That means that no one who is outside of the jurisdiction can say anything about what's going on our land. It's our job, it's our duty, it's our responsibility, our obligation, our opportunity. And listen to this, a squatter can never gain prescriptive title. That means scripture title, the scripture that you write, title, to land, regardless of how long he holds possession, since his possession is never considered as adverse possession. So that means that I don't care how long those actors have pretended to act, they will never have title to the land. Never have title to the land. That we have that. Just by virtue of the definition of squatter. Really quickly, here's a quick question for this great Congress. Is there anything that an original indigenous sovereign cannot do? Now, this question, I actually had to give it some thought based on the definitions that I saw here, because it makes sense, and come to find out, we've been stating this truth the whole time. Just 1 moment. Is there anything that an original indigenous sovereign cannot do? Really quickly, but Islam is.
Well, they cannot be dishonorable. And so that means anything that they do is to be honorable. So when you weigh the negative of the web of lies, then they can't operate in that because we operate in the web of truth. Yeah. So that's the only thing that they cannot do.
Islam. So let us, you're correct about that. Islam Empress.
Well, I was just going to say, is there anything that they cannot do? No, there's nothing that you cannot do, but well, can and may are two different things. So cannot do, if it's humanly possible and it can be done by the sovereign, then it can be done. If you say, is there, because you could go be out of order and in dishonor, but that's because of a choice and something you may do. But is there anything that you cannot do? Well, a sovereign male could not have a baby. I mean,
Empress, is there any question you cannot answer correctly?
I may be taking it too deep now, but
but you're right.
That's where I'm going to leave it. But that it's humanly possible, divinely possible, all of those things, then no, there's nothing we cannot do. We may choose to do or blah, 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 but anyway, I yield. That's
with modern day medicine, now these sovereign males can have babies because they are having these surgeries and implanting these devices and ports into people nowadays. So there really is no limit to what can be done.
Nah, they would still never be a woman, never have a womb, never be able to do that.
Well, that's not a baby that they're birthing, that's a monster.
That's hello.
It's a cyborg.
Islam Empress.
Islam Empress.
I'm printing out some red lobster coupons, moors.
Islam.
Our national coupons are back online.
Islam, indeed.
Join me and get some food.
Islam. Had you used them previously, Empress? Islam.
No, this is my first time, but I printed 7 of them out. I'm going to invite some friends out.
Islam, indeed.
So am I hearing her correctly? You guys have successfully demonstrated with Red Lobster, and there's a possibility for us to extend the DeLoreans to them?
Moor, is that true? Answer the question, is that true for him? Because
they said that we could use the coupons before. The Moors have been using them, but I didn't get a chance to take advantage of them then.
Yeah.
So they have the coupon showing the food, and then they have the national promotion where you've got to put in the tip, the original dish amount, the total redemption amount, and I guess present it to the waitress.
Yes, and you want to let your paperwork precede you. You do want to let it precede you, yes.
Okay.
And that's how we do business anyway, though. Whenever nobility is coming or going somewhere, we send ahead and let them know that the nobility will be in the building.
Okay.
Speaking of
sharing this out there.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Empress. So, in answer to the question of is there anything that a sovereign cannot do, listen to this definition here. It says the link age. This is the definition for the word age because we talk about the age of majority and then the minors and so on and so forth. The length of time during which a person has lived. The time at which one attained full personal rights and capacity. In law, the term signifies those periods in the lives of persons of both sexes which enable them to do certain things, certain acts which, before they had arrived at those periods, they were prohibited from doing. As used in particular statutes, the term implies this ability by being underage or immature or incompetent to do the demonstration, and by definition has been applied to all minors under a certain age and to others disabled by old age. And when we say disabled by old age, that means we're 50 and 60 years old and we still are not governing our own affairs. That's called disabled. So what we're doing now by knowing the legal authority processes. When I say legal authorities, we're the legal authorities. We're the lawful authorities, yes, but the system is a legal system. The lawful part of that system is the foundation for the legal system. That's why that last era didn't work out so well for us.
It's you know what?
Yes.
We age is a number. I'm 80 years old, and I don't feel 80 years old, but there are some issues that I have keeping up with this technology and stuff. I would like to be way further than I am in my motor program and paperwork and stuff. But, you know, if there's someone that would be willing to meet me maybe one day a week or something and kind of share with me on getting through a whole process so that I can really get done what I need to do.
Getting everything done, your timing is perfect. You may not feel like it is. We all wanted this to be over yesterday. You know, in terms of the things that we're doing, we're going to be working for the next millennia, millions of years, trillions.
Okay.
So
I'm working on it. I'm getting a few things done. I may not be on top where I'm able to put it on the public record and all that stuff, but I'm getting there.
Empress, you're doing just great. You're doing just great.
I'm maintaining right now, and I understand that what I'm doing, I can redo and do the way it really needs to be done in the future. But right now, I'm doing it the old way, as the old people say. I'm doing it like I knew how to do it.
Yes.
And I'm able to maintain, but you know.
Okay. I don't see a problem.
Okay.
You're maintaining. You're maintaining. That's governing. You're governing the processes. And everything is staying right where it should be as you're doing what you're doing.
Okay.
That's the way this is done. That's what self-governing is about, is remember the process through study and demonstration, demonstrate at the level of your over and understanding, and then look at the demonstration and say, okay, this part of the demonstration, I see that there can be some improvement here. This part went great. And this part right here, according to the legal system, this is how this part should go.
Okay, well, I put something out there, and they haven't thrown it back at me. You know, I had to enter into learning the bankruptcy process and stuff, but I'm still sitting where I am, and I know this is my land, and I don't intend to, what they say, abandon it.
No.
they'll have a hard time making me abandon.
They won't make you abandon Empress. We state that and affirm on the record that there will be no abandonment of your vast estate, and that no one will even attempt that because you're standing and doing and being the ancestors that you are. We are our ancestors returned. Our ancestors made us some promises about this vast estate that when we stand, that they would honor our standing, and they're doing that. Even by the words that you stated, they're doing that.
Okay.
Because Empress, you've been at it for a while, some years.
I have. Going on 3 years now.
Yes. And guess what? If they had anything, they would have done it by now. They don't have anything with you. You know that.
Well, I put some stuff on record now, a lot of it.
Yes, you did. As it
I don't know if I have it on all of it on public record where it belongs, but I've sent out a lot of stuff.
when you send it out, that is the public record, because guess who you're speaking to? Subjects in the office of, and those offices are public offices.
Okay. All right then, y'all keep some prayer behind me. I'm working on it.
We're right there with you. We're right there with you. We need you with us. All that good stuff you're putting on the public record. Listen, the minute it hits that post office, that's public. That's a public building. Those are public. Yes. Yes. That's not somebody's kitchen where they can throw you out when they get ready. That's a public building. That is paid for through public treasury.
Okay, let me share one other thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's important to put everything on public record, but I'm hearing some of the moors on different programs say that you also need to, when they were holding slaves, like they would put the stuff in the newspaper notifying people that their slaves was escaped and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're saying that too. We need to put our names out, all the appellations that we have used. They should possibly go in the newspaper for 7 days and have them notarized by a notary. But my thing is, why can't I just print out all those names and have a notary notarize for me?
Empress, you can do it that way, and we suggest that. This is our suggestion. Unless the newspaper is accepting delarium or gold and silver, we wouldn't put it in the newspaper. We would post it up ourselves on a platform where we don't have to exchange the fiat for whatever we're doing.
You going out here, okay?
That's how we
have a problem with that.
Empress, that's how we do everything that we're doing. I have not pulled out fiat and paid nobody to publicize anything for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. Even in my sleep, I didn't do that.
Okay.
Everything gets out there. Everything gets out there. You said what came up in your spirit, Empress?
It came up in my spirit just to type it out and have it notarized and hand it out and put it online wherever I needed to put it.
Yes, yes. Did you know that you can actually go and just put it on the counter? That's the public record. If you put it on the counter at a county court, just put it on the counter. You don't even have to call them over. Just put it on the counter and walk out. That's publishing. Because listen, you're very powerful, Empress. Very powerful. And we're not bashing anybody that puts it in the newspaper for 7 days and pays $35 a line and la 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 la. We're not downing that. We're not saying that's not a good thing for them to do. If they're led to do it that way, do it that way. What we're stating is we're not going to keep supporting that type of a system when we can not support it and put our own system out.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. Now, I have a notary seal, one of their notary seals. How do I go common law with that under the Moorish system?
When you stamp it, add something to it, like a red ink signature or a blue ink signature, and then if you could You can't change, like, get a red ink pad instead of a black ink pad.
Oh, well, I have all three of them, really, the blue, the red, and the black.
Empress, you're the government over there. So just do what you do. That's why you still in play, because you're doing what you're doing.
I had someone call me and say someone referred them to me to do a notary seal, and I wasn't sure that I could do it with the one that I had. The way, yeah, I mean, you know, the traditional notary public thing.
So look up the terms, and this will just give you some support for what you're doing. All of the, just remember what we did with the corporate logos. Because see, the one who issues that stamp is bankrupt.
Right.
You're the creditor to that bankruptcy. You're the creditor to that bankruptcy. According to fiduciary law, and according to attorneys in fact law, and according to estate law, the creditor can use whatever means possible to recuperate their credit, that is owed to them, including, and mortgage companies were doing it in the last era. They were enacting it in the last era all the time. Just automatically from day one, taking people's signatures and doing whatever they want with those signatures. Adding the signatures to stocks and bonds, putting it on, calling it subprime mortgages, and then reselling it with all those signatures. People agreed to do that. Well, this era, because we declared them bankrupt, all corporations were declared bankrupt. That includes the state of wherever that thing was issued from. They're bankrupt. So just put it in blue or red and use it as you will.
Okay, so then I could make up an affidavit declaring myself the creditor and declaring them bankrupt. And then do I record it in our court and their court?
Your court first, and then you notify theirs. You don't have to record it with them. Don't give them any fiat, because that's going to corrupt everything you're doing.
Okay.
You just mail it to them and state that they've been notified. Just like we did at the beginning initially. When you see all of these numbers, let me just show these numbers again. All of these tracking numbers that we showed here in this document that's sitting out on the public record for years, been out there now. With all these tracking numbers, the tracking numbers are proof of proper notification. Here they are on the screen as soon as they clear up. There it is right there. See, this states that all we did was look and see, were they received? Yes, they were received. And we put the date that they were received, or the date sent rather, and the tracking. And then we went back, of course, and checked to see that they had been received, and then that's how we made this list here. But these tracking numbers are account numbers, Empress. They're the creditor's account numbers.
So that means if I send go back funds out to someone, they don't send it back to me. And I've got a tracking number to support myself.
Yeah.
I'm the creditor, right? And they've been paid, whether they want to receive it or not. They've been paid.
They've been paid. They don't have any choice in that matter. Okay. Now, this is our suggestion too. Whatever contract that started that back and forth must be restated as well. So that will support your use of the dolarium in that transaction, in that exchange.
Okay.
So restate the contract, and in there'll be something in the contract that says how payment is made. Just make sure that you put lawful money and legal tender. And that's gold back more sovereign dolarium, according to the Constitution.
Thank you.
Islam. And listen, Morris, we're doing these same demonstrations in our own life. We're doing all these same demonstrations.
You know, those people I had, they're trying to, like, they try to steal our property, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just didn't realize they would go to such an extent. All the stuff they go to, like I sent funds to pay off things.
Mm-hmm.
Several people sent it back, but all of them didn't. A whole lot of them didn't send it back.
Mm-hmm.
And they had, like, in the bankruptcy system, one transaction, this one company got about 300 or 400 pages in there up under me. And then when they want you, they say, if you go in the system, you got to pay a fee. Not only pay the fee, you got to pay 10 cents per page to read everything. And if you want to print it out, you got to pay for it again and all this stuff. I'm not going to all that.
No, don't do that. Empress, let me tell you the quickest way to get something on the public record, and this is for all the Moors, because this is how we did it too. If you want to get something on the public record, go to the city website, city of wherever, or county of wherever. And whenever, the next time they call themselves having a meeting, email some documents to them. Just email them, Moorish documents. And say this is for that meeting. And guess what? They have to publish them.
You kidding?
I am not kidding. They have to publish them.
City of Flint, this is a notification.
Calling something talking about a city council meeting, and that they're quote unquote taking public comments about it. Well, not only are we the public, we're the public treasury where they're getting their funding from. So yes, we have something to say, and it's going to be stated in ancient English on our documentation, and then we may do a city document as well, because we know we're the mayors and all of that.
Islam, does it have to be an actual live meeting though, or can it be a previously recorded one?
It can be whatever you choose for it to be. I did not attend anything like that. I didn't attend that stuff because that's not for me. That's for them.
Mm-hmm.
I just looked at it, and we didn't know that our documentation had been published. It's these documents right here. We didn't know those documents had been published until 2 years later. 2 years later. We know, though, that they have to publish this stuff. We know that.
Oh, so by going through that public way through that meeting, all that information goes on record.
Yes. Yes.
Glad I opened my mouth tonight.
Yes.
Islam, I affirm gratitude.
Islam, I have a question. Is Facebook still recognized as public record and admissible in the courts? Because that was something that I was told previously, that just posting something on Facebook makes it a public record.
Well, let me ask you a question in order to assist you with thinking that through. If you put a threat on Facebook that's saying that you're going to do some heinous something, can it be used against you in court?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because it's public. And then people who thought that email was private and all of that stuff, it's not, because it can be used against you. And when we say used against you, that was in the last era's enactment. In this era, we're the court. So we're not going to use our own words against us. We're going to keep moving forward. But you get what we're stating.
Well, listen to this. When I was thinking that I was going to have to go through some court procedure and all that stuff, I plead the fifth. Every word come out of my mouth, I plead the fifth.
Empress, do you know what you were really pleading?
What?
You were pleading the takings clause. That means that your stuff is not theirs. That's the Fifth Amendment.
All right
Takings
now.
clause means that they cannot use an all-cap name against you.
That's right. And remember who else used it?
Now, we put that on.
Mm-hmm. And Trump's son used it when they tried to interrogate him. They lost count of the times he did it so many times.
You know what? And he's an actor. He's doing is saying, "Hey, y'all better use that." If you know, but we don't even have to. You know, we're the court, so who we plead to? Ourselves, each other. So we just put it on the public record. You get it, Empress. You get that.
Right.
That's what I said. Empress, you already know what you're doing. The Fifth Amendment, really?
That's my lifeline.
More. We got this. Empress, that's what I'm saying. We got this. The Fifth Amendment is the takings clause. This Congress has already put that on the public record, stating that everything is public unless we say it's private. You have eminent domain and eminent dominion over your domicile.
And I mean, the ancestors gave that to me one morning. I woke up and it was just like this. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You got the Fifth Amendment.
Now, what can be used against you? Nothing. Because you hadn't said it. You said you're not going to say anything.
They put all kinds of stuff out there on record. I sure changed a lot of files down in that deeds office.
No, you did. You know you did. Because that's your office. You should be changing files down there.
This show's still going on tonight. Failure, grand failure.
No, that you have the right to do all of that.
I know. They defend themselves.
You know, Empress, listen, they're going to need to know how to do that, and they know how to do that if they're doing actions that are not proper and lawful and legal. Yeah. And again, listen to me, Morris. We're not at war with anybody. We're not at war with them.
That's right.
See, right now things have turned, and they're going to be having to plead and throw themselves on the mercy of the court and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
We're the court.
Mm-hmm.
But see, again, continuing to be the court at fact is not just de jure, but in fact as well.
Okay.
By continuing, Empress, you're so beautiful. Thank you for turning on your camera. I love it. We both got our blue on today too. Come on. Indeed. So, you know, Morris, we got this. We got this. It's not even a deal. And we can claim our ancestral inheritance. Mort the ancestor. We're rewriting and restating that because our ancestors are alive. But again, an ancient species of court. And listen, here in the definition, it says it is a remedy. It's a remedy.
An ancient and now almost obsolete remedy. Okay.
And we stated in ancient English.
Mm.
Did you put it in the chat?
What, this right here? This is in Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. I'll put the link to Black's Law in the chat. How about that?
Thank you, love.
Indeed. Black's Law, 4th.
Wow.
Hmm?
It says that it is a remedy. That is awesome.
Yes. But all it's doing, nobility, is pointing to the Moors as the ancient court. and it's through our ancient court that the remedy. So even with Empress Aisha and the property situation, 12 more, 9 more go to her property. Look at it, investigate it, and then create a title, an affidavit. Let's see, create an affidavit of a season or a season, affidavit for a season, stating those whoever came to their who looked. That's called eyeballing. You eyeball the land and say, yeah, this land belongs to you, Empress Aisha. This structure belongs to you as well.
Yep.
And because we have done our own investigation, and then you send that to here, this is the link that we're putting in the chat to the Black's Law Dictionary that we look at regularly on a regular basis. There is even not law, but definitions in here. And again, these definitions must be restated by us. They must be, because they got some corruption in them as well. Because they were not written by us for this edition, even though we wrote original Black's Law. We wrote that one, the original one.
Islam, you had mentioned earlier about an entry document that you was going to mention.
Yes. Thank you, Empress. I was headed there next. Thank you for the reminder, because as you know, sometimes I do get ahead of myself. This question here, does your person live, with regard to this age piece right here? Because does your person live? That means your person must be created alive and living by you. Okay? Ways to do that include you restating the birth certificate. That's a way to create your person living. I restated rather, and created the birth certificate that the frogs were enacting. I restated that and recreated and made it brand new by my own hand and by my own creation. That means Pauline Denise Ritchie is a living person and not a dead person. That is how you determine who has the right, the personal right and capacity to talk about Pauline Denise Ritchie, or you, or whoever govern your estate from that perspective. Does your person live? Have you created, perceived, and conceived and birthed your person? Okay. Always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. We know that our overstanding means that we know that our person must be created by us, and no one has the authority to speak about our person.
Right.
However, we can do all things through the Christ energy who strengthens us from in between. Now, Empress, I'm going to skip down to the part that Empress Angel, let's see.
Islam,
Some of this is some things that we want to show. Yes.
Before you skip down, that's where the phrase "let the dead bury the dead" comes from. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, indeed. Yep. Because we can't even create anything dead. We can only create that which is living.
That's because we're living.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Now, we were talking earlier about title to the right to enter upon land. First, Moor, we give our person the right to enter upon land. We give. So I'm creating a title for entry as a certificate that's going to say that Pauline Denise Ritchie has the right, the sovereign authority, because she was given that authority by God, which is me, to enter upon these lands and govern these lands and receive of these lands. Okay? I did one of these for the post office as well, and I sent them a right for entry document, affidavit, that says that we have the right to enter the building at any time however we choose. And then I entered the building. Okay, that was the demonstration that I did about a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago, and I entered in full life as impropria persona sui juris and as Postmaster General, and presented my identification as Postmaster General. And we'll show you what that looks like, because that was where the one came from the back of the.
I knew that.
Was from entering anyway, the back, and do some inspection back there, because Delarium is being issued throughout there. Our stamps, our money system is activated there. So we use our own stamps, our own trust to get our documents back and forth. So we have the authority to enter. And she had a point, so I didn't press the issue of that our stamp, our badges must look like their badges, and she knew what that meant. When she said they have to look like ours, well, they don't have to look like ours, because they changed theirs. When she showed me the badge, it did not have u.s.post office on it. They had it spelled out the same way that we did it a few weeks back and showed. They had it on their badges, spelled out United States Post Office in blue, the same way that we stated on the record that it should be. So she was right, I didn't have my badge that day, but of course the ancestors had us go home and do the research and do it and present. So the next day we presented a copy of the badge, but not the actual badge. We'll present the actual badge in just a few. When the ancestors say, okay, now present the badge.
So we can do what I want to say. We can do something well enough to make do until we get the real thing.
Well, Empress, whatever it is that you make is actually the real one. Because, see, they were the ones faking documents and IDs and stuff. Yours is real when you create it. That's the real one.
I guess what I was trying to say is we want to make improvement on it later, we could.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. And we will.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what the Grand Rising is we're just getting better and better at the things that we present. The realness of our land, the realness of our authority. It's all real. The stuff that we were looking at in the last era is the fake stuff.
Yes, because, there's a difference between lawful and legal.
Yeah.
Anything legal, you can find a way around it, but you can't get around anything that's lawful. That's the real thing.
That's right.
Empress, I'm so glad you said that, because even their legal wasn't right, but it was the only thing the system was seeing until now. Right. That's why we're doing these processes. Because, see, we got the lawful part down pat. We got that. That's a wrap. Mm-hmm. It's a wrap for that. That's our nationality. That's our bloodline and birthright. Our authority and all of that. That's natural. It comes naturally. It was the legal processes that was keeping us from access to our vast estate. And so now the ancestors, and that's what the ancestors had us focus on completely. Once we got the lawful and we knew they had to honor the lawful, then the ancestors said, okay, now get the legal part. The legal being the money system, the legal being the documentation and the process by which the money is used, because we weren't taught how money was used in that last era. Mm-hmm. Or else we would have all been as wealthy as Oprah.
Well, has anyone came across a book that really kind of teaches you how to do that professional accounting the way it should be done?
We're actually writing the accounting practices. Now, Empress, I have studied GAAP accounting and things of that nature, which is just the process that they use. A lot of that stuff is not necessary for us because of our lawful status. So
Okay.
what we're doing is condensing everything into smaller, more simplified portions so that we can all do them. Because they put a lot of colorability around the truth of those processes.
Okay.
You know, to hide the fact that they're not lawfully authorized.
Okay. Now, on our side, are we allowed to use the securitized instruments like promissory notes and bills of exchange and
Oh,
things?
yes, we are, and I'm so glad you said that because that was one of the things that we were going to speak about here. Empress, you're reading our mail, okay? Here, really quickly, the first question that I had for us is, what is a promissory note?
It's something that you write and you promise to cover it.
Yes.
A promise that it will be covered in the future.
Yes. Okay. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Empress. Now, who issues a promissory note? This is important. Who issues?
Anyone can issue it, can't they?
Yes. Anyone, yeah, anyone can. Empress Camilla is close to to where we're going with this. She said the creditor issues a promissory note. Not really. The debtor issues a promissory note because it's a promise to pay later because they don't have it to pay right now. So that is why they were taking, like whenever you sign for a mortgage, they would remove the promissory note from the actual mortgage and send them in two different directions. And one would be sent in the direction of a creditor and the other would be sent in the direction of a debtor. So they would hold you to the promise, but send the mortgage to the corporation so that the corporation can put it on the stock market and be the creditor of that mortgage. That's how they were doing it previously.
Yeah, but they were telling us that we were paying a mortgage note. A mortgage note is a dead pledge.
It is.
They were investing that money, and we didn't know it. And if you didn't read the fine print in that mortgage, you wouldn't know where it went because where we were sending the money and they were investing it, we were supposed to be getting something back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed, I don't know how much, it would depend on how the contract was written, but we were really supposed to be drawing our money off of that money that we were sending them, say every quarter, every 6 months, annually, or however they paid. Right. And we never got that.
So the entire amount of the mortgage was actually supposed to be credited to our account. The entire amount.
Exactly.
So now, Empress, thank you so much. What is the opposite of a promissory note? Since we know that the signature on a promissory note puts someone in debt, that's why they had a mortgage attached to it. What's the opposite of a promissory note? What should we have been doing?
A letter of credit.
That's one of them, yes. Absolutely. Yes.
Bill of exchange.
There it is. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I almost said that.
Yes. A bill of exchange is the opposite. That's what we should have been issuing regarding mortgages. So a bill of exchange, and what I did was I Googled the opposite of a promissory note is, and it says a bill of exchange is issued by the creditor and orders a debtor to pay a particular amount within a given period of time. The promissory note, on the other hand, is issued by the debtor and is a promise to pay a particular amount of money in a given period. So they were doing the same thing that state courts were doing, where the state court would switch their identity and at one point be the trustee and then turn around and be the beneficiary. Right? So what we're doing now is we can do both because we're governing the entire process. Now, Empress, Aisha, these two things right here is things that we're adding to the process because we enacted those processes with mortgages before. Now we're just putting it in the proper jurisdiction so that our delarium payments are honored.
Okay.
So a bill of exchange is issued by the creditor and orders the debtor to pay a particular amount within a given period of time. They owe you the amount that you paid for the mortgage. They owe that to you. Okay? However, we don't want their fiat.
So they have to come to our court so we can issue them enough money to pay us what we're supposed to get.
When you sent them the delarium, that was giving them what they needed to pay you.
Okay.
And so the account should have been zeroed out.
A bill of exchange.
That's bill of exchange. Because then you're giving them substance for substance. More sovereign delarium, we specifically stated and our treasury accepted the gold coinage that we sent and said this is what's backing our delarium. Okay, so once we did that and we provided that number, the number of the delivery and the proof that it was accepted, then automatically a bill of exchange should issue that goes with the promissory note that says this promissory note has been paid. Here is the exchange, and here's the delarium with the bill of exchange and the promissory note.
So
And you just send them a copy. Mm-hmm.
you just mentioned something that I was, processing in my mind and then you said it again. That tracking number, which is an account number, correct?
Yes.
So because that account number has been properly stated and it's properly noted, and everybody knows that is that account number attached to the bond, attached to the treasury, attached to everything that we have been doing. So that would mean to me, and I'm just talking this out right now, that number would also go on our letter of credit and or our special status deposits. Is that correct?
Yes, of course. And see, Empress, what you're saying right there about letters of credit, a letter of credit and a bill of exchange can serve as the same document.
Okay. So then also, because I was processing earlier, in regards to, exchanging for domiciles as well, and or activating our accounts at any institution that we choose, because we looked at TD Bank, for instance, and they deal and speak with 55 Water Street. And because we've taken over 55 Water Street, by virtue, all brick and mortars are ours.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's all public housing.
Yeah.
It's all owned by government, and then all we're doing is stating that it's being claimed and procured.
Yeah. So the documentation thereof being stated and sending it notification wise that this account, sovereign account number restated, because we all had them, I'm sure, because I know I've had several, and I've restated them, meaning them and all that. And then now that this is that, we can then go ahead and have our special status deposited into our account.
Islam, indeed.
Okay.
Say it again, Justice James.
It becomes a registered security once you issue.
Yes. See, that's what I'm saying about, I'm putting the link in the chat to the video. It's only about, the video is 13 minutes and seconds, which is the number 9, where we put the number, where we proclaim the number where the gold was sent to the treasury. That number is say it again, Justice James, what that number is?
That's the registered security.
A registered security number. And we restate all registered security numbers. Well, again, the post office already is bonded. So anything that we do by way of the post office is bonded by us. So it's a registered security number with our bank, our post office. That's what bonding is all about.
Okay, now let me put a couple of other things. I'm just gonna throw it out here. I don't know where you're gonna go with it.
I'm a
Okay, when we create that birth certificate, it should be created on bonded watermark paper. I don't know how the Social Security card, what it would be created on. But both of those things have unlimited credit, unlimited finances on it. So how will our government take and use those two instruments?
So here's what we have done to give us our 100 million that we have in the bank. We restated that number and called it a state security number. Same number, same sequence, just no minus sign. And we created a state security card that we've shown you all in previous videos. That state security card, and then we showed you our birth certificate that we created and bonded and put our watermark on that. And it's attached to a $100 million bond. Okay. And then we notified the vital statistics, the subjects in the Office of Vital Statistics. We notified them and sent copies of that to them with the bond and all of that, stating that this is that we have 100 million here attached to this because we're the creditor. Then what we did was we notified Experian, the subjects in the Office of the Credit Reporting Agency, because they were actually supposed to be keeping track of our credit, not debt.
Yes.
And we were to report our credit to them. So we did that. And so from that point, Empress, we can take those registered security numbers and send them out stating that we have credit, and here's the registered security number that can be used in order to pull from the treasury.
Okay, now they called it, the one that they attached, I'm not quite sure what they attached it to, how they came up with that CUSIP number. How will we formulate, could we just reverse that number on the Social Security card and let that be our CUSIP number?
Or you can use the number as it is. Now, I've seen in the Code for Federal Regulations where some people reverse that number and use it as like an account. They reverse the Social Security number and use that as an account, which it doesn't work in the last era. It didn't work for any of them. But you could do that if that, because again, that is a private number. That's a number for you to use, however you choose to use your vast estate. That number can be used in conjunction with the public treasury, just so that they know that it's used. So however you choose to do that, our thing is, Empress, this is our thing, is that when you look at the number, you know where that number came from. That's why we say don't use random numbers. Don't just make up a number. Mm-hmm. It must make sense to you so that through all this documentation, when you see that number, you can say, well, this number it came from this place and this is what it's used for.
Right. Okay. Because those two digits in the middle, like mine is 6'8". Mm-hmm. According to their policy and procedures, when you see that number 6'8", it represents trust.
Yeah.
So use the number as we have it in this system. Use it just the same. It's all accounted for.
Yeah, but she said take those minus signs out of it.
Yeah, take
Right,
that.
right. You take the minus signs out, but the number 68 as it's in their system represents trust. It's for them, like she said, to keep proper accounting and to be recognized as who you truly are. They know who you are. That's why they assign you that kind of number, saying that this person is in trust.
Right. Well, I think the whole group maybe needs to meditate on that word trust and make it mean something to our government, because that word trust, I mean, you can't get around it.
You cannot get around it. You know what, Empress? And trust is built by way of the processes. Yes, we trust one another, but what they didn't tell everybody is that when you trust, whatever system you trust in, that system is going to do what it does.
Right.
Based on you knowing that that system works for you.
Full faith, right.
Full faith and trust. See, they changed it to credit because they didn't have trust. But it's full faith and trust and credit too. But it's full faith and trust first, because our credit is derived from our faith and trust in each other.
Full faith / trust.
Yeah.
Full trust / faith.
Yeah.
Yep. And the Most High. Yep.
Yes. And because we're the Most High. Period. And our trust in each other and our ability to put a system on the public record and say, this is the system we're using. Because, see, we may not see today at this moment the conveyances and things of that nature that we stated, and we don't see it today. I don't have that conveyance in my driveway. It's not out there yet. When the system is competently put on the public, and all we're doing is adding things to it and making it so that our trust circle is not broken by a process from the last era.
It is our system.
It's our system. It's our system. But we have to use it competently for it to work for us. I know in my knower that the conveyance will be there shortly. I know that. Why? Because they keep saying, you didn't get the conveyance. That means it's coming. If they're saying that, that means it's coming, because they're trying to use that. So we know it's coming. That's not an issue. The issue is the system.
Because we done the real thing.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And what we're seeing too is that as we do these bonds, the ancestors are saying, when you do the bonds, do them in lots. And this is something that that they've been putting, we've been stating this for a while, but they've really been putting some emphasis on. For example, my cell phone broke. Now I can't even do Google Duo. Believe it or not, this thing, it still rings, even though the face has broken off of it. It still rings when people call on Google Duo.
Right.
But it's time for me to get to finish the demonstration regarding cell phones. The ancestor said do it in lots. Do 5,000 cell phones at one time. So that way, as the Moors as the Moors demonstrate, that 5,000 for that bond will be given. You know, our bonds are the numbers are so vast that it just does not make sense to do one bond for 663 trillion for two phones. The ancestors was like, no, like, think big. Think big.
Well, you know, if we have to government wise, you make that many, if the Moors are not going to use them all, set up something like they do. Similar to that. They sit on the street and give them away to people that need them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know how they finagle the money part of it, you know, how they take care of that, but I think it could be done.
I know how they do it.
They withdraw it from our vast estate. That's what they do.
Of course, they taking our backs all the time.
When you
They
you know,
appropriate it under the Juvenile Welfare Clause. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, no building.
you voluntarily, as long when you voluntarily give up that number, which as just stated, is private, it's not supposed to be given to be put in the public, because that's how they go through their entity and their papers into the treasury and start to withdraw. And they say, oh, this was voluntarily given to us. And they voluntarily appointed us to fiduciary to act on their behalf and trade these securities and sell this and sell that. You're like, well, no, I didn't. You know. And
Okay, I'm gonna throw one more idea on the table and then I'm gonna close my mouth for the evening.
Come on, Empress. Okay, come on, Empress.
We have a lot of our people that have been wealthy and they are no longer on the planet. My spirit is said to me that we could take all those mansions, some of them are even empty. Nobody is living there because their families couldn't afford to keep them going. I would like to see the government come in and we could purchase up some of those mansions and redo them and keep the legacy of those people going with whatever it was they were interested in. For instance, Aretha Franklin.
Yeah.
Could take those mansions and refurbish them and use them for something similar to, but not Airbnb, places like that.
It can be a memorial studio to her where musicians can come and make music.
No. Yeah. That's just kind of like faster in my spirit. I would really like to see our government do something like that.
You know,
and at the same time, keep whatever it was they were doing, keep it as well, like you say, a memorial place for what they did also, so that coming generations could learn from them.
Yeah, we can honor them with a memorial place that meant something to them.
Right.
Empress Aisha, Islam. Islam.
that's the date when we, when we can convene.
Yes.
And, size of property and.
Yes.
So all we need is 12 people. So 12 more than that is there.
Yes.
I was watching something on YouTube and I think the mansion is up for sale. They are remodeling it.
Mm-hmm.
They are fixing it up so that they can sell it. And I know the price have been reduced. I don't know how much.
Mm-hmm. So our government would have to restate documentation regarding that place and do an assize or a season court and, make it happen. I will say this about that private and public piece that you mentioned. With regard to the private and the public, the reason that they would say, well, the private is not supposed to be in the public, they only said that because they were the ones using the private information to get to the public treasury. Because that's what the public treasury does, is it takes the social security numbers and matches up a program with everybody who needs something. And then they say, okay, this is for the public. This is for everybody. No matter what your social is, no matter what your name is, your status, whatever, this is a public program for everyone. Everyone can participate in this. Or they would take the demographics, the identity of those persons, and craft a public program and say, okay, this program is for everybody who lives in a certain area code.
or zip code, or this is for everyone who's under the age of 25 in these states. This program is for you. Or if you were born between 1957 and 1973, this program is for you. So they would. Yeah, so they would take the information and they would say, okay, private people, y'all can't use this information in the public. But they only told you that because they were using it.
That is true.
And then they would funnel that information to a corporation that does solar panels, or a corporation that does food programs or provision programs, or something of that nature. And then all their friends would get paid from the Treasury every time one of us came in and showed our ID, our driver's license and Social Security card. That's how that works.
But
So,
guess what?
Islam is it.
I'm gonna show you one more jewel, and I'm not gonna say anything else. Because you know when things start to move, look like that energy just comes.
Yes.
When we transition from this life to another, there's what's called a death certificate. That death certificate is just as important and just as valuable as when you first put your feet on the ground from your mother's womb. So there should be some type of attachment. I mean, we can take notes. I'm not saying we got to rush into all this stuff, but it's just some ideas that were just kind of flowing to me. And that I understand the other side have used and are still using.
Yes, you know, Empress, this is the thing about that death certificate piece, just really quickly, is once we start going into that direction, Empress, you already know we're going to start living forever in these bodies, because we're going to be restating things, and when we restate and change things, then the office of the dead is no longer applicable. Remember that word that we looked up, and let's look it up really quickly since I have Black Law Dictionary open right now. The word is, not that one, nobility, it's this one. Just, right? Let's see. Let me show you this word really quickly. Oh, okay. Just a moment. Really quickly, this word is, here it is. Right. Just a moment. Here it is right here. At the top of the page. A funeral solemnity or office for the dead. See, that's an office. It's an office. And if that office is vacant, or no one's in that office, or someone takes over that office and abolishes that office, then there can be no more dead. It's also the anniversary office. See, it was supposed to be an office for the living at first. For the living to go from being living in one form to being living in another form. That's what it was supposed to be. And that's what it is today. We say that for the record, on the record, and letting the record show. Because of what we stated about that office probably a few weeks ago. Okay. So, Islam.
If I may add.
Yes.
According to the Task Enforcement Rule 220, it states for all memorials, and a memorial is also for the living as well. Memorial is for the living as well.
Yeah.
Living. Yes, it's a it's a continuation. That's why they put the trust is it's in perpetuity.
Yes. Yes.
All right now.
It's passed down from generation to generation to generation. It doesn't die. Multiply.
Yes.
All right.
Well, there we have it. There we have it. Well, if it passes down from generation to generation, see, that's where mortgages came from, is when people started talking about dead this and dead that and dead the other. But we don't die. We know that. We are our ancestors' return. We know that too. So then what's the purpose of a mortgage? So what we did was we looked that up and we said, okay, first mortgage, the first in time or right. First in time or right. That's what it says right here in Black Law Dictionary regarding first mortgages. The first in time or right is the creditor for that. So we should have been, like I said earlier, Empress Aisha, that was supposed to be going into our account.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first in time or right of a series of two or more mortgages covering the same property and successively attaching as liens upon it. Also, in a more particular sense, a mortgage, which is a first lien on the property. Well, who has first lien on the property? That's why we had to do liens. We have first lien on the property. Not only as against other mortgages, but as against any other charges or encumbrances. That includes utilities. Our first lien is actually, and we can spell mortgage a little different way. We can spell it with two O's instead of one, so that it states properly what it should be.
Mm-hmm.
That we have that first lien. That includes anything, light bill, trash, and all of that. And that's a demonstration we have to finish up, because we've been doing that demonstration now for about 5 years. But we've been so busy, we haven't finished it, and the ancestors gave us piece by piece how to fix the things that we saw. So now with our bond process, look here, first mortgage bond. Bonds the payment. It bonds the payment. Now, this is where the delarium comes in at. When you bond the first mortgage, you're bonding the way that mortgage is to be paid. So it bonds the payment, of which is secured by a first mortgage on the property. Our liens are the first mortgage on any property. Then we do a levy where possession is concerned, and then we do a bond. And you can even call it a first mortgage bond according to this case law that's stated right here. Bank of Atchison County versus Byers. Korn versus Williamson. And so these are some processes and procedures that we wanted to bring forth too. Mortgages, it has a good side and a bad side. It can be a dead pledge or it can be a living pledge. Either way, yes, nobility.
It tells you exactly what it is. And as you, in the reading of the Black Law Dictionary about having 12 moors to be assigned, it says the first moor, that's what it's saying, the first moor bonds the land right there. First moor, the first moor to step on that piece of claim that it tells you right there the first moor. They just added the AGE.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? That is brilliant, nobility. What you're doing, what you've just done and explained, and the wisdom that you put on this public record, all you've done, nobility, which is magnificent, is bring the spirit realm and that which is lawful into the legal. You're bringing them together. They must be together in order for this dimension to honor it.
Yep.
Our nationality must be with the paperwork and the proper process. For the first mortgage to be honored and a season or in a season of moor must come together and say, yes, this land belongs to the Moors, not even based on the mortgages, but based on what we see here. Yes, the mortgages and stuff must be addressed. They must be properly rebutted by these processes. That you got. Oh, I thought you were showing us something.
And I was just taking a picture of the thing.
Yes. So this is where bonds come in at more. A bond, what we're doing with the financial processes is we're creating that symbol for infinity, the 8. We're creating it so that it cannot be ruptured. It can't be ruptured. It can't be interrupted. It can't be bankrupted. It can't be all type of rupture. It can't be any of that.
Right.
And every time we add a new something to the process like this, and we rebut what they were doing, corrupted, yes, that was the word I was trying to think of, Camille, thank you so much for that. It can't be corrupted. When we do this, then that's yet another layer of protection for us, for all that we're doing. We must rebut those mortgages, the dead pledges, with a living pledge, a living affirmation.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the bond process is so important. Because now we're bonding the way things are paid for. Let me just say this for the record. The bond process, the ancestors introduced us to the bond process the way that they did and in the order that they did after we demonstrated successfully the delarium. Because we're bonding the payment methods that we're using so that cannot be corrupted. It can't, no one claiming to be an IRS can come in and do anything. No fake policy enforcers can come and say anything about kicking doors in when they're not bonded into the process.
But you know what it also said is long? It also said exactly what the treaty says. And check out the first in time or right of a mortgage of 2 or more, whether 2 or more gather together, they're the ancestors God and Mr.
Yes. Indeed.
And that moor means moors.
That's right. Covering the same property and successfully attaching as liens upon also. In a more particular sense, a mortgage which is the first lien on the property, not only as against other mortgages.
Against other mortgages.
Wow. That means no burden, no molestation, no duty, as the treaty says. But as against any other charges or encumbrances as well.
That's including people trying to do light bills, gas bills, waste management, and all of that. We can pay with delarium because we bonded our form of payment. And we did the first mortgage, because see, that's what the lien is. It's not different.
We don't have to, I mean, we can do that too.
Yes.
But I think we can, like, when you bill me and there's 2 parts to that bill.
Yes.
Like, you can take this, it's going to take too much to explain it today.
Empress, we know where you're going. You were going to write something on there, weren't you? On that piece. Okay, go ahead, Empress. We right here.
Well, the bottom part of that bill, you take and you pay your utilities, pay your bills through your trust. And the top part of it would be a bond. And you could take and reinvest that bond to make money off of it.
Yeah.
And of course, it would pay the bill. So if the bill was $500, when it gets back to you, you would have the 500 plus double that, which would be what, 1,500.
Yes. Yes, Empress. Yes.
And you know what?
Look back to the treasury.
Yeah, well, we'll go back to the treasury, but it would be on your book too,
Yes.
I think.
Yes. We must keep our own books too now. We have to, because we have to, it's called, we just said the word up there at the top.
General accountant?
No, the word, it is that, we must do that, proper recording. But the word is adduce, to present. We must present
Right,
of what we're doing.
right.
Now,
I
Islam,
just want to say that opposite was deduce. They deduced something.
yes,
And we
yes,
deduce.
yes,
So we
Now-
add.
yes, indeed, Empress. This is my trust. That's my trust also. That's my trust. And see, what they were doing with light bills, gas bills, and card notes, so on and so forth. Why would they even call it a card note? That means it's a debt, because they call it a note.
Right.
Pauline Denise Ritchie, that is my creation, not theirs. I created her by my fiduciary statement.
Right.
So again, when you're talking about mortgages being in this name, that's a credit to my trust.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important that we restate, and again, the fiduciary document, I can't say enough for it, because what it's doing is stating that we're the creditors to all of this. And that way they cannot use their black, dead Pauline Denise Ritchie that they create, or made rather, in the image of the Lord God, because they were attempting to do that with all of us. This one is not, that's not real. It's dead. Okay, whenever you see these brackets, that's a casket. Okay, that's not a trust. That's a debtor trust that they take the debt. We take the credit. Okay, and then when we pronounce the living and we create the living anew and give it the proper color, instead of it having color of authority, it has actual color in it. Then we have created our vast estate, and one of the conveyance methods by which our vast estate receives anything that we receive. Okay. In closing, or in concluding rather, this particular meeting, I just want to show you this tree in my backyard that has red and green leaves on it. For some reason, they turned out super red and super green this year. This tree, the leaves are absolutely looking just like our flag. So we have some other things that we were going to present this time, but we'll present them at our next Congress. We try to keep the time for the Congresses at a decent time, but we do know also that thing that was pretending to be Congress, they met every day for hours, every day. That was their job. And so as we continue to move forth and to proclaim and possess the things that are rightfully ours, we will, we may even introduce a third day or time for Congress so that they don't go so long, So with that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom from this great Congress?
Islam.
Noble Howard.
Yes.
Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Much better. Islam and I and victory to all on this call. I'm looking for the assistance of the restated 56 and the 1041T. I think that's it. If you could possibly make it available, maybe Sister Sasha or I'm attempting to finish this package and get it through the post office and get it to the treasury.
So our suggestion would be that you restate it. That you pull those forms up and restate them according to whatever it is that you're doing, so that you know exactly what's been done on there, exactly what they say word for word, and that you have governed the restatement of it. That's our suggestion.
10-4.
Okay. You said a 1041T and a 56 what?
The Form 56 fiduciary form.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's not to say that if you have them, don't send them to them. Please, by all means, you all can, you're sovereign. We just know that it's very important, especially where we are right now, that each process that we do, we know that process inside and out, word for word.
That's right, because they sure know theirs, and they won't let you get away with nothing that shouldn't be in there.
Yes, Empress.
Sometimes it's good to have to go through stuff because you learn by having to go through it.
Correct the record.
We know that from firsthand experience. We just had to break down and take the time and do it.
Right.
And it turned out to be so worth it. I'm telling you, it turned out to be so worth it because there was nothing that they could come back and say about this, that, and the third. Some people think that things are easier and different over here. No, it's because we went word for word through each document.
That's right.
And they can't come back and say that we don't know it because we know it.
I got you.
We wrote it.
So is that why our scripture, Biblio says, eat the scroll?
Eat the scroll. You are what you eat.
The more you eat it, the better you can get at it.
Come on now. Come on. You'll start looking like a scroll.
You know the old saying is, we make our own heaven and hell. So
Yes,
I know that's right.
this is heaven. I proclaim and affirm that. This is heaven.
all right.
That's right.
The trees are proclaiming that this land belongs to us. Indeed. With that being stated, is there anything further? There was someone else who had something.
I had a question for you. I
Yes.
saw that pretty much you did the forensic, where you got the 999 credit profile number.
Yes.
That's a part of the package as well, correct?
Yes. Yes. If your spirit is leading you to include that in your package, yes, by all means.
Also must, yes.
Yeah.
That's the
We-
forensic.
There's some documents that we have not put out on the public record yet. We were awaiting this time period, and so over the next few days and weeks, as we continue to demonstrate, we'll put those documents out as well. Our ancestors did not miss a beat with us. They will give us all keys to all parts of the estate. All we have to do is keep our energy clear. Keep our energy clear, and they'll keep filling that space. With that being stated, any other statements, wisdom from this great Congress? Islam.
Your time is not taken for granted. This has truly been time well spent, and we appreciate you greatly.
Thank you, nobility, and you know that that's mutual. You know that we share those sentiments among each other. Indeed. Empress.
Yes, Islam. What would be the difference in using the numbers from the red labels and the green labels for our bonds? The registered mail versus the certified mail.
The difference being, registered mail is considered domestic. And because we're on our own land, we're stating that the post office, since we bonded it, and it belongs to us non-pro-tunc, we use domestic labeling for ours. The green one is domestic. The red one, that one is specifically from the United States. But again, we bonded the United States, so they can be used as well. That's the only difference. Is one is from the public, and the other is from the United States, which is really one and the same.
Okay.
And one of the other differences is that when you do use the register, you can use the register number because it's registered with it's new for you. It's universal for you.
Yes.
International.
Yeah.
And when that trucks, when it's on the post office trucks, that box is locked and separated from everything else as well. So it's actually a UPU number. It's universal.
Yeah.
Number is universal.
Yes, that's a great question. One is domestic, one is international, but for us, the earth is ours. So, that's why we say that you can use either one. We used the international one to send things to Berney, Switzerland when we did what we did there because we wanted an international, not wanted, we willed to have an international account. That international account and those international accounts, because we have three, a minimum of three, we really have way more than that, but the three that we proclaimed and placed on the public record that we showed you earlier, those accounts, we use those in terms of the bank for international settlements and things that have to do with the International Monetary Fund, which is ours. All of those are restated as ours. Okay, that the debtors cannot have banks and funds and things. So we had to restate that. Islam.
I would like for you to kind of like maybe explain the word just a little bit, the rescission process. Okay. Reversing something like they started using my name the way they use it. If I want to reverse that, what's a quick way to do it?
Then restate it. The quickest way to do it is take whatever document they restated it on, and if you have the capacity to scan it in, and then just start changing and adding color to it, such as blue. Add those colors to the document and just change it however your spirit says change it, because your spirit will tell you the right way to do it. Okay. The word rescission means the following. Reversion. Okay. So rescission means to take back. Reversion means to change it back. There's a difference between those two. One of them, a rescission, the root word is the same root word as scissors. Rescission and scissors. That means take it and cut it out, take it back from them. Give them the rest of it, but you take back that part that you say is yours. That's what rescission is. Reversion means the whole thing is coming back to you. Oh, okay. And that's how you write that in there. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome, Empress. Let's do a quick definition of rescission. The root word rescission and recess are the same thing. Recession, right here, rescission and recession, same word. The act of ceding back. The restoration of the title and dominion of a territory by the government, which now holds it, to the government from which it was obtained by cession or otherwise. Okay. So when you do a rescission of your signature, that means that you're restoring your signature back with the proper authority. Okay. Islam. Any other questions, comments, wisdom of any kind from this great, grand, amazing Congress?
This Islam. Is your definition here coming from Black's Law, 4th edition?
Yes.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Islam. Okay. I have a quick question on the bonds, and you on the list. We're bonding the city, the county, the utility, the various, and you also stated to bond our our offspring, our sons and daughters. And I'm
Not the sons and daughters, but the name.
they're okay. So I'm and
That they own.
the name.
Yes.
I haven't got there yet, but it's a thought in my mind. How is that? I can't quite see it on the documentation, if that makes sense.
So in order to get to the bond process, what have we done first? We did a lien and a levy for all, yes. So what you're doing with the levy is you're reclaiming all property that was using that name. All property that was using that name. Because the property is on it.
It's the same process I would have, okay.
Our processes stay the same. They're not varied because the capitalism was the same.
And then because I had somewhere in my mind as well, maybe I heard it, maybe I imagined it, was that, once they're a certain age, they have to do it themselves.
Yes.
So I really, technically, they're of age. My sons are of age. But I do
Yes.
mean that. I do, but
Okay.
I can't do anything wrong.
No.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm just gonna have to go where I was gonna go. I was gonna save this for later.
So they're at the age of majority then.
Yes, they are. Exactly.
Even when they're at the age of majority, we can do what is called standing by documentation for them. In other words, non pro tunc, we can restate their birth certificates because they were going based on what we said in the first place anyway, right? Standing by is where we say, well, let's just read it. Used in law as having knowledge or knowing knowledge that it is our duty as the possessor of that knowledge to communicate it. It is such knowledge and not the mere fact of standing by that lays the foundation of responsibility. The phrase does not import an actual presence, so we don't have to necessarily be with them where they are. But because we know who they really are, we have a duty to stand by them by restating the document.
That statement is so powerful, and it's the truth. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought that we were going too long, and I wasn't going to bring this up because it was next after the tree thing, but I said, well, we've gone this long. This is what we're talking about with regarding the assistance of our brothers and sisters, any that are incarcerated, any that, no matter where they are, no matter who they are, we can still assist them because we have knowledge.
That's key. Wow.
We have the knowledge.
Stand by me.
Yes, that's what that song was about, you know. They were hinting.
When you're not strong,
Come
I'll
on.
be your friend. I'll help you carry on. So
There it is.
Knowledge and wisdom go together now.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
And then we have to put our actions with that. Empress, let's keep on going. Come on. We can go on after that. Woo! Woo! Listen, we because we have this knowledge that we have, it is our responsibility. See, what we're doing is actually claiming the responsibility instead of leaving them out there. We're claiming it. We're saying, yep, we got some knowledge, therefore we're taking responsibility for the foundation of everything they do.
And bonding them out.
And being charged. We have a charge to do.
Yes. You know why? Because they're still considered minors at law.
Right.
Yes, or disabled.
They're not able to do because they're not.
That they cannot do. It's our job to do it. If we love them, we'll stand by them. When
God forbid anything happens, they will still be charged
because ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse, and guess what? If we have it, we gotta tell it. So that because if we don't tell it, then it's our problem.
Right. And it becomes fraudulent concealment. If you
And
know.
we're out of order.
We're out of order.
And then
Now you know why they keep trying to interrupt and shut folks down and make it look like ain't nobody listening and all of that. Because they want us to be quiet, and we're not. Go ahead, Nobility. Justice James, you come on.
yes, the Proverbs says, Proverbs 17:17, iron sharpens iron.
Yes, indeed. Yes. And here they acknowledge a fact that we're standing by. It's a fact. They know we are. But it's our responsibility to say what we know. It's our duty of the possessor of the information to communicate it. That's why we won't shut up. And Empress Shasha, since you asked the question, we put a couple of things together for Moors that are detained. Send a notice to quit acting. A notice to quit acting. Now let's just take a moment and look at notice to quit so that you can see that we're not making this up.
Wow.
A notice to quit acting.
Wow.
What is it? Because we're the state, we're the law, we're the government. And we have information that can assist. That's why we won't be quiet. That's why they, listen, all of that interrupting and stuff was to keep us from getting here to this point, where we can actually speak for one another. And we're not speaking for them, but we have a responsibility to stand by them.
Right.
So let's look at, yes, go ahead, Nobility.
That was the purpose of me asking you what edition was this, because the editions have changed, and I like to go to the original
Yes.
changing of the so-called changing of the guard.
That is true. See, a notice is information, right? It's just information. That's what a notice is information. It's the result of observation, whether by the senses or the mind. That's why notification is a part of the law. Due process, notice, give the notice, okay? Knowledge of the existence of a fact, not a crime, not any of that, a fact, or a state of affairs. Okay, now let's look at really quickly. I wasn't going to go here, but we might as well since we're here. Let's just look at this part right here. Notice to quit. KLNNOP. Notice to, well, there's a notice to admit, notice to plead. No, there it is, notice to quit. When I saw this, I just about fell out of my chair. It's a written notice given by a landlord to his tenant. Come on, landlord, lord for the land, stating that the former desires to repossess himself of the demised premises, and that the latter is required to quit and remove from the same at a time designated, either at the expiration of the term if the tenant is under a lease, or immediately if the tenancy is at will or by suffering. Now, when we said sunset, we didn't really give a date for the sunset, you all, and they took that term and ran with it. And I saw news, quote unquote, enactments where the actor Gavin Newsom said that he was going to put something out there where they're going to start building apartments, quote unquote, on church property so that there won't be any homelessness. And you know why he said church property, right? Because that's where we granted the foreigners that they could have, that they could use that property for a while. We granted them, the Christians, the church property. So he's saying, well, the homelessness is because the Moors have said that people cannot be quiet.
You're on silent.
That they are building the sunset for that program will be 2026.
We couldn't hear you for at least for 30 seconds.
Okay, and that's because the ancestors don't want us really talking about the actor because they're actors.
I could hear you though.
I couldn't.
So here's the statement that is most important out of all of that. The term is also applies to a written notice given by the tenant to the landlord to the effect he intends to quit the demised premises and deliver possession of the same on a day named. So at any time we can tell the actors, you've been sunsetted, notice to quit acting is immediate.
I like the fact that this took place in the Northeast Territory, in the Dominion of the Empire too.
Yes, yes. Now, I'll say this about that. The way that we see this manifesting is demonstration by demonstration. So as we demonstrate things and we see that, okay, we got a good firm hold on this. So notice to quit acting. Notice to quit acting. Where courts are concerned, they can definitely notice to quit acting. Because our courts are active. This is what?
All remedy, by the way, too.
All remedy. Stating that we know that we're the law and we're the government. I found something else here, standing mute. A prisoner arraigned for treason or felony was said to stand mute when he refused to plead or answered foreign to the purpose, and this is where ancient English comes in at. Whenever you answer foreign to a purpose or after a plea of not guilty, would not put himself upon the country. That means you're not going to cover the fraud.
See the fifth. That's what the sister said earlier.
You know what? And it's not even a plea for us, because plea means they use that term because that's what they're supposed to do. But we command the fifth. We command it.
Or affirm.
Not only that, we're the court. So they better be pleading.
We affirm the fifth.
And when we say they, that's anybody that's being unlawful and illegal on our land. Okay? He would not cover or put himself upon or protect the actors pretending to prosecute him while pretending to be the country, because they're not even the country. So, answering foreign to the purpose, that's why they would be getting interpreters to come in. But when we did our POW court demonstration, because we were using ancient English in our writings and everything, they couldn't keep us. They could not hold us. We were saying in proprio persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredis. We were stating Oldin Olderan Gunalidnidiki Bangadodran, which is Turkish. We were stating things in Latin and things in ancient English. We never spoke corporate dead English, not one. So they couldn't hold us because they didn't have any interpreters that could interpret what we were saying. That was a key. And even when they took our writings were written in ancient English, so they couldn't use that either. So they had to do what is necessary. Islam is.
Can you go back to where you stated on this screen here, on the notice to quit, that information that you had?
Yes, right here.
Right there. Thank you.
Also, send a copy of a bond. Don't send the actual bond. Don't send the original. Send a copy of the bond for the nobility, stating their sovereign-born appellation given by mother. Don't, because a lot of times Moors want to use the L's and B's in those situations, and it's not really appropriate. We actually should be using the sovereign-born appellation, because that is our proper claim. And then our offices is the L's, B's, Al's, Ali's, and Days. That's above that level. It's the national and international level. Okay, but you can use them. We're not saying it's wrong. All we're saying is for that particular type of a demonstration, I stated that I was Pauline Denise Ritchie in Catholic Diminution Nolo in red ink in proprio persona sui juris and pro. That means they can't use that. Add a peacefully standing by statement. Add a peacefully standing by statement which properly identifies the title noble or empress. Do not discuss subject matter. Only state the proper identity and that the living United States has full jurisdiction, and use these terms, because these terms, you can look them up in Black Thought Dictionary. Full jurisdiction, full custody, and full possession. That means there's no interest by foreigners.
Oh, thank you. You gave me an absolute reference.
Indeed. Empress Rosetta question. Can we issue a notice to quit using sleepy moors? A person who swore an oath should respond. Empress, if your spirit says to do that, by all means. Indeed. You have the authority to use the laws that you craft and create however you choose. You're the law, you're the government.
And it's common law, it's common sense.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And so one last thing, and I said one last, standing, because see, we talked about standing the other day, and they had switched the definition to mean standing in a court, which when we say all rise and stand, that's exactly what it means for them. For us, standing is this, but with our own, of course, our own language. One's place in the community in the estimation of others, his relative position, and social, commercial, or moral relations. So when we speak to each other as empresses, and emperors, and nobles, the nobility, the law, the government, and things like that, we're continuously acknowledging one another's standing. We're even doing that with the subjects. When we say that they are standing subjects, that means they're not dead. They're not dead. They're living subjects. One's place in the community in the estimation of others, or in the assessment, or in the investigation of others. Investigation just means what you see with your eyes. I recognize my brothers and sisters as nobility, the government. That's why you will not hear me call someone by their sovereign-born first appellation. It will always be Empress Aisha, Empress Shasha, Empress Angel, Empress Rosetta. We say, noble Phoenix, noble, because that is a court, it's a court acknowledgement, a court affirmation that we're all standing together. Islam.
It's your honor.
It is your honor. Yes, indeed. That's a good one. Noble Justice, Great Grand Jane Faye. Indeed. Yes. So with that being stated, if there be nothing further, we stand by our own brothers and sisters. We stand by our subjects as well. That covers everyone at Earth.
Oh, you just gave me the ultimate remedy. I'm going to have to write that up tonight.
Yeah. And here's the thing. We are present at all times on our land. Even if we say I'm leaving, we're not leaving the land. We're still at the land. So let's not get that twisted. Let's put that on the public record right now. No matter what words we use, we will not ever leave our land. We never have left our land. Islam. With that being stated, peace. We're right here in our ancient format, in our ancient bodies. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine here, Islam.
Peace.
Peace and grand rising. Gratitude. What's that word?
Islam, peace and grand rising more. Islam, peace and grand rising more.
Indeed. agenda. Peace and grand. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural divine heirs. Today is October the 19th, 2023 on the ancient moon calendar, 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. All rising stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment with the ancient Noahide law, according to this holy Congress. This is a sovereign litigation, Article 3. Moorish American Alphabet, Universal Court Action. We are the sovereign living justices. And Eggleston, Collins, and Preaching, my free chosen sovereign appellation is like the Jerry Bank. All are in capital criminal shall know that one head is inappropriate for sonic, inappropriate solo, and inappropriate for red. We are complete at corporate legality, which is our statement. We are the lawful and legal, natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original indigenous sovereign ancient outcropping, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We're the ancient Empire State of Morocco. We're the ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Council and the Earthwide Artillery Moorish American Council Court. Today we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign ancient Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciary, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, titles, beneficiaries, and the title trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation. We are one state. We are one empire. And we are one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereignty. We do hereby possess in our country, our land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the one true living God nation, are not at war. And we hereby exercise all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time. No protest. Islam. The principles that we share are not our opinion. Yes, indeed. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and studies, these laws and processes that we share are based on principles of fair society, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land, long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate.
Sums up. Let me back this all the way up.
Calendar 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. All rising stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment with the ancient Noahide laws, according to this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living nation, Article 3. Moorish American Alvarado, universal for action. We are the sovereign living justices, and following Denise Ritchie, my free chosen sovereign appellation is like Tajiri Bay. All are in capital diminution nolo, in red ink, in proprio persona juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredis. We are compete at corpus legalis, which is our statement. We are the lawful and legal, natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original indigenous sovereign ancient Alvarado, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamathites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the indigenous Moorish National Republic federal government. We're the ancient Empire State of Morocco. We're the ancient Washington District for Colombia. We're the Universal Moorish American Council and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Council Court. Today we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign ancient Article 3, living United States District for Colombia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executives, trustees, ministers, possessors, titles, beneficiaries, and the title trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation. We are one state. We are one empire. And we are one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign ascension. We do hereby possess in our country all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the one true living God nation, are not at war. And we hereby exercise all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, none pro-tunk. Islam. The principles that we share are not our opinions. Yes, indeed. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and studies, these laws and processes that we share are based on principles of fairness, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land, long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical applications to intelligently govern our vast state. Every day is what our ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments. And for this, we are grateful. I'm going to try not to cry through this. You have to excuse me. I'm really excited for us, and I'm just grateful that we can see. I'm very grateful that we can see because there was so much that we didn't see, and we can see it now. And so many of us can see it now. That's the part that I'm excited about the most. Yes. So with that being said, if I can get this. Just a moment. There it is. Okay. With that being stated, we're not gonna be before you long today. But first and foremost, let us make it known that we have a leader. We do have a leader. Some people say, who's the leader of the moor? We have a leader. And that leader is each and every one of us. So if anyone asks you, who's the leader of the moor? Tell them that you, along with every other moor at earth, is the leader of the moor.
Yep.
And say it boldly.
I said it many times.
Boldly. With that being stated. I want to give you a brief update on the gold and silver for work and the federal driver license program. It is a complete success. When we first started the program, we stated that we were going to give you an update because we were kind of piloting the program. And as we were piloting the program, and piloting is a term that we use in the corporate arena when we were introducing a new program, but we wanted to try it first, work out anything that needed to be worked out, and then introduce it nationwide. I believe I mentioned this before. Many of us, all of us, are bringing the experiences that we had in the corporate arena to our nation. That's why we even went that way. It's so that we could learn some things and then bring it back and use it for our nation. And so when I was the national analyst at Hyundai Motor America, Fountain Valley, California territory, we would introduce training programs. And whenever, let's say, if I thought of a program or we had some type of an outline of a program, we would do the program first there, and then we would introduce it to all the dealerships. At that time, they had Hyundai enacted about 700 dealerships, about 650, 700 dealerships nationwide. And so we would put the program together and do the program, and then say, okay, these are the things we can make better, and let's introduce these things. So that's what we did with the gold and silver and the federal driver license program. The federal driver license program is the template for everything else that we do in terms of notarial, public notary duties, legal services, quote unquote, at our territory, all of us. It's been a complete success. We didn't have any issues getting anything done. We didn't have any issues acquiring any of the products and things that we got, which we were using bank credits for that from the last era. And so, as previously stated, gold and silver legal services is another road to our manifested prosperity. We can bond ourselves and bond our work is not taxed. So I stated that I was going to take the time to show the documentation that we used, the documentation that we sent to those who ordered driver licenses, and any issues that came up, we were going to show those as well, so that you could see how to deal with them if you have those issues come up at your territory. This coming Sunday, we will lay that whole program out so that you can do it too at your territory, and then we'll share with you all of the everything that was going on with that. And then we'll show you like the latest correspondence that we've gotten from other nations that want to take advantage of what we're doing. everyone was waiting on us. Just know that. So the key to success with this whole federal driver license program, that anyone who gets the driver's license, anyone, it doesn't matter what their nationality or citizenship status or status is, it doesn't matter. Anyone who gets the federal, who takes advantage of the federal driver's license program can always, like Empress Aisha stated the other day, they can always plead the fifth on anything coming out, anything that was attempting to take advantage of them or to reclaim them. They can plead, and it's not even pleading the fifth, it's a command. The fifth is not a plea, it's a command. And our powerful Empress Aisha brought that forth, and just, it made complete sense with everything that we're doing. So anyone who places that on the public record, just know that you can actually use the Constitution to assist you. Actually, you can use the Constitution to assist you in anything that's happening, because you're not answering to a capital from anyone who's not the law. It's fine. Okay. Now, what we're going to do, let me just open the meeting and so that you can unmute yourselves and speak regarding this program.
Islam Empress.
Islam.
Grand Rising.
Grand Rising.
Oh my goodness, the energy is immense. My goodness. And if I may, concerning the Torrance law, because and impressing, like it has to be like put out there at New York, and Daniel, because he's an immense researcher, he had to research for himself. So he came and found something I didn't find when I had to do my research. So, SAFE, Automated City Register Information System. They renamed it. It says, notice.
Where's your freaking things, obey? We're still waiting on that.
The Department of Finance assumes no liability for failure to provide the requested notice of recorded documents with the respect to property for which you are requesting to receive notification. The City of New York, including the Department of Finance and the Richmond County Clerk, assumes no liability for fulfilling their legal duty to record documents, even if those documents are in some instances later determined to be erroneous, fraudulent, or invalid. And they have that stated underneath black lettering. That was stated, that which I just read was in red.
You said you were getting your freaking dance with us in March?
Empress, I can't hear you, Empress Light. Empress Light, I guess you're muted or something. I still can't hear you.
I was saying, wow, wow, wow.
And no, hold on, one more thing.
Yeah.
This was done in 2000.
Yes, everything was already, all we had to do was speak it and it was revealed. It was manifest.
2000, that was stated. But they didn't have it out as permanent. And the whole website is blue.
Yeah. Yeah.
The whole website is blue. Everything is blue. And it says, as of January 1st, 2000, the New York State Legislature has abolished the Land Title Registration Law, also known as Torrance. Please refer to the county clerk's recording page information. So,
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Apologies for that. After a while, you're going to be able to edit the websites that are out, like the county websites and stuff, after a while, you're gonna be able to edit them and put the information in there.
Mm-hmm.
Watch what I'm telling you. Watch. The ancestor gave me a taste of that not too long ago.
Mm.
After a while. Now, again, it won't be overnight, but it's gonna be soon. Where all the websites are gonna be where we can edit them.
I'm affirming that part because like 2000 and they enacted the removal unlawfully of so many Moors who had their paperwork on the records. And so when you said it ain't over, it ain't over. It's not over till we say it's over, and it's never going to be over. So we keep speaking.
Yeah. Well, Empress, Moors have been speaking the whole time, and this is really important. Moors have been speaking the whole time, but we needed to come together.
Yeah.
Because if one individual sovereign Moor is very powerful, it's all powerful. But us coming together is what this was all about.
Yeah.
And so now that we have just continued through all governance,
right? Because it says no. And you remember you had found that Richmond County, whatchamacallit, what was it? It was a notice or it was a article. It was an article that they were having issues with their system there.
Yeah,
remember?
the whole thing fell. The whole thing fell through. The whole thing.
Richmond County, and they say that on here. The Department of Finance and Richmond County Clerk assumes no liability for fulfilling their legal duty to record documents, even if a document in some instances later determined to be erroneous, fraudulent, or invalid.
Yeah.
Because all of their paperwork has been erroneous. And fraudulent. They use the word fraudulent.
We have to say, and we've done it. Someone has to do it. It might be going to be hard.
We are. We are.
Yeah. Islam nobility.
Speaking of updates, the things that surprised me, not really surprised me. I just so happened to click on to the Washington District of Columbia Tax Recorder's Office website. It says, as of just recently, they're going to be down for construction until January 2024. So you can't do nothing on their website at all. You can't send nothing, you can't send, they're done. And I don't think, they say it's for construction, but the reality is all the stuff that we've been sending and, whatever.
Yeah.
But they're down. No, they're down for construction because the construction is they're being instructed to go out of there, and it ain't a con no more. Islam.
Thank you for that, for pointing that out as well, Noble Phoenix. They're kind of telling the truth when they say down for construction. It's against that fraud. It's against that fraud because con means against the structure, and they have been. See, this is why we were stating what we stated about filing things with them, because everyone who filed things with them and paid them the fiat, their records are going out the window. They're going away. But because we put them on notice, we have copies of everything. And listen, If you don't have copies of the stuff, don't worry. You're still in air. Don't worry. Just restructure it. And it's still valid. Because remember, it's not pro-Trump for us. Everything is not pro-Trump for us. It's now for them. So that is why it was important to not put anything on their record and then and point to that as the law. Yes, put something on the record. I'm so glad you brought that up. Put something, for those who did do that. Let me tell you, because when I first woke up, I did that too. Like I went back in 2017, and I'll just show it to you since we're here, so that you all know not that everything you said was the law. Period. And that which starts in truth stays in truth. If you started it and you constructed it, then it's going to stay in truth when you claim it properly. Okay? Let me show you an example of that really quickly. In 2017, and remember, when you look at these things more, and this is also still in alignment with what we're talking about here on the screen about assisting other people, because there's going to be things that they see online that says, oh, there's a war rant, or there's this, or there's that out there for them. Well, they'll give you a silver coin or a gold coin or something of that nature, and when they give that to you, they can plead the fifth. Because all of their documentation, this is what happens. Let me just show you. In 2017, when I first found out that I was who we all are, I started listening to Greta Sheik Ties to Reach Bay, talking about all of the amazing things that he talks about. He talks about the QB and all of that, the KB Trust, and he was talking about all these things and all of that. So I thought, okay, since we're the heirs to everything, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to tell them that the living heirs we're alive, because that's the QB Trust says that when the living man pronounces that they're alive, then the title is revested back in, right? Well, our ancestors, I love them because they give us grace when we do things. That's why I say don't worry about any of the things you've done. It's all good. I went down and I went to King County Superior Court, which is our office. We know that. And when I went there at King County Superior Court, and this is something that's a little different with some territories. When you go to to King County Superior Court, and you all you have to do in order to get something started, you don't have to have an attorney, you don't have to have any of that stuff. All you have to do to get a case started is go down, pull their document, and it's just a form. And that form, they have computers there where you can type into the computer what you want to go on the form, and then you put it in the basket and you stamp it, and then they stamp it, and then you've got the case started. Okay? So I went down there and I was like, well, I know that I'm a living heir too, so I'm gonna go and state that title is vested in us because I'm the heir. I filled out the document. Now this that you're seeing on the screen is the document restated, because of course we had to go back and restate that thing. It started with us, but we had to go back and restate it. They had stamped it up here at the top, so we took their stamp off and put our stamp here, because we're actually the Superior Court clerks. And their stamps all had abbreviations in them. Instead of it saying Washington, it said WA. Instead of it saying court clerk, it said CTCL or some craziness like that. Instead of saying October, it had OCT, which is not a month. Okay, so everything that they said and did was just incompetent. So I went back and I restated it and put my free national appellation, which at the time I did it as Light Tajiri Bay. But let me tell you what else I did more. I said assist court, and this is recently that I restated this. I just restated this in the last week. Okay. Assist court statement on the public record by Chief Justice Pauline Denise Ritchie. And again, we're all Chief Justices. And so the assist court is the court that issues a ruling, and then we say, okay, when we're assisting people, the assist court, and we look this up in Black's Law Dictionary, you can look up assist, ASSISE. The assist court issues a ruling on the matter, and then all the person has to do is not plead, but state the Fifth Amendment. And when they state the Fifth Amendment, that's an automatic removal, because the real court is standing by, and that's that other term we talked about, is standing by to assist them as they so declare. But they have to declare. Yes, it does stand on the Fifth Amendment, Empress Chris, yes. And so we can issue a ruling, and then when they say that they state the Fifth, okay, so then as a court, I see in the chat some are saying that someone got evicted in this territory or that territory. Okay, you can stand by, you can issue a ruling from our Article 3 courts, and that is an assist court ruling that you notify the inferiors about. And then when you do that, and this is when they give you their silver or their gold coin or whatever, because there has to be some consideration for what is being done. There must be some consideration. Or if you want to take coffee beans, you can take coffee. Or you can take more Salvadorian, whichever you prefer. Right now, we think that any of those are viable and valid. We see though where gold and silver is starting to circulate heavily, and we'll tell you about that in just a moment. But what I did was I just took all of the language from my name-changing judicial proclamation that I got from RB Bay Publications, because I was determined that I was going to demonstrate my status. Okay, and we send our highest honors to Empress Rosaraya and Empress Anahid L and Empress Leo L. We love you all with all of our hearts, because you gave us the start that we needed to continue the movement for us. We honor you with all our hearts. And so I took the language from that and just copied and pasted it right on into the document. As you can see here, our court action language, I put this in this last week. And I'm going to send it back out to them, because even with the case number here, if you'll notice, the case number is 10-10-5905-0001. They even have it so that you can assign your own case number. So, I just went down there and did it in 2000. This was in October of 2017 is when I did this. And let me just tell you more that once I did that, you talk about tests coming hard and heavy, and not even 2 months later, I was doing my first POW demonstration. and for some, that's not funny, but to me, when I look back on what our ancestors were doing, they knew what they were doing the whole time. So, yes. So I just restated what I gave, what started with me initially. I restated it because here's what's happening. in this call for action, I was bringing the court action to state, okay, who's the real trustees of the Sesta QB Trust? Who are the real trustees? Because we know we're the heirs. Okay, well, of course, once I put that in there, no one answered, no one showed up. The testing just started for me. I got and
none of this shit works, Cuphead.
where are we?
Nothing works. Poor Ravana's gone, girl. What's the problem? Where's your IT department, Pauline? Where's your IT department? Just the guys have a big IT department. The government should have their own IT department. What's the problem, Pauline?
Ravana.
Where's little Ravanetta?
Wait a minute. She hasn't been feeling well. She might have fallen asleep. Ravana, are you there? Are you able to boot them out? Okay, because he was just running his mouth. If you could just boot him out. Huh?
Poor little Raisinetta. Poor little.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. He's there. He was there. I booted him out. But make sure you.
She done fell asleep at the switch, man.
Okay. So, we're getting it together here. Our IT department is awake. She wasn't asleep. Okay. So, on her computer, she said she couldn't see him where he was at, on her computer. So anyway, that's no big deal for us. So, as I was, my case was who are the real trustees for the Sesta QB Trust from 1666? Who are they? And of course, no one came forward. But I will tell you this: when I first put that thing in the basket,
so that was a failure on Raisanetta's part. Failure on Raisanetta's part.
Okay, yeah, she got it. Okay, so when I first put it in the basket, someone came from the back as if they were expecting it. I don't know, and pulled it from the basket, and there were other.
IT department don't work, girl. No IT department don't work.
There were other cases in the basket, but they pulled only the one that I put in there in the basket and took it to the back. And I was like, well, are they going to bring it back? What's happening? I didn't see them. They didn't bring it back. They just took it to the back and that was it. So, I knew that something that an energy had shifted, that something had changed because they never brought it back and they weren't going to bring it back. So, and then my testing.
Ain't got no IT department, girl. What's the problem, Paul?
And so the testing started, and so now again, as we're let me make this relevant to what we're doing right now. What I did, and we can do this with everything out there, is we can restate everything that they put online, on the record, all of that stuff can be restated by us. And then we can issue the assist ruling. And the number, the calls or case numbers will be the same. It'll be the same. And so all I did was take the information from my name change and judicial proclamation and put it on here. And then I remember Empress Mariah saying that every affidavit must have 3 parts. It has to have a statement of identity, identifying the party, and it has to have a cause for action, and then it has to have a remedy, command for immediate remedy. Okay, so those are the 3 parts of every affidavit that you put out should have those 3 parts. Now, the remedy part, we're the court, we're the remedy. Our rulings are the remedy. So we've already met and exceeded that particular standard. But I just copied and pasted all the information from my name change and judicial proclamation, and I put it on the thing, and then I signed it in red. At the time I signed it. This was the signature that I put on here, Light to Jury Bay, in red ink at the time. And then afterwards, I went back and did all of this. You know, during as I began to restate it, I put our seals and, you know, all of that on here. So what I'm stating here on this particular call for action, I'm coming back now and stating that we are the trustors for the Sister Trust 1666. The trustors are the ones who write the trust. So we have restated the Sister Trust of 1666, and we did a video on that a while back. You can go to Light the Jury Bay channel and look at the video. There's a video specifically stating the title is Sister Trust. I forget what the whole title is, but it does mention Sister Trust of 1666 in the title. We restated it, and now we've issued it so that it actually does what it's supposed to do for the people. So as we're assisting other people, whatever we see online, we can pull it offline, edit, and restate it, because remember, we leaned the ones that were previously doing business as King County Superior Court and King County, all of that. Any of the county courts, we leaned all of them, and we leaned all the courts, all of those pretending to be courts. So therefore, everything starts with us and it stays with us. So that's the point that we wanted to make about assisting other people, getting your gold and silver commerce going, okay? Because all law is commerce anyway, as well. But it needs to be proper commerce, gold and silver commerce. And let me just tell you what I was going to state earlier that opened up even further the knowing that everything is, that we all we have to do is continue doing what we're doing. Start putting out that we are doing legal and lawful services and work on the land, and anyone needing assistance. The assistance starts with you first. Assist yourself first, then assist others. The way that we've done, really, because, you know, you all know the story of quote unquote City of Federal Way from the past era and the things that we did and put on a public record. So assist yourself first and then assist the people. And again, gold and silver. For everything that we do, gold and silver. Gold and silver coins. More sovereign delarium between each other. And you know, the subjects can do that also, but they have to get it from us. So for everyone who is a part of this Congress, go ahead and get your gold and silver actions and activities and services and work going. That was a complete success. We still have licenses and things that we're sending out. We've received gold and silver. Gold and silver for everything. So go ahead and get that done once you save yourself. Assist yourself first, because that's most important. Yes, I can show the documents
slow. Let's do that. Just one moment. Just a moment. We will show it in just a moment. Just a moment. Okay, let me show the document really quickly. So originally this was in all black ink. And we had to go in and just restate. And by the way, we're the only ones who can revest title. No one else could do that. We're the only ones who can do that. So even in my demand for revest, I didn't know at the time, but I know now. In October of 2017, I did not know that we had the authority to do all the things we have the authority to do. And that no one else could have done it anyway. That's why nobody said anything. Nobody spoke up and said that they were this, that, or third. You know, nobody said that they could. Here, this stamp right here is the purple stamp for King County Superior Court as well. And then, of course, this language on here is in common English, but at the time, I would have put it in ancient English, but I didn't. I put it in common English, and that's okay. Either way, because it still belongs to us, and it's doing what we intended for it to do. The moment I put this in, my testing started. I got pulled over 3 times, and on that 3rd time was when I did the first POW demonstration from December the 10th, 2017 until January the 4th, 2018. So I stayed in there about 20-something days, 26 days. So that, you know, because the ancestors were like, okay, let's, you know, someone has stepped forward and saying they're the heirs, let's test them. And that was okay with me. And again, this language comes from RV-based publications. This part right here, this cross action, comes from RV-based publications, name change and judicial proclamation, which we're so grateful for them, because they gave us the language that we needed that we willed at the time. We wanted to speak and say who we were and who we are. And then I did some research on the Sesquiqui Trust, and this part right here, this I wrote. It says, be it known that on the 25th day of October 2017, proof of life and sufficient evidence is hereby given in fulfillment of Article 4 of the Sesquiqui Trust of 1666, which states that if the
title is revested. Action for mean profits with interest. And so we know that we don't do interest, so they don't have any interest in anything we're doing. And so I pulled this language from the QB Trust document. So this came from there about, and this spelling in here is Old English, not Ancient English, it's Old English, which is a hypothecation of Ancient English. But this is how the QB Trust was written. Okay. So, and I'm showing this slowly so that those who are taking screenshots can get their screenshots. And of course, this was before I met you all. So this was before that time, but we jumped right in with all feet. Islam. Okay, so with that being stated about back to how to assist in this, to assist others who are doing, who need assistance and legal services. See, we can do legal services now because we're doing them by our own sovereign will. See, no one could plead the fifth because there was no court to plead the fifth.
I vote to remove my Gary Bear.
No one could plead the fifth because in order to plead the fifth, you have to have some place to go.
Islam, ancestors affirm that because the sirens went off over here.
Yes, indeed. So this is how we can help others at the territory. Their all caps can come through us. Because the Fifth Amendment says that they don't have to plead to a capital in any court. So what we do is we take full fiduciary responsibility for their all caps. For all capital letters. That's what our fiduciary affidavit is all about. That's what it states. That all letters, no matter what those letters look like, we're the fiduciaries for them, for our state. And so now an assist court, which is still Article 3, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, you can call it consular, because we are consular. We do diversity issues and all of that. And then whoever it is that you're assisting, they just need to state that they command the Fifth Amendment according to the Constitution for the United States.
Islam, could we have that in there?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And also the language stating to the trust and AA 222141 also.
Yes.
AA 222141 was the copyright number for the Zodiac Constitution. It doesn't mean jack shit.
Just a moment. Okay, we're gonna have to throw you out because you're acting like a money. We're gonna have to throw you out.
Yes, and so that is our number as we know it to be, because the Zodiac man, listen, when I understand deeper on what the Zodiac Constitution really is, honey. The
Zodiac Constitution, we honor the Zodiac Constitution. There was someone who copyrighted it. Okay, so what did we do? We just all we did was lean the U.S. copyright, trademark and copyright patent office. We just leaned them because they were debtors, they were bankrupt in the first place. So everything that went through there is in our custody.
Yes, it's, so the information for the Zodiac Constitution is our science. That's why it's powerful. And, they know that, and they've been pretending to operate with that. There's some 12 jurors and the circle and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Let me say this too about that, the all cap, how every all cap was enacted being ran through the U.S. Trademark and Patent Office. That's why they were saying you can't do whatever you want with it, that they can do whatever they want, blah, blah, blah. Every all cap was ran through there in their enactment. So all we did was lean that thing, that monster, and then take fiduciary responsibility of all letters, all numbers, all sounds. If it makes a sound, we own it. All signs, if it's a sign of any kind, we own it. We control it. We have fiduciary responsibility. All of that.
Islam also, today I went through the Facebook files in the different groups and such. And I found a document that you had stated concerning no fee for filing.
Yes.
And so that's going to be restated because, the color and such. And this was PDF, so I got to state it anyway.
Yeah.
But I'm just so thankful and grateful that things are just becoming more clear and more out there that we really have this. Like, I keep rereading this document, that they are not liable for failure to provide.
What? Don't go to them. That means don't go there.
Nothing.
Because they're not doing anything for anybody.
No.
They are not bonded, so they can't be liable. They're not bonded.
Right.
We are bonded.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say we, I mean our work is bonded, and then we have our spiritual bond together.
Wow.
Islam.
That was one of the reasons why there was the uniform bonding codes and that whole act, that whole thing about the uniform, because the corporations were never bonded, and it was mandatory under the bankruptcy provisions that allowed them to continue to be in existence, that they were supposed to be bonded in case they injured anyone with their operation. And they all pretended like they had bonds and they were insured and they had oaths, and they didn't have any of that. They were faking the funk like crazy.
Yes.
And in fact, because of my insurance background, I know for a fact, back in the 80s, we were still writing bonds for municipalities. By the 90s and the 2000s, that was over. And it became a specialized market, and only a handful of insurance companies, by the time we got to the late 90s, were writing or still doing bonds. You had to have a specialty company to get municipal bonds for municipal employees. Okay? So they were heading downhill at a fast pace back then. So by the time we get to the 2000s and 2010s and now the 20s, none of them are walking around with any kind of bonds. And to say that they're self-insured, no, all international law. None of them can ever say they're self-insured. That's bullshit. Excuse me, that's bull crap. And because it doesn't exist under international law. So that lets you know the fraud that they have been doing all this time. So every one of them are personally liable for every prisoner of war, everyone they sentenced, every policeman who pulls someone over, accosts them physically, mentally. They're all accountable, which is why there will be an accounting for all of them. ancestors will help us take care of that, or they will just take care of it. That the system dismisses its own trash, and I look forward to all of that.
Islam. So let me say this about that. We had a job to do too, so we can't really like completely like obliterate because we had a job to do too. And now that we're doing our job, you know, Islam, I yield.
After that, the only thing I'll add to that is simply that literally, when we didn't finish our part and didn't do our part, it's not about the fact that they were in error, we were in error. It's the fact that they are not repentant and they refuse to change their ways and they want to continue to violate it. That's what's going to cause their destruction. Period. For those who repent and turn around, perhaps there could be some measure of forgiveness, okay, or a temperance of what you really do them karmically. But I don't know that. I can't speak for karma.
Yeah.
So I'm leaving that to the ancestors and everybody else.
Yeah. That karma energy is over there, and that's why we don't even worry about what happens to them because we got other people who are looking to us to assist them, and so that's our focus. We're not even focused on what they did and all of that. Listen, I'm not even mad at those actors that were previously acting as city or federal way. I'm not mad at them. They were doing what they were supposed to do until we did what we were supposed to do. And when we did what we were supposed to do, they stopped doing what they were doing. They stopped their acting. Period. Islam Empress.
The young lady said she had the information for no cost to record things. Can she put that in the office back there so we can see it?
Yeah. I believe in 2000. Yeah, it was Empress Angel that Empress Angel, was it the original post that we put on Facebook some years back with the waiver of fees? Was it that one?
Oh, yes, it was in the, my goodness, I'm gonna try to find it right quick. Trying to put in a chat. Yeah.
Yeah, we, ancestors had, while we were going through being tested in 2017 and 2018, the ancestors had us to craft an affidavit where we didn't pay any fees to because the the previous actors who were previously acting as U.S. District Court of Seattle, I had elevated supposedly elevated a municipal thing from them continuing to act like they were pulling us over. And so I was like, they don't have jurisdiction. So I put together a document and then took it to U.S. District Court thinking that they were going to at least call off the dogs down there. But they couldn't do anything. I had to do it. And they basically told me that I had to do it. They said, we can't see you inappropriate persona juris. But before that, they were saying it was going to be $400 for me to even put the paperwork in. I was like, no, I'm not doing that either. I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not.
Lock it up, bitch.
I'm not going to do that. So then, Chief Justice Howard should be able to get in. It's unlocked.
Come on, raising that up.
He should be able to get in. So they were saying that it was going to be $400, and so instead of me paying that, because I wasn't going to give him a dime, I said, okay, let me craft a document, a waiver. Let me just see. Is that the same one?
Yo, shit, yo.
because I'm gonna tell you, it worked like a charm. I never paid them not a single dime. Oh, that's it right there. I remember this document. I remember crafting it. This was from 2018.
Yes, it's long.
Yeah, we jumped in with both feet. Our ancestors just gave us what to do. They said just keep demonstrating and we'll be with you while you demonstrate.
Why you so slow, girl?
And we just did that. That's what we did. So, yes, this is a waiver of payment, and it worked. We didn't pay a single dime at all. We never did. And then ended up issuing our own ruling, which was just crazy to us. We were like, okay, I guess we have to do that. So, you know, again, as you do your goal, yes, indeed, as you know what happened, Chief Justice Muur, he said he used that in 2017. What happens is when we demonstrate like that, the ancestors kick that thing to the side and give us a bigger test. That's what they did. They said, okay, she knew she didn't have to pay, so now let's have them to pull her over and detain her and see if she stands in. Is she gonna stand? I stood, they said, okay, y'all gotta let her go, you can't keep her. So after 20-something days, I was gonna stand, I was not changing. They said, okay, let her go. She give her another couple of years to study and demonstrate and do what she's doing, and then test her again. And they tested me again in 2021, I believe. It was either 2020 or 2021 with a 10-day demonstration, a 10-day court demonstration. And we stood, and not only did we stand, but we had more information then to where we could just do the court action language. And when we did the court action language, everything opened up. Everything opened up because we stood. So now we're able to assist others and do standby for others, where we issue a ruling from our Article 3 court, notify the lower court, and then whoever it is that we're providing the assistance to, they just state the Fifth Amendment, state it. And they can state it by documentation, or they can state it by appearing, either one, but still, they don't really even have to appear. And that is what your gold and silver coinage will be assisting people with. You know, again, standing by is, we have a duty to state the information that we know. We know we're the court, we know we're the highest court, and we also know that whoever it is does not have to answer for a capital, because all those fakes were doing was using capital letters, period. So this is how you start and grow your business. Now, I was going to tell you something, and I stopped in the middle of it. But I was out in the neighborhood yesterday, out in the neighborhood, and I saw some people doing some fixing on a domicile out here. They were doing some woodwork and things of that nature. And I know that I have a lot of things that need to be done around here, but I was not going to engage in fiat commerce to get it done. So I said, ancestors, this stuff is going to wait until we can use our economic system to do it. It's going to wait, and I know you all are going to keep everything good for us until then. So I stopped to talk to those that were doing the work. I got their card, and I thought, okay, well, let me just take the card and hold it and see what happens. Well, the ancestors, once I got back into my domicile, the ancestors said, go back and ask them if they will accept gold and silver in payment for their work, because they do great work. So I went back out and I asked them, I said, do you accept gold and silver for your work? And it's like somebody hit him over the head with a frying pan. He said, well, I never heard of that, but yeah, we'll accept gold and silver. And when he said, I hadn't thought about that. That's what he said. I hadn't thought about that. He either said I hadn't thought about that, or I never heard of that. And he was in agreement with it. And then on my way back to my domicile, I just started thinking about all the things that we could get done. Because this domicile is also our consulate. It's our government building also. As you can see, we do government work from here. And so the ancestors just kind of, everything started flowing about all the things we could get done and everything we could get fixed. You know, we can get the kitchen sink fixed. You know, we can get gutters cleaned out. We can get woodworking done. And all of that. And so then I began to think about the circulation of the gold and silver, because even once we started receiving gold and silver with the program, we now have to look for places to spend it. You know, places to use it. The ancestors made it very clear to me that the business people are ready. And the one that I was speaking to, there was actually a few of them out there, but they would be happy to have a separate set of books where they take in gold and silver, because that set of books is not taxed. Not taxed. And I know that would be listening for them. Islam is.
So that train of thought has been in my mind in terms of actually putting an ad out there, seeing which companies, construction companies or whatever, that would be willing to accept the gold and silver.
You know, I was so inspired, Empress, that once I talked to them and they were so open and accepting of that, I was tempted to just go out and do a survey, which would also be a court action. Because on surveys, and this is how they got us, y'all. Listen to what I'm about to tell you, because this is how they got us. They would send out these surveys with all these questions on it. We didn't know that was a court action. That's what the census is. Okay. It's a court action to take jurisdiction over the name, the information. That's what the census is. And so I started to put together a survey and just go from business to business and just ask, we're just doing a survey today. We have a couple of questions. What is your name? What type of business is this? And does this business accept gold and silver? Because it's a court action. And just bring back the results of that survey and report that survey, because I think that would be some interesting information to have. And I don't care what the business is. It can be McDonald's. We want to know.
All right.
Even though we can
do that online, can we kind of arrange somehow to do that online too?
We could do that if you come up with a way to do it. Here's my thinking about going out: is we'll just be introducing ourselves because we're the government.
Oh, right.
We're the court. This is our territory. We need to know what's going on in the territory.
Right.
And so we don't even have to go all into all of that. All we do is ask a couple of questions and then say, are you willing to accept, or not are you willing, because it's not even that's not an optional. The question would be, does this establishment accept gold and silver coinage in payment of the services or whatever it is? Because see, that's also going to assist us on who to bond and who to bank. Okay? We are so serious about our government and our territory, and we have everything is wide open and ready for us to do all of these governmental things. So that would be a good way for them to start seeing the faces of the government, you know. And then after a while, it's, oh, I've seen her before. Here she is again. The one with the turban on.
Because, you know, they burn my email up trying to get me to accept stuff from them, and I know it's to get me back up under them, so I turn it down.
Yeah, yeah. You know what you could do? If it's something that you're interested in, a benefit of some kind, tell them to send you the paperwork and then restate it and send it back. Okay. That's what we're doing now with everything. We're restating everything and saying, yep, we accept it now. This is our acceptance. All right. You know, everything is open to us.
I think there's a way that I might be able to copy this stuff that, you know, when they send out those surveys.
Yes.
Copy it and restate it and send it back to them.
Yes. Indeed.
Right.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Indeed. Islam.
What do you think about giving the businesses that say that they accept gold and silver some type of document from us?
A bond. They must have a bond. They must have a bond.
I was thinking along the lines like a certificate saying that they accept the gold and silver.
It would be an occupancy certificate. See, they were unlawfully occupying at first. Now we must state that they are their property and then that they accept the payment the way they should accept the payment. Occupancy, and what you're stating is correct. The occupancy certificate from the city, which is you, and you said something else. What did you say that you were thinking along the lines of which one?
Almost like they come out and do an inspection, but it's like a certificate
Yes.
to do business.
Yes. Or well, the bond does that. The bond does that for sure. Yeah, the bond does that. They would need a copy of the bond because remember, when businesses were not doing things according to the Constitution, it was, and then we would try and get recourse. We were trying to get recourse, and we would ask them for a bond number, and they never gave a bond number.
Like being in good standing.
A general services bond. Yes. And we're going to talk about that briefly for a moment, too, because that's so important. Yes, Empress, you're right. Every business must have it. And see, as we're doing this with the business, they're going to be able to accept the gold and silver we're taking in. Like right now, we have gold and silver in our inventory, because I believe someone put that question in the chat about, am I set up to take gold and silver? I certainly am. What does that look like? Do you have a hand to accept the gold and silver? Yes, you have a real hand to put the gold and silver in. Do you have a spreadsheet? That's your bank, where you take it in, you nationalize it, because you got to nationalize the gold and silver before you use it. That means that all of the documents that come with that, that gold and silver that you use originate from you. And we showed that in a previous video about how to do that, how to nationalize gold and silver. We will go over that on Sunday as well. Today we were going over the 1041 and the 1041T. Okay, so we haven't forgotten that was our subject matter. So yes, every business, in order for them to continue, they're going to have a bond from us. They're going to have an occupancy certificate, which I can show you all of that because we already started doing that here. We didn't have a choice. We had to do it here. Just one moment. Let me pull that up. Let me pull up an occupancy certificate. one that we did for the post office here. Now, remember, Morris, listen to me carefully. As we're doing these things, we're also making that place ready to receive nationalized moors who may want to work there or whatever the case may be when we put our occupancy certificates there and we put everything where it's supposed to be. Let me just give you a quick example of that. And we'll go over that. Occupancy certificate for the post office. All of this stuff. This is what government is. We have done so much in terms of making sure that, and again, our ancestors knew that we would do the right thing when it came to government. That's why everything kind of happened so quickly. This is an occupancy certificate for the post office from city and federal district, federal way. Just one moment, let me make sure it's on the screen too. Okay, this is city and federal district, federal way occupancy certificate. Now, this is for the building for the post office. Okay, at this territory. And what we did was we bonded them because we had to bond them or else they can't, no one can do business the way that the Constitution and our ancestors and us have stated that they do business. They must do business according to our bidding. And in order for that to happen, we must bond them. And so the temple building address is there. And we completed that whole address right here at the bottom. Issued to the United States Post Office. It's not issued to the Postal Service. It's issued to the Post Office, and the Postal Service has to get under that. Okay, and we put them all on the same list. So the bond permit number, this number right here, came from the Post Office's tax ID number, restated. And then the building use, we got all of this information from the building permit that they enacted. We upgraded the quality of the building to excellent because it's going to be excellent by the time we get there. I think they had it at good or average or something like that. It will be excellent by the time we get there. Original building date, 1991. Structure, class, masonry, all of that. Approved by Pauline Denise Ritchie, Chief Building Inspector. And again, you all know that your applications go in there at your territory or everywhere that you're doing these things. Post in the public lobby of the building, in the building. And then Islam, and then I autographed it and dated it and sent it as notification. Islam with the bond, a copy of the bond.
Okay, very well. And so, you stated that the issue 2 is, the post office, overarching. And so anything else goes up under it. So provided, let's say we did a grocery store and it's a subsidiary of a bigger chain, we would do the overarching and then the something else would go up. How would we state that? The subsidiary.
You place a lien on everybody, on all the banks, and then what you do when you levy, you will levy the corporate, and then you'll also do a second levy on the subsidiary, because any property that they're claiming is not their property, it's ours. And then when you do the bond, you bond the main one, and if you want to put the subsidiary in the main bond, you can, but I prefer to do a separate bond for each one. And the reason why I prefer to do a separate bond for each one is because it's easier for record-keeping purposes to know when I look at the bonds that I've issued, I will know that that bond, specific bond, because they each have a different tax number. So I will know that that specific place was bonded separately. And then when I look at the lien, I'll see who the parent company was thing to be. But it's all law is specific, so it's easier specifically, especially when it comes to spreadsheets, to put in record, to just name each one, state each one. Because when you look at the bond, just off the top, you may not know that within that bond is contained a subsidiary, or other people who look at your bond. may not know. And we really want to keep other people in mind as we're governing. You'll know, but other people may not know. That, Piggly Wiggly or Albertsons grocery store is the parent company of Safeway grocery stores or whatever. So a separate bond is my suggestion for easier record keeping and for those who are coming after you who will be doing that job as you elevate. It'll be easy for them to just look at your records and be able to just know what's going on. So, what are we looking at here? So our ancestors knew as we were demonstrating the things that we demonstrated throughout the years, they knew that we would get to this point where we would, be knowing how to state and restate and take proper authority over the paperwork and the documentation, the letters, the numbers. Someone sent something in the inbox regarding mailing of nationality and proclamation documents to us and wondering how long does it take for us to record their documents and send back the confirmation. We don't do that. Because guess what? Those are your records. You're as much government as I am. Yes, we received the documentation and we were glad to see it because it's competent documentation. But those are your records. Your record keeping authority is hereby activated. So that's the first of the records that you will keep. You affirm your record. You sent them certified, so you have a certified tracking number. That's an account number. So start there. And then with regard to national ID cards, is there anyone here who's doing national ID cards? Because here's the thing about the national ID cards. All of us are supposed to be doing them. All of us. We're doing the federal driver license program to cover a wider range of persons on our land. You have the authority, yes, Justice Earl Royce, to the empress who inboxed me about national ID cards, connect with Justice Earl Royce in the chat. He just put that he will assist with that. We didn't put as much emphasis on national ID cards because the ancestors told us specifically that everyone who comes to us for nationality information, we are supposed to tell them that they can create their own. They more don't need permission from anyone, but they needed to hear that they have the authority to do it themselves. And that they can create an ID card for themselves today in Word or on their computer, put a passport style photo in there, create it. You can even laminate it, or you can put it in a plastic cover, and that's your ID card. So, the ancestors did not really want us to put a whole lot of emphasis on that because they said that leaders are coming. Leaders are coming. Leaders. So they need not look to you to do the basic things that they have the authority to do for themselves and for those around them. Because that's really our concern, is everyone around us. Now, I've given ID cards out here, national ID cards out here. I've done that before. We have the capability to do it. Thank you too, as well. Thank you both. We have the ability to do it. But the empress that put that in the chat, we would encourage you as soon as possible, because see, we saw the documents, they're competent. So as soon as possible, get an ID machine so that you can assist others with Moorish ID. Because see, we can do it here if we have to do it. We have the capacity, capability, and all of that. All Moors have the authority to do it. You have the authority. Where's the stuff? Get a few things so that we get the gold and silver going like it should. We're using that previous system in order to launch our ancient system. That's all we're doing. Every Moor should have an ID machine so that you can assist the others around you, either with ID or with driver's license. or notary documents. You should be the public notary there, or you should be you're the court. People who've been pulled over who didn't have proof of driver's license and proof of insurance. We can provide that. A bond in the name of the person with the social as the bond number. Okay? That's their insurance right there. And then at any time, you can place a lien on an insurance company like we have done. Hey, if they had past insurance of any kind, even if it was just for one day, place a lien on the insurance, on those that were previously doing business at the insurance company, place a levy on the process of insurance and the property, and then do a bond. And when you do the bond, and you bond yourself, you can put your insurance and all of that in your bond, and then you just notify. Well, guess what? The only courts that are operable with regard to your bonds is your court. So even if there's an accident or something, it's our courts that are going to be doing the ruling. And then here's what we do along the way, more, is those businesses out there, the small businesses and the businesses that do collision repair and the businesses that do things of that nature, you're going to have to gold and silver to pay them. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. It's testing the waters to see who accepts gold and silver. Well, when I tested it, all I could see was everything around here fixed by the response that I got. I saw everything fixed. I saw this place even enlarged with a courtroom, because all the business people are trying to escape the taxation because they're being taxed heavily. And they didn't really know how to get out of that, but now they do know because we keep speaking. So,
and we thank your husband Raymond for paying his property taxes on your behalf. Come on, baby girl, where you at?
So the change is here already. The change is already here. And it's the circulation of the gold and silver that is the key. We have to not only take it in, but we have to bond and create the places that accept it. Because if you'll remember more, all of the quote-unquote states have already made gold and silver acceptable. The banks have too. We talked about that before. There were articles that came out that said, and they were just acting, but it's always been the case. When you bond a bank, you bond them for gold and silver. And then you demonstrate. We demonstrate. We've taken in gold and silver to the point where we can demonstrate gold and silver at any of these places. But see, we had to set the value also. Because all they're going to say is, well, how do we accept this? How do we take this in? This is how you take it in. It'll be nationalized at $50,000 per ounce in gold and $30,000 in silver. So 35,000 in Virginia, what did we say?
Nobody takes you
I think it was 35,000 in Virginia.
Now get fucking shit. You haven't got your
I think it was 35,000.
No, sir. You have.
In Virginia, I think it was
Islam, yes.
35,000.
Oh, no, it was even 30.
30,000. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So now that we nationalize it at that particular point, we would get 30,000 in in services and work for that coin. I thought about all the things that could be fixed. I thought this consulate is going to be awesome. My domicile is going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. And once I did that, I could see the land change right before my eyes. I saw our actual land change right before my eyes. When I thought about all the things we can do with our money that we have, So get your book. And here's the thing about the gold and silver services. I'm just going to print some flyers out and go out and put them out there. That is my suggestion as to how to get notification or have it known the same way that they taught us when I was growing up in Christianity, where they would have a bunch of tracts printed up, tracts. And it's so funny they called it tracts because it was actually a contract. But they called them tracts that's printed up, and they have the name of the church. Sometimes they would have a cartoon story about someone, who did drugs or alcohol and they became a Christian and how their lives got so much better and all of that. But I'll just print some tracts of gold and silver legal service, And with our gold and silver legal services, we issue a bond for that gold and silver legal services and put it on the public record and notify that our court, King County Superior Court, all of the courts that we operate from must be bonded. So there are a lot of bonds that we're going to be producing. When you spoke about bonds, Noble Phoenix, and about how after a while they stopped bonding and bonding became a specialty interest, it's because once everything is bonded, they told them you cannot accept. See, their bonds would say that you cannot accept gold and silver. And Noble Phoenix, you said that was in the 80s. That was after 71 when they enacted doing away with gold and silver altogether.
Yes, indeed. That part of it was because it was against public policy for the citizens to have gold and silver. But the bonding had really not that much to do with the fact that the municipality stopped being bonded and their servants were going out on the streets not being bonded. But they didn't know that. Okay? The little minions didn't know they were going out and they had no surety, they had no bonding, and that they were going out unprotected because the headquarters didn't tell them. They said, we got to cover, we're self-insured, but they wouldn't know that that was illegal under international law and the bankruptcy law. They would not know that. So, and it was more to do with the fact that too many claims were coming in and the insurance companies were not willing to take the risk anymore of insuring them because they were too criminal. And it was a moral hazard, that's an insurance term, for them to even think about trying to insure them anymore because you're insured criminals. And they knew that, so the insurance industry backed up and would not insure them anymore. That's why they all had to start going and getting self-insurance, because they couldn't get none from any commercial company.
Well, that just means that the ones that were previously doing business as Post told them they weren't going to insure them anymore because that's where the insurance was coming from in their enactment in the first place.
Well, and the second part of that made it not a good business venture to take on the insurance of a municipality because, number one, whatever premium you charge them, you're never going to charge them enough to pay for all the claims. So that makes it a risk they're not willing to take.
Yeah.
So that's how it really works. But as opposed to anything or not, from a strictly business standpoint, it didn't make sense to insure them. It's like a driver who's a drunk driver all the time, and they've had 15 accidents in 5 years. Okay, and they were drunk every time. Why would you ever insure them? You wouldn't. They're uninsurable. Same thing.
Yes, indeed. That makes complete sense to me. And plus, there were no Islamic. I have a couple. Empress, where are you? Empress Aisha, we can't hear you. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I wanted to ask you maybe to speak on the issue of surety and bankruptcy court. How would you handle leaning and levying and binding those?
The same way we do everything, just because they were bankrupt from the beginning. So anybody who has gone to bankruptcy court and they have bankruptcy documents where they're filing bankruptcy, that means they already have a number that can be restated. And then a levy on the property, because see, it's the property that was being fraudulently claimed. So the levy is to is for possession of the property. An internal revenue levy, because we're the internal revenue. And when you do an internal revenue levy on the property, then you can bond that property properly. So a lien on the fraud, a levy on the property, taking it from them, saying they haven't paid taxes on it. And that also goes for, for example, if it's an individual, I place a levy on their fraudulent Pauline Denise Ritchie. That was their doing. That's the one with the dashes in the number and the black ink and the capital letters. All that property belongs to me. And so you levy the property and then you bond the property. And I bond it myself. Or that, and not myself, but that name. So that's how you do it. You just keep that process in mind. Lien, levy, and bond.
And you have to redo the paperwork. Restate it.
restate the paperwork. That's it. That's the process. That's the whole process right there.
Levy, lien, and bond.
Yes.
Okay.
And see, I say lien, levy, and bond because you have to lien first. Then your possession will be proper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And how, I have this thing in my mind about the surety process. How does that work? I go do my research on it.
Well, we've done a lot of that already in assistance of your study. So where surety is concerned, we've made it so that gold is surety for all on our bonds. That's why names and people and persons can't be taken for that. Gold is a person also, if you say that it is, but only gold is the surety. And then in our bonding process, if you'll notice, pages 6, 7, 8, and 9 talk about insurance, reinsurance, direct writing, not underwriting, but direct writing of the insurance process. And remember, we're the bank, so anyone will accept gold, silver, or more sovereign dollars, but we want to focus on gold and silver. More sovereign dollars is the receipt for that. That's what makes it valid. So, yeah, so bonds, and then you can change the language in the bond. We gave some basic language for the bonds according to our ecclesiastical authority. But you can put whatever you want in your bond to cover whatever you want to cover. Just make sure that you put the Fifth Amendment in there. Like Empress Angel was saying earlier, you can put the Fifth Amendment. I would encourage you to put the Fifth Amendment in all your bonds. And Empress, we thank you for that little bit of assistance.
Well, thank you.
And then making sure that that gold and silver and more sovereign dollars and gold receipts are the exchange methods. How these things happen. Yeah. And also there's an arbitration statement that we're going to put in our documents, in our bonds. And it's already on the record many times, but just for those who sense this, that if there are any issues with anything that's happening, our courts are the courts for record. And that's if you feel you need to put that in there. It's a spell. To me, it's a given. We wouldn't have that. We wouldn't even answer to any other, anyone pretending to be a court or anything that we do, or a bank or anything. So yeah, lien, levy, bond. Those are key. We do everything in 3. Lien, levy, bond. That's going to nationalize and naturalize everything that's out there. Bond is a naturalization process, but the lien and the levy are the nationalization process. Because only nationals can own property, or own property rather.
You said bond is naturalization.
It's naturalization unless it has something to do with the sovereign. So, for example, Richie, the bond that's on Pauline Denise Richie is a national bond. It's not naturalized, it's national. Really, all of our bonds are national bonds. They all are.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which one then would be the natural?
For naturalization, it depends on the identification that we issue. It depends on the identification that we issue. Because, see, we did include our subjects in our bonding process, in the language. In our overarching bonds, it was the moors and their subjects.
Okay.
Thank you. You're welcome. Hopefully that assists what you're doing. Your great demonstration. Islamism.
So, now teacher Howard has this question. In order for us to do business, does the actual silver coin have to be given over? That the exchange has to happen. Or apparently in the past, a coin didn't have to be exchanged, there was some other process, but that's the question.
The answer to that question, and this is the way we do it,
because we've done so much without anything being handed over? The answer is yes, the coin must be given. Now, in Bishasha, how you run your governmental business, it should be uniform all the way around for us. It should be not uniform, but universal, where the coin is given first. That's how we've done with the federal driver license program, and it has worked out beautifully. Some of the gold that we received wasn't even in coin form; it was in bullion form. We accept bullion. So but we have received one or two requests where they didn't send anything. They were just hoping that the urgency of their situation would prompt us to do what we're doing. But we're not going to do it that way. We're not going to do it. You know why? Because it's time for order on the land. Everything that we've done it without any, we didn't ask for anything from anyone to do these things that we've done because we knew we would get to this point where, okay, it's time for everyone. That means the heirs too. Because see, what that heir was asking me to do, she could do for herself. And we've always said that. That's why we share the process. Because the moors, we can do these processes each and every, there's not a single process that I do that any other moor can't do. For themselves. So I'm not going to let her get away with that.
Well, because that's kind of pulling a fast one. Yeah.
It's kind of pulling a fast one.
Abdicating her own responsibility, her own sovereignty. So you may as well sit back over the other side.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to let her abdicate her throne.
Right.
To mine. No, I'm not. She will do it herself.
And that really makes me think of with children. You do not enable them because they must come up.
Yeah.
It's the time now. You must stand. And so, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you for that. Another question.
Mm-hmm.
The postmaster ID.
Yeah.
Now, that's something I've been kind of, looking at. But have you, and I know that we all can do and will do, but have you even begun that? And is there something you can share?
Yeah, of course. I am wanting to get to the 1041 and the 1041 piece, but I will show you the ID that I have for Postmaster. Let's see. What did I do? I know it's here in this particular file. I believe it's okay. This is the front of the Postmaster ID card. Now, and I did tell you all that when I went there, they were like, "Oh, you have to have an ID card." That's the only reason why I backed up a little bit because she was correct about that. We earn a process. Just a moment. Let's see.
I will.
Okay, but Justice Howard, before you do the demonstration, just ensure that you know for sure who you're talking to. Know who you're talking to when you go to do these demonstrations. Just one moment. You know what I'll do in order to show that document? Just a moment. You're not talking to a Postmaster General. Don't do that. Don't do the demonstration yet. It's just as a suggestion until you know that they're not who they say they are. So here, let me. This is the front of it.
I found one online.
And then you have to know what the codes on there mean as well. They have codes on them. And so I had to do the research on the code and everything. It says government vehicle. Yes, there is. This is the back of it. Now you know how on the back they have QR code.
Oh yeah.
QR code is our right red thumbprint. For now. Okay. And then this badge number, the first 9 digits is the post office tax ID number restated properly. And since this was the first badge, I just put 0001. And you can put for those last 4 digits. For your territory, it can be whatever you choose. But we should have some order on that. We should talk about the order of that.
So that's the bond number also.
It is the bond number, yes. Everything comes together. Everything goes together.
So let me ask the question then. The bond is on the treasury credit bond, all the numbers are together. This is how it would appear, but without the dashes, or why did you put it together? Or did I maybe miss you saying why it looks like that? Whereas on the bond, all the numbers were, they ran consecutively.
I separated the numbers because in the system recognizes a sequence of numbers that looks like social security numbers. So that's why I put the spaces there. And sometimes in corporate arenas, they will have the first 2 numbers together and then the rest of the numbers. But we just stay with the way our system works. Yeah.
And the address.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because I'm the one who issued and when I say I'm the one, we all did it, who issued the occupancy certificate.
Will that cover all the districts in your territory?
This is an earth-wide bond. The bond is for the whole post office system.
Let all of our envelopes process and get to that delivery destination. But that's where I'm headed. Sasha's heading that direction. Earl, and quite a few others in our respective territories.
Okay, let me say this about that demonstration. And this is what I'm hearing in the spirit. Before you all do that demonstration, you must know who you're talking to. That's going to be the most important thing, because if you go in there and give them a title, they're going to pound on you verbally. Okay, you don't want that. Verbally, they're not going to hurt you, but they'll start talking crazy, funny mirror talk. Know that they are subjects holding space until you get there. That's number 1. Number 2, before you do that demonstration, notify that you're coming and why you're coming. Number three, you all, and I'm not going to stroke any egos here. I'm going to be honest and honorable. This is a suggestion. Check your processes and make sure that the way you're sending things and what you're saying and what you send is lawful and legal and appropriate. And I know your stuff is lawful. It's the legal part where the system starts to want to fight back a little. So make sure that the methods that you're using, that no one is giving themselves a zip code in that upper left corner, that when you speak to them, you speak to them and you have them as the subject on your document. It's those types of things. Check your methodology. And here's the thing about even the methodology. When your methodology is exactly what it should be, most of the time the tracking doesn't even matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Because notice to agent is notice to principal, and notice to principal is notice to agent. Now, you do want to see that your stuff is getting where it's going. You know, we can look in the system and see, okay, everything is getting where it's going. The last time they tried something where they were trying to say things, or where I would look in the system and things had not moved for a minute, the ancestor said, don't say a word, just wait. And sure enough, I checked again a week later, and everything had gone through. They had a new error that time in the system. The one that I had not seen, so I did a little research on it. But it wasn't anything wrong with my methodology and the things that I did. Everything that I did, the legal system honored what I did and the thing went on through. It's just that they hadn't seen it before. So those are my suggestions before you go down and do what you're doing. I will say this, and this is even further of me stating what I know about our systems and about our ancestors. If all of you are seeing it in your territory, please take into consideration what we stated just now. Just a moment. If it's Angel, just a moment. Please take into consideration what we stated. We state all that we state in love. You know that. Our love is not even on the table. Now it's processed. Islam is Sasha.
May I add something there? What's interesting in my case, so I have sent mail using our processes from the Black River Coast. Everything, and I've checked the tracking, 18 packages, something like that. They all got to where they were going. The ones which I haven't actually leaned that particular post on. I think overarching the whole postal system here, plus the United States postal. I think two closest to me, which are the ones that are not, in fact, trying to give me back mail. So, you know, I'm listening and I hear exactly. So there are differences in my processes, I know, from here to there. But the truth of the matter is I've done more here for these ones that are not cooperating than the ones that actually sent them right where they need to go. So I definitely will be looking and digging and seeing where and what I need to do. I know I need to do the bonds, liens and levies and that kind of stuff. So I absolutely will be refocusing and doing it big before I go and do this demonstration.
Another question. Packages that we normally send to DC's email portal. So when we levy them, so we'll be in the process of sending our affidavits, being defaults after we done the court actions and whatnot, to Washington DC's email portal.
Are you led to do that? What is your spirit saying? As you're doing your process, what is your spirit saying about that? That is absolutely what I would have stated as the answer to that question. You all have moved beyond that part, but there are some moors who are still back there at the timeline there, and that's not good or bad. It's just where they are on the timeline. Where you are, your spirit in your demonstrations, your spirit is always going to be the first authority for what you're doing. Yes. It was the processes of proper presentment for liens, levies, and things of that nature that our ancestors wanted us to know and to share, so that we could stand on everything that we've done unequivocally, without question. Without question, we can stand on all the documentation and the paperwork we've done. Islam. Just a moment. One more moment, information. Let me. Justice Howard. Let your spirit guide you, and also whenever you're preparing to do those types of demonstrations, like going somewhere and doing a face-to-face, let your spirit lead you there also. Let the spirit go before you to clear the path before you. And then, you know, and this is what we say always, and we practice it as well. And not practice it, we actually do it. We all actually are. None of us are practicing. That's why these things are important. That when we go, that our authority comes across in our paperwork before we get there, so that when we get there, we don't have to try and push authority on people. They already know. Excuse me. So. Mm-hmm. That's part of the process.
And ask the general manager and any communications from your headquarters in Glendale, California.
Not the general manager.
She says no.
The Colt can't contact you on a cell phone number. The Colt can't contact you on WhatsApp. The Colt can't contact you.
Justice Howard. I'm gonna let Infrashasha give it. Because I heard the Infrashasha, I heard you do it, yeah.
It's not there, then it's your subject, and he's not the general manager, and those are the missing pieces, actually.
Yeah.
In your process.
That and a bond. Because that's, yeah. The ancestor has, that word came out of the spirit really loud. A bond. He hasn't bonded them.
Action. And knowing they are not general manager, they're your subject, it's not their premises, it's your premises. So that's it.
Please know that. They need to be bonded. They need to be bonded. All of that has to happen.
One of the things I have discovered is that, for instance, the Marriott is actually a different, it's not the Marriott.
Right.
And that's what it's Columbia Sussex. These investment companies are, they're not the owners, but they're the funny mirror. So even though the Marriott International has been liened and levied, and then the bonds will be back. Mike is saying then, okay, so then there's another entity. So that entity must be liened, levied, and bonded also.
That entity is the crown, and we have the crown. We are the crown.
So we know. So once we leave what was or what was appearing to be the one in the funny mirror, it's done. Because everything above that is us and it's in our possession anyway.
Well, think about what your liens say, Empress. It says all agents, principals, heirs, assigned, and any derivatives thereof.
Absolutely. That's actually come up with the conversation too, because anything and everything is a derivative.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and that is the main reason. What you just illustrated there, Empress, is why our ancestors broke everything down for us and had us do it line by line and precept by precept, so we would look at the documentation and just stand on it and know it. And it's beautiful how a lot of these principles we didn't know. We weren't taught these principles in the last era. So now we're getting them, So it's beautiful. And let me say that Justice Howard, Justice Dawood, Empress Shasha, and Empress Nana, I know she's in there somewhere too. I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing. Because faith without works is dead. Faith without works is dead. And guess what faith is? Faith is the payment system. That's what faith is. The payment system is how you get faith.
And faith, actually, what faith, FAIT is faith to make to. It's French. So it's in the word itself.
Yes, and it is your destiny, your fate. It's what determines what happens with you.
Yes. And in order for things to happen, you must do.
Yes.
You must do. Yes.
Yes.
You make it happen.
Yes.
I yield now.
You all are doing all the right things. Justice Howard, you better know that they don't have any titles, or I'm coming to get you. I'm coming, but I'm going to get Infrashasha first so we can both get you. And Nana too. Yeah. Know that. Because see, you're the one who's bonding them. They can't bond themselves. If they were able to bond themselves, then they would be a postmaster general. But they can't even pay for it. They're not even paying their own salary. Good job. Yeah. 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 It's love. It's love. Yeah. It's love. It's love. It's love. It's love. That's beautiful. The question that was asked earlier is Rashasha about the coin being given first. I want to also state with what you all are doing is when you state that the coin must be given first, you're actually increasing your own blessing because the energy is moving. Because that's really what's happening here. Is we have to get the circulation of the coinage, and if it's a priority to them, they'll get the coin. People did it with fiat. If it's a priority, they'll get it, or they'll get the bullion, or they'll go tear up a computer and pull some gold out of the computer or something. You know, but we have the circulation has already started, so we have to keep it going and increase and increase and increase. So that's how our wealth manifests on increase. Oh, thank you, That's gonna get the front porch step fixed. So when y'all get here, you won't fall through. It's beautiful. The matriarchal now. You under the matriarch, you for sure to be wealthy. Extremely. Your wealth will manifest very quickly. That's it's love. It's love. It's love.
So we can't wait for them to come out just to face to get involved. Okay, well, they won't get involved, so it's up to us on our shoulders. So we decided that we're going to merge all 5 territories. And everybody agreed, voted on it. We did the affidavit on it, and it's done. It's got the seal on it, and everything.
It's love. It's love. There were never any boundaries between us anyway, but it's love. Indeed. I have to get to Empress Angel because twice Empress Angel had to wait, and we want to hear what she got to say. So,
Islam, gratitude. Islam, gratitude.
We all yield before.
Islam, gratitude. I mean, I do have things important to say. So it's just more or less about demonstration and making sure that you have your processes in order. Because we have planned a demonstration tomorrow, right? And it's just a put on notice. And, you know, we're not doing anything else besides giving them on the counter. That's it. So, that from the processes that we know that we had to have the means, the levy, and the bond, and the 1099A, 1099C, the 1096, those are tax internal revenue documents that have to be put on the record as well, pertaining to the process, because those are how things get accounted and things of that nature. So, my partner over here, Nathaniel, was saying how we should put our demonstration on hold. I was like, no, we don't need to, because we have everything in proper order. And no time are we in or out of time at any point in time, because we are timed, that part. Though, for the point of demonstration and the nature of things and how things are turning out, as far as how, you know, whatever the situation is, I was like, we're going to go, and we're going to just put the documentation on the counter and walk out. That's it. And we're going to put it in the mail and put it in the email. So, and that's the trifecta as far as I'm concerned. So, I just wanted to get that on the record to affirm that, you know, we already have our process already, and it's stamped out, it's clear, it's concise. And like, if you know that, there shouldn't be any hesitation to you waiting to do a demonstration. If you know that you've got everything, stand firm in that, and then do your demonstration.
Yes. If I may say something about those types of demonstrations, because I've done quite a few of those also, and I know you all have too. As you know, when you go into a place on the land and you put something on the counter, there's always going to be someone going, "Excuse me, ma'am, excuse me, sir, ma'am," because they want you to war with them about your command.
Although I must state, over here at Westchester County, when I did that, the first few times it was like that. But as I continued on and I went over there, it was like, okay, no problem.
I don't respond to them when they say that.
No, they said, oh, they looked at it and they said, okay.
and they, that's all they said. They looked at it, and they said, okay, I didn't see anything. That's what they should be saying, Empress. That's what they should be saying. That's what they should be saying, because, and if they don't say anything, you know, if they don't say that, then whatever else they're saying is not a thing. They just asked the question. They was like, the file number. I said, it's in there. I said, everything you need is in there. That's the best response to any of that, is all your questions are answered in the documentation. That's it. And I walked out. And that will quiet, that will mute them so quickly. Because see, then you're doing what we were always commanded to do by our own selves, because nobody commands us but us, is let our documentation precede us. And even in that instance, I'm sorry, because you listen, but even in that instance, it is preceding you, because they've gotten it, they've accepted it, they looked at it, and it preceded your response is in there. Yeah, that's that part. Yeah. It's Prego, it's in there. Yeah, that's it. And then it's Nike, just do it. It's long, that part. So yeah, we're not like, we're not accepting, like, it's not a taking no for an answer situation. It is what it is, and we're doing what we're doing, and we're being who we are at all points in time. And we're not even being arrogant or anything about that, but we are confident. Yeah. We are confident. And assured. Yeah. Assured. Yeah. That's a better word than confident. Assured is a better word. I like that word better. And then when you talk about the 1099-C, let's talk about the process that you put in place, Empress. The 1099-C, remember back a while back, they said that that the IRS was hiring 87,000 new whatever. That was from the last era. But when you start with the 1099-C, cancellation, yes. Oh, I can't hear you at the moment. Islam, I can't hear you. Yeah, that they were taking in, they're going to have to. They don't want that. But then when you come right back with the bond, that's telling them that they can escape the taxes using Fifth Amendment when they accept gold and silver and lawful Moorish gold receipts. That's really what we're doing. We're making sure that we address and give commands and govern and take authority over both sides of the book. That part. Yes, and I stated that earlier today about, the bookkeeping, because you had stated that previous Congress about how people to fill out a mortgage, one document will go left and the other one will go right. One will go to debt, one will go to that's taking apostrophe your autograph time and time again for the that part. And that whole system is fraud. And so now that it's in the living du jour, and now it's, we're stating and we're doing the bookkeeping, because Nate asked me earlier, he's like, what does the 1099 cancellation form do? I said, well, it balances the books. Yeah. He's like, well, further, and he wanted to, and I was like, oh, so you meant me to add unto and state that it takes the debt that they were claiming, it takes it and put it in the creditor side, and then the creditor side now has gold. So it removes the debt, cancels it out, and now it is just the credit that is reflecting in the book. And so it's the forgiving of the debt, it's the cancellation of the debt, and it's giving even in so this is a reversal of life. So a negative would be positive in that regard, in that side. Mm-hmm. Because we're canceling it. Now it's showing as a positive because it's going on the opposite side of the spectrum. It's being credit in the true living. Because remember, if you ever were in business, I'm sure we all were. If you were black was the positive and the red was the negative. Right. So now it's the reverse. So to have a negative in that system would be a positive, because now they're getting rid of the debt. They're saying, okay, we're getting rid of it, so the more negative they see on that side is a good thing. And that's the cancellation, the 1099-C, and the 1099-A's, and those things, that part. Yeah. So they welcome that. Yeah, it has to balance. It has to balance. All the way. And with the processes, we make it balanced, therefore we're governing it competently. So, that part. Yeah. So, just remember, Justice Nathan, just go put it on the desk and walk out. Demonstration done. And now I'm not saying go do it. What I am saying though is that no matter what, it's still going to work in your favor.
I affirm.
And then also do some spirit work between now all the way up to and through the demonstration. Do some spirit work. Do some spirit work. Anytime that the doubt comes in, do some spirit work. We all have doubts. You know, at some point in the past, we've had doubts, and we just do spirit work through them. Just like what I was saying about yesterday, you know. We felt the spirit of depression come, and I said, what is it? Because I already know I don't have anything to be depressed about. And I'm not even accustomed to feeling that. So I'm like, ancestors, what is this about? And then they showed this big ball of energy. They showed that in the spirit realm, I could see this big ball of energy that was supposed depression leaving the earth. Like a comet going backwards. I was like, wow.
Yeah, Islam.
Islam, Empress Angel. Have we, just a moment, nobility, Empress Angel, have we?
Yes.
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 Islam. Thank you so much. And we're with you at the demonstration tomorrow. You know that.
Yes, gratitude.
Islam.
Islam.
Nobility.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes, I had a thought about, you're speaking about the gold. I been into refining with the electronic strapper, like an electronic strapper. And I took it all the way to the point where I took it to the gold exchange, and they confirmed that gold there, it's platinum there. But the thing is, the next step to take would be how could you use this stuff when it needs to be refined, because it has to be smelted and separated from the other metals in order to get the gold, in order to mold it into something or have the pure gold. So that's the next step. So I was one of the only one who are into that, because I really need to. I would like to start a strapper thing with refining strap electronic parts, but I don't see being able to do anything with the gold unless it's been refined or smelted from the other metals. I got tons of it, but I haven't been able to go any further so far until I get a smelting machine to be able to all the chemicals I need and be able to smelt it or separate the metals.
So it's not a matter of chemicals, though. It's not a matter of chemicals. It's a matter of heat. Heat, yes. It's a matter of heat. So there are these ovens that are the size of probably a microwave oven. And you can get them online. And what you do is you put whatever you have in there, and it will heat it up until everything separates. And as you know, gold can take far more heat than most other elements, than many other elements. I won't say most others, but many others. And the gold will separate. And then when you take it out of this machine, it will cool. And you can shape it. You can pour it right into an iron mold. And make whatever. Yeah. It's not difficult at all. It's just a matter of the heat. So, yeah. So it's just an oven. It's an oven. It's a high intensity oven. And last time I priced one, it was about anywhere between 400 and maybe 1,200, depending on which kind, you know. But one thing I know about that too, nobility, is just do the research. Let me just put it that way. Do the research. Because all of this that we're looking at and that we're inspired to do is much easier than even we made. It's much easier. And that came to my realization yesterday when I spoke to the people about will they accept gold and silver for their work and for their labor. And this is much easier. Everything that we have, but we do have to get that corporate covering. That's what all this other stuff has been about, removing the corporate covering off of them. So there's a small machine, it's a small oven. And most people who have those types of ovens, they put them outside, like in the backyard, because they generate so much heat. And whatever you have, whatever you have, it's safe so that you outside will make it so that you're not breathing in all that stuff. And then and so it's simple. Just get a really high intensity oven, put the oven in there. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Billy. And this is a demonstration that I've not done yet, but maybe I will. Have you tried microwaving gold? Because not even a microwave can get that high. I mean, but don't do it. It's a microwave that you use at home regularly.
I've tried the chemicals. I tried the chemicals, separated through the chemicals, and I took it to a certain level. Don't worry about that, but it's a lot because they turn different colors. Really got it. At the time, I wasn't really focusing, so I had to do it again. I think I messed up a little bit because I used different tests. I learned a lot.
We're supposed to do that type of testing. We're supposed to do that type of testing. Did it at any time turn black? Did the gold at any time turn black?
Yeah, the chemical turns green. It turns green. The chemicals that turns green. It turns red. It turns green. Yeah, the thing that's on the bottom is black. Yeah.
So those colors tell you what other chemicals are basically in there. Those colors will tell you. Gold, anytime in anything, is either going to be gold or it's going to be black. And when it's black, all you have to do is let it cool, and then you clean it, and then you polish it, and it'll be gold again.
Yeah. I'm gonna look into this machine. I appreciate it, though.
Wow. Keep us posted on what you're doing. That's great work. Keep us posted on that. Yeah, and we'll share any information and knowledge that we get as we're demonstrating. We're doing a lot of the same things.
Yeah. Interesting stuff to know what's there. When I took it to the Golden State, I was surprised. He's like, it's platinum, it's all this. He's like all type of color, but it looks the same color, but once you put the chemicals, it changes. It separates. The colors change.
I'm surprised you can find the chemicals to do that. I'm surprised you can find the chemicals. But because it takes a certain amount of acids and things to do that.
Yeah.
And a lot of those acids are not available right readily.
No, you gotta order them.
Okay. Well, keep us on mobility because we'll continue to do our research. Look for that oven though, because the oven will make it so that you don't need any chemicals to separate it. Because gold will outlast any heat that a lot of those chemicals won't last. The other things, the other elements won't last. Yeah. So, thank you for that, Islam. We were going to go over the 1041 and the 1041T. Has anyone on this call ever filled out a 1041 and a 1041T?
Islam, we was actually looking over those today, and we was Googling and searching them. We didn't fill it out yet, but we was going over them.
Some recently found a filled out one from the last era. For example, the strawman name and then the fiduciary was the treasurer or the secretary or some other, but it was, so I was just looking at it, I hadn't gone deep in, looking at this example from the other era and seeing where, well, I'm the fiduciary or we're the fiduciary. That's as far as I've gone, but I didn't know.
So, in order for us to state the things we stated and do the things we've done, we did fill out a 1041 and a 1041. Or restate it, of course. So we'll just show you what we did. Okay. Now, keep in mind as we show you this, what I said a little while ago about this stuff is a lot simpler for us than it was made out to be in the last era. This 1041 and 1041T that I'm showing here is the one that we filled out and sent notification regarding the United States for America Trust. We restated the whole thing first in the 666 trillion. Now we did this a while ago. Because we know the systems and we know what parts of the system get things going and things of that nature. The ancestors just tell us the same thing they tell you all. So this 1041 title for the estate or trust is the United States for America. And you'll know what this number is. This 2025923 is, you asked if there are a copy available. This is the copy right here. Am I going to put this under the video? Let me go through it first. Let me go through it first. Before I answer that question. So, if you'll notice, there's some very key things here, some key changes that we made before we sent notification to our treasury regarding our trust. First couple of changes that we made over here. The estate number here is the same as the bond number because we're bonding our estate and our ability to do things. These 1041s have a place for a fiduciary. All moors are fiduciary for the United States for America, so all can do this. All moors can do this with regard to the vast estate. We knew that it needed to be, not needed, that it was our will to do it regarding the 666 trillion in order to do the other things that we've been doing. So over here is another one of the major changes that we made to this document. In this
The changes is gigantic because the document was very long. You cut out a lot of verbiage.
It was not necessary because we didn't need all of that stuff. We didn't. Yeah.
So it went from a 4-page document to a 1.
Pretty much. Because look at all that applied. What type is it? It's a living estate. It's a sovereignty. They didn't even have these options over there. Some of these options were not over there. Why? Because they're not sovereign. Express trust, private foundation, public trust, public foundation, private trust, other, attached written affidavits, and all other as stated by fiduciary. So,
Islam, I'm sorry. Should you also put other attached written on and then also public record?
yes. And most of our documents state at the bottom, especially our affidavits, state at the bottom that all other documents on the public record by the sovereign is a part of it. And then we attach that to this. And then the fiduciary document says something pretty similar to that. So we edited and did what applied because a lot of that other stuff was a bunch of colorability. If this is not called a form, it's an affidavit format. Treasury, Internal Revenue, not the Internal Revenue Service, we're not even talking to them. Ancient Dominion Roman calendar year, which is the one that we just restated, actually. Thankfully, we wrote out
Empress. Oh my goodness. So, if I may, the fact that you just restated that we did the Gregorian calendar restated, right? That was so monumental as far as the Torrance law, how things are being, recorded in our system and how they're being notated there or anywhere else that we put on notice. As far as the timeline and how once we see that change, then we're gonna know everything is really extrally, oh my goodness, done, like finito, like signee, done, sealed. There's no more to concern yourself about because to state that the first month is March and the 12th month is February. Come on now.
And it's because that's why the ancestors were saying, write all the way out the name of the month. Write it all the way out. Because all these documents are catching up with the vote we just did. So instead of us using 0802 2023, how we used to do that with the flashes and stuff. That would have thrown everything off. The ancestors said, write out the month all the way out. So now our documentation catches up with the covenant calendar.
By virtue.
Yes. Which means that the frauds that would have attempted to tax anything or question anything can't even speak because they're not even in the right time zone.
Nope, can't see you. We don't exist.
No, they don't exist. They don't. And see, that's our ancestors' way of letting us know they don't exist is by having us to look at the previously on a fraudulent calendar, on a fraudulent paper, fraudulent date, all of that stuff. They don't exist. If their stuff doesn't line up with ours, they don't exist. Now, here, this second part, right here, part B. There's a place on that 1041 that basically asks how often you want this trust to be activated, basically. So we said eternally activated, and we return at will. It says, I'm gonna have to look back at it because the question was so weird. Let me pull up one of these 1041s really quickly so we can know exactly what we were looking at that had us to change the information because it was just crazy. Let's see if we can pull one up really quickly so that we can see what that question was because it was just crazy. A moment. Let's see. Okay, on 1041. The question was, this is it right here. Check applicable boxes. Yeah, check applicable boxes. Is this an initial return, a final return, an amended return, and net operating loss carryback, etc. But when I saw these three, initial return, final return, amended return, I'm like, they're really, that's a spiritual question. They talk about the return of the Christ. That's a spiritual question because these documents all started in the spirit realm first. So when I saw that question, I said, okay, we're going to state this the way that we say it. Eternally activated return at will, and it's an eternal living trust. We have the option to amend at any time, so we have amended, and then the other options stay there. Now, let me pull back on the document so you can see the whole thing. And yes, we did shorten it. And let me tell you why we shortened the document. First and foremost, we're not taxed. We're not taxed. Oh, up here, let me not get that. Here in E, it says fiduciary is not the only entitled beneficiary for this estate and trust. Therefore, affidavit format 1041T does state all other beneficiaries and their entitlements. Again, I was still thinking about all of them. And it's just, all of us have the authority to do this, and I would encourage you to do the same thing. So the value for this estate and trust, I put 666 trillion because that's what we put on the public record for our initial return. Total deductions, expenses, allocations combined 666 trillion. If not taxed, enter not taxed entitlement code here. AAA 222-141A1. And we know that that is the not taxed code law that the United States for America does with regard to gold and silver and all of that. That is a code for authority that the Prophet Noble Jew Ali and Justice Noble C.M. Bay and the Moors from the 1920s and 1930s put on the public record as the not tax code. So we restated that code because we know over that time it was there was some attempted hypothecation, etc. If obligated to pay taxes, inner tax amount at 10% from line 1. And I probably should have put 10% here. Why? Because that's our tithe. So actually, it should really say 10%. That just goes back into the coffers so that the operations are taken care of, so that everything that has to do with operations is taken care of. Okay. Tithe goes, for example, when you're doing work, when you're doing your public notary work, and you set your trust up to your whatever your company is, gold and silver legal services. And this is my suggestion for all of us, that we all use the same company name. doing legal services. If obligated to pay taxes in a tax amount at 10% from line one, again, we're the only ones who have the authority to tax ourselves. And the only reason I'm putting 10% is because that 10% is going to come back to us. It is a reinvestment back into the estate. So, and we had voted on this once before. We voted on 10%, and it was approved when we were talking about, give a moment. I know I'm missing some questions in the chat. Excuse me for missing the questions in the chat. I'm not doing that on purpose, but I'm really trying to stay on task here so that we're not here for 8 hours. Because we could be. It says here, those entitled to pay taxes, state nationality status here. Nationality status is proper identification, which is the law, and is mandatory for the Internal Revenue to process this affidavit and deposit money credits to stated bank account accordingly. Stated credits are deposited within 1 day, 24 hours of the Internal Revenue receiving this autographed document. That's a little quick, but you're the ones that's doing the deposit. We're all this 666 trillion has already been deposited in our bank. We deposited actually some years ago when we did the 666 trillion video, but we did it in the spirit realm there now, and now we're doing it in the legal system now. And then it says this creditor, estate, and trust is not entitled to pay taxes because the taxes is a you have to have a particular title in order for that to be a thing. Okay, we're not entitled to pay taxes, but we can volunteer 10%. And according to the ancient law, 10% is actually what we should be doing. But in the language, we can change the language at any time. Islamism.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I am with the language for some reason. Because as it states, we are non-tax.
Yeah.
We somehow, because if you're not taxed, then how are you obligated to pay tax?
That's a great question. May I explain that? From our, it's an oxymoron if you're talking about nationality, and that's why we say nationality status. But then when you go to the realm that's below nationality, which is commerce, then and that's where we've been having issues more. It's the commerce part. When you're talking about that part is taxed at 10%. It's a 10% flat tax. We explained that previously, but it's important that we continue to explain that. There are Moors who are not going to be operating in commerce. They're going to live off the land. They're not going to be selling or buying anything. They're going to be enjoying their vast estate. They're going to pick from the trees. They're going to enjoy. I know a whole clan of them that's doing that very same thing. They've gone onto the land. They've cleared some land. They're going to be growing their food and their mangoes and things. They're never going to go to a grocery store. They're not going to need to go to a grocery store. They're not going to go out to market and be selling and buying things. They just want to live in peace on the land. They are not taxed, just like we're not taxed. Okay? But then there are those of us who are going to be doing commerce, where we're going to operate our own grocery stores and sell sea salt and do commerce and have art galleries and then there's an arm of the government that must issue proper identification for those on the land. That is where the taxing comes in.
So that's the key for instance in the era where corporations are taxable companies. But
yes.
And it's just and really and truly what it is, it's just the word. That's all.
Yeah.
But so thank you. That was all.
And that's why we said if obligated to pay taxes. See, someone who lives off the land, they won't even have an address for the Internal Revenue to send them anything. They're going to be on the land, and they have every right to do that. We were sent here to take dominion over all, of course, but also they need protection from commercial mercenaries that would have come for them. We know the system. So we have to say, no, they're not taxed because they're not obligated. They're a part of us. And then should they choose to come into commercial venues? And listen, for me, the 10% comes into my coffers, my own coffers, because we're doing the work. And that's something we voted on about 6 months ago, I think, when we were talking about this process. when we were talking about the process of the gold, the federal, this was before we implemented the federal driver license program to start taking in gold. We said, how are we going to support what we're doing? A 10% tithe. And tithe goes to the Lord, which is all of us. So now, where I am right now is I'm actually looking at what we've taken in, and I'm saying, okay, how do I pull 10% from this? Well, fortunately, some more sent some bullion, and I'm going to show this to you sometime soon. They sent little chips, gold chips. You know how carrot bars, some of you may have heard of carrot bars.
Yes, yes.
They had this little gold chip in it. Well, some more sent that for their driver licenses, which made it easier for me to pull the 10%, which I haven't done yet. But I have to add up all the gold that we've taken in and pull 10% from it. And so no matter what that amount is, I'll be able to do that because we receive so many of them. So the tithe and the taxes come to the Lord. And then what I will do with that is our banking is already manifested. Whenever we do things like ink and paper and things of that nature, and we're quickly getting to the point where the bonds are going to be taking care of that. Then the 10% will be free and clear for my household. So same thing for you all. As you're doing public notary documents and court actions, you're the chief justice is at your territory. You're going to be taking it, and that goes back to the question about should the gold and silver come first? Yes, it should come first because that's actually a tithe on them too. That way they're in the trust. Because remember, it was by the feet. Even when Moors were saying, we're not a part of that, we're not a part of that. If they exchange the fiat, those people grab their interest in it. And we're just not having that. Islam.
Quick question. Concerning the driver's license, for one who has no gold but silver only,
yes,
the equipment for the driver's license.
For that, I'll tell you, we just accepted what they gave because it was still bullion, it was still a coin. We just took whatever they gave. That's something that the ancestors gave us okay to just take whatever they give because at least they weren't giving fiat.
Absolutely.
But they were still giving consideration for the work. It's important that you be paid. Now that's where a servant is worthy of their hire. Like the Prophet Noble said. So our 1041, our 1041, this is the gist of it, this is the bottom. Tax due, if no entitlement owed for line 3, enter the amount owed from line 4. We said 0, but I'm going to put 10%, and then what we'll do is we'll pay the 10%, which is going to be, what's 10% of 666 trillion, y'all? And we're going to actually transfer the money on our bankroll. And we'll actually, at some point, put that, well, we've already put that amount in the treasury. We already paid it in the treasury. We sent gold to the treasury already. Well, we'll just say that was our 10%. Because it was paid to the treasury. We have the number, the tracking number for that. 10% of 666, and what will happen is, as we use the 666 trillion, let me see, 10% of that is going to be 1, 2, it's 6 trillion. It's already paid. We already paid it. 6 trillion. And the overpayment is 66 trillion. Well, we already paid that. The overpayment is probably going to be the same 6 trillion. Why? Because the tithe comes back to us because we're gift based. The 6 trillion. That's the 6 trillion. Let's see. It's not tax, inner tax, not tax code here. If this can't say that. This will say something else. If I get it. If we are so twins, I'm telling says that in the IRS quote unquote code. That it was voluntary. Yes, yes, indeed. So I'm sure that's probably why the ancestors had us look back at this one more time with everyone present because they received it. They got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, we must give the trust so that everything continues to happen. And this 6 trillion, again, that goes for all of us. Now, this 6 trillion is also backing your Delarium receipts, your gold receipts. Because that is the trust money. But it's a gold receipt because the gold has already been paid. This is so, wow, interesting.
This is not like going back to the old ways where the receipt was the money.
Yes.
The receipt was used for the circulation. And the gold sacred.
Yes. But that's because where are you going to put all the gold and silver? Where are you going to put all of that? You know? And let me say this about that too, Empress, and more about the gold and silver. When the ancestors first started saying, how are you going to do this? They said, what did you say, Empress? What did we miss?
My connection, I didn't catch anything after.
Okay, I'll start again. That you mentioned about the receipt backing the money and the gold would be in one place specifically, and the receipts would circulate saying, hey, you know, we have gold here, and this is one of the receipts for some of that gold. And people would accept those because they didn't, you know, the bullion was starting to get too heavy and people didn't feel whatever, you know. And the reason I say whatever is because when I first started doing this demonstration, there was some programming from the last era that I had to deal with. That programming it had to do with bringing gold coins in and feeling secure in doing so. This is what I have to say because I can hear the energy. I can hear the energy of those who might say that they're not going to do this because where they live is not safe and blah, 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 blah. You have to restate your address so that where you live is safe. Restate your address. Place a lien, a levy, and a bond on where you live. And the safety will be there. Why? Because then you moved your address to ancient Morocco. So it's not even sitting in wherever. We feel confident and we know in our knowing our ancestors can get this work done. We said, okay, we'll do it. And they promised they would protect. And then, you know, we would feel comfortable doing what we're doing. And so far, so good. And I know that won't change if they're going to continue to protect us and all that we do. And yes, it's on it.
With that place with that one lien, levy, and bond, does that cover your name, your address, and your social security number?
If you put it in your bond, it does.
Okay. Thank you.
And the answer to that is a resounding yes, simply because all of that information is automatically contained in that bond. Yeah. The bond number is your state security number. Your state security number, which is, you know, as you all know, we have properly liened, levied, and bonded and restated those things that were previously doing business as social security numbers. Just a moment. So, but we know that social security numbers are not valid. We know that. So, obligation and your duty to your nation, which is to work. Always let your spirit be your authority. And then after that, your national obligation and your universal obligation to do the work. We must do the work. And now the businesses are being brought to the table. You know, the businesses are being brought to the table with regard to gold and silver, because it's that time. We've gotten to that point in the process. The bond process is what brought the rest of that to the forefront. So, yes, 1 Timothy 5 and 18. Someone put that in the chat. Let me just take a look at that. So, get your gold and silver up to par. Now, let me just show you also, while we're waiting for that to come up, the rest of this document. It was greatly shortened for us. We are going to send an updated version of this for notification, and we're putting that notification on the public record right now. Just one moment. Just a moment, let me. Okay. This is the 1041. Let me correct this also. The estate is worth 666 trillion. The voluntary taxes paid is 6 trillion. And so tax due, the code for line 3 going to be amount volunteered. Or donated. Actually, yes, those are donations. Right, that's a donation. From line 4. Yeah, 6 trillion donated from line 4. Or volunteered or donated. Just a moment. Do or volunteered. Keep saying donated. Donated. Okay. $6 trillion overpayment is $599 trillion. Can someone do the math on that really quickly? Just one moment. Are you? Okay. So this is what the 1099 looks like. 1041 looks like. It says state bank account number and bank routing number for money credit to be deposited. More, this is where you put the restated account number for the overpayment for your 1099. 1041 rather. Can everyone hear me okay? Islam. Okay, I know we've gone a bit long today. Let me show you the rest of this document really quickly. It's only 1 or 2 pages. We rewrote the instructions and added. This is the 1041P. Let me show you this one really quickly. This just states the entitled beneficiary to each titled ancient beneficiary according to their peaceful growth and contribution to this eternal empire that is without end and as intended. And of course, as intended by each one of us. And this is going to be the title, total amount for refund tax payments to entitled beneficiaries is 5. So again, this one is for the entire estate. This refund is what is your horse Sagamalian gold. That's what this refund it is. Entitlement to living titled ancient beneficiaries, entitlement to living faithful subjects. We did include our subjects. That way they can use whatever they want to use in terms of the more Sagamalian gold receipts. They just have to get them from us, just like in the last era, we had to get them from the quote-unquote settlement. It says a universal monthly stipend to each faithful, peaceful subject according to the word of the master. And they know the scriptures behind that. And then we autograph. It says here total gold dollar amount and bank credits for entitlement refund. 599 trillion. That's 666 trillion minus the 6 trillion. So this is what our 1041 and 1041T look like. Are there any questions about the 1041 and the 1041T process?
Islam.
Islam.
So, I noticed that the information that you have stated looks like the previous document from the IRS, Internal Revenue Levy.
We reset, yes, yes.
And then the account number, that was your USAA bank account?
Yes, that's the one that we restated.
Okay. Very well.
That's a good question too. Let me think about that. I'm just looking in the spirit. That's what the ancestors said to put on there at the time. And then let me just show you really quickly. I said I was not going to do this, but I am going to do it because I've just changed my mind. But let me have you look really quickly at what that looks like. It's not reflecting that amount right now, but it does reflect in the bank account that is the United States Treasury, as you can see there.
OMG. Now, I have not been on that account in a very long time, but I must say, it looks 1,000,000% different from when I previously was on them.
Yeah. Yeah. Our state, that's the United States Treasury, both of them.
My.
So that's why I put that there. And again, it's not yet reflecting. Remember when we showed how to upload the documents into the bank account? And everyone can do it because there's a feature on every bank account where you can upload documents. We uploaded a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The lien, the levy, everything. We still have yet to upload the bond. And that's why it's not reflecting yet what we put on the bond and what we sent to our internal review.
Mm.
But we already know that once we do that it's going to reflect exactly what we stated because it's doing it now.
Of course, it says United States Treasury.
So, yeah. So, our ancestors are showing us how to do all the things that we need to do, not need, but that we will do for us and for our nation. Now, everyone's account can reflect that it's the United States Treasury too, I think, as fiduciary. We'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge. We'll get there. Because Islam ability. Islam.
Yeah, I was wondering, you say bank account. What about those who, like, I'm at the age of 60, and I worked for the United States Treasury Corporation, did a lot of, but I never had a bank account.
How did they pay you?
How did this work?
How did they pay you?
Well, they paid me in check. Like I've installed office furniture, things like that, and I've did a lot of things, and construction, all that, and but I never remember a bank account. I've always cashed checks.
So, for those who were what they were calling unbanked, you can state your own bank account first by proper record keeping, because that's we're doing that also. We're keeping our own records first, and then the bank account is reflecting what our records tell it to reflect. So you have first-hand banking because you're the bank first and foremost anyway. So a spreadsheet with your banking information on it, and you can use your bond number as your bank account number because we had that anyway. That's how the ones in the last era were enacting pooling from it. Is there was a bond and a number, a social security number, quote unquote, and they were enacting pooling from that bond every time you did something or signed for something. So you do the same thing that all of us are doing, creating bonds for you, for the name that is your tool, that your holy mother gave you, or whoever named you at birth, and they really crowned you at birth, and do a bond for that name, And when you do a bond for that name, and please nobody talk about how we're taking people's nationality, because we're not, because the nationality card is your nationality. That gives you the authority to create a bond for the name you own. So the name that you own, you create a bond for it with the state security number that you've restated. Make sure you've done a lien, a levy on that social security number, because it was fraud back in the day. And then create the bond, and that bond will be your bank account number. Okay, and listen. When you pull from pulling from your bond comes in the form of your use of moor. That means your bank has issued you some money. And now what we're doing is showing that our money is actual gold receipt. It's backed by gold. Literally backed by gold. And then as you do your national duties at your territory, people are going to be bringing you gold and silver, Solomon. They're going to bring you gold and silver. And you take that into your bank. And then you can use Delarium out in the street. So you don't have to have gold on your person all the time. You see? So you're your own bank.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah. We're the bank. We've always been the bank. And it's going to be based on the works and things that we do. Thank you, Justice Musa Jew. You're so correct. I knew somebody would get it. Thank you. Yeah, Islamism.
Remember when our grandparents and parents used to tell us we were worth our weight in gold?
Yes.
Your birth weight actually signified that you were gold when you were born.
Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed.
And they know the record. It's actually in the record. I have it somewhere around here.
Yes. We're actually manifesting that.
Yes.
Another question.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, the amount that you show here is great, but then all of us are doing this individually. We're not seeing what each other is doing, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So do we all just start out with the 666?
No. This one is done for everyone. And that's a great question. That question actually came to my mind as I was explaining this, because I was asking about like our business and things of that nature. So before I go into that, let me just correct the math here. Justice Musa has corrected the math. $599, $400. Yes, indeed.
Islam, though, for the question that was answered, isn't that also referred, is it in the language in the bond? The answer in the bond? That you stated it? That the bond is 100% the value of the bond, and the bond has no limit?
Yes. When we say the bond has no limit, well, you're not going to spend whatever you place on your bond. You're not going to spend that amount in 1 year. The bonds, and this is something we probably should talk about. In the last era, they were issuing bonds every 5 minutes. Or if someone was arrested, they would issue a bond then. So bonds were being issued all the time in the enactment. So how often do you plan on issuing your bonds? Now, for the amounts that you, for example, when I did the bond for Pauline, Denise Ritchie is not 666 trillion. It just says it has no limit, because for whatever I'm sending it out for, it doesn't have a limit. If I want to buy an airplane, and the airplane is 70 million, then I can buy an airplane. I'm not going to spend 666 trillion, so I just put no limit on my individual bond. And I would encourage you to do the same thing, because for what we're doing, we want to ensure and get it in everyone's mind that we know who we are, and that whatever it is, it's like it says in the bibliophilio text. Whatever, like Mary said, at the wedding at Canaan, when Yeshua was there and they ran out of wine, and Mary was, one of the ladies was sitting at Yeshua's feet, and the other one was working. And the servants came and they said, well, we're out of wine or whatever. There's some things we need. What Mary said to them was, whatever Yeshua says, you do it. If he says go get something, you go get it. If he says do something, go do it. So our bonds are based on that scripture and that principle that don't even think about the price. Because remember in the last era, they used to say, if you have to look at the price tag, you can't afford it. Didn't they say that last era? If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. So our individual bonds, and then think about how much was made off of us in the enactment last era too. So our bonds, individual bonds, no limit. I don't think any of us can spend $666 trillion competently and wisely.
There ain't even enough stuff here to survive. So
we actually have to make stuff to even validate that.
We gotta be talking about stuff like that.
Made out of gold.
Yeah.
So, and believe me, that's not an outlandish amount because we're going to need, and not need, we will to use all of it. So when you do your individual 1041 and your 1041T, if you, I would encourage you to put an amount. I think I put 100 million or maybe 500 million. I think I put 500 million on my, let me just take it up.
In other words.
Yeah, something reasonable. But for me, go ahead, no, Billy, I apologize.
Talking about the premise of, each of us will set aside 100 million to begin with. Just focus on that.
Yeah.
Because accounting worksheets from the very beginning, if we recall, we said that we set aside for each Moor's American national
100 million. Mm-hmm.
So we started with our delirium. We should have been starting our delirium with 100 million deposit. So bonding purposes, a reasonable amount to 3 times that amount. Fine. Okay? From a bonding standpoint, and then your accounting worksheet needs to reflect that. That's how we keep up with this. That's my suggestion.
You know what? That is principle. Actually, I think it was 3 times the amount what insurance is normally covers. 3 times the amount of whatever. It's interesting that you bring that up because even when we were issuing budgets for the city, we were issuing it 3 times the amount of what their annual budget was. So
that really that's my that is not what we talk about. And so we don't have to worry about, we're gonna mess the numbers up or they're not gonna add up. No, just if we just use the common reasoning sense, okay, that makes some sense, like what we just stated, then we ain't gotta worry about the numbers adding up per se. Because like you said, all of us use that amount. We're not gonna run out of the 666.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, how would we ever even know when we got to that level? You see?
We'll know because the system will tell us, because that's why our paperwork has to precede us. And so when, as we continue doing this work, the system is going to respond. If at any time the system starts to question what we're doing, it'll be because we've gone over 666 trillion. And we will know that. The Spirit will tell us long in advance. Because the 666 trillion is annually.
And then on top of that, we can always issue more.
Yeah. And also, yes, it was.
And I'm just like you're always supposed to get back what you spent plus
Yeah.
double.
Yeah.
That's scriptural. That is scriptural.
Yes. We're supposed to get back 7 times and even up to 100 times back. That's in the scripture. And we make that happen. No one else has the access to that much resources but us. Exactly. So this is what our 1041 looks like. And our 1041T, this is what it looks like. I want to make sure these numbers are correct. This is Moses Jew. The tax donated. I'm going to take the word due. I'm going to leave it there. Do I want to leave that there? No, I don't want to leave it there. Because it's spelled. Tax donated. Justice, is this the right amount? I think he had in the chat 10% of 666 trillion is 66 trillion 600. That's cool. Yeah, that makes sense. This one.
And then, there you go.
Okay. Noble Phoenix. Islam, thank you for that. So, and then as fiduciary, I put my fiduciary state number and information down here at the bottom. And this is in honor, with honor, by my hand, I affirm that I've examined this return affidavit format, including all accompanying affidavit schedules and statements, and I know that it is true. The internal revenue may discuss this return with none. We're all the internal revenue, so we discuss it with each other, but we don't discuss it outside of. In other words, no one outside of this body, and when I say this body, I mean the Lord, can question what we do. Because again, jurisdiction. There's only one other, and that would have been some fraud that's outside of us. So that's why that's there. Is there some better wording I could have used there? The Internal Revenue may discuss this return with none. Remember, Joshua was the son of Nun in the Biblio? That's a status statement. Islam.
You should have, or you could have rather, suggestingly, the Internal Revenue may discuss this return with God.
That's saying the same thing.
I know.
We put Islam, Noble Phoenix, what was that?
What is that category number? 113708. What is that?
11.
I guess we have the person, right? Affidavit.
Right here? Oh, this. So that's a format number. When the Office for Budget Management issues a form, the forms have a category number. They have an OMB number, and then in that under that OMB number is a category number, and they use that category number both to define the form and to issue the form from a budget perspective printed. So the government printing office will use that category number to print the form.
By the way, I have one other item to bring up regarding those who are unbanked or currently unbanked.
Yes.
For those of us like who went to POW camps and then had all your accounts closed, temporarily, you just need to find the original account numbers that were open or any previous account numbers that had in any banking institution, and find the routing number for that bank, as well as the account number, and restate it, have it reopen it after you do the lien levy and bonding process on the account and on that as well. Then we can reopen that account as a creditor account, which I think we've discussed that before.
Yes.
So that's another alternative. I am going to be moving forward with that in mind, simply because my accounts were closed while I was at the POW.
Their accounts were closed while you got there. Not yours. Yours are still open.
I remember that.
And then our accounts issue both receipts. So we're really doing our own banking. We really are. Thank you. The ancestors gave us exactly what was necessary for us to do what we, to state our sovereign authority.
Empress,
Yes,
they were talking about discussing the account with someone else. There may be a possibility, the other side had all of that covered, but you had to have a power of attorney form for that person if you want them to be able to discuss your account with Internal Revenue. Because sometimes people will get disabled or whatever, passed or whatever, and so you might need to restate forms to cover things of that nature.
Yes. So every one of us, when we do our 1041s and 1041Cs, can edit that according to our will.
Okay.
Yeah. So some language that I would just suggest that everyone think about is that the Internal Revenue Service will discuss this document with other fiduciaries, with a like fiduciary, or with a government fiduciary. And that's all more. Anybody that would even be handling anything with a delegation of authority would have just as much information and knowledge as we have. They would actually be operating as the assist court. Yeah. Oh, that's actually a good word to put there, Empress. Now that I think about it, you always bring such jewels to the Congress, Empress.
what about if we put here, in this part right here, the Internal Revenue may discuss this return with the assist, with the assist court. The assist may discuss this return with assist. That's right, with assist. Assist. And we all know that assist is other moors or other us as we delegate, as we so delegate. And with regard to this document right here, anyone knows who assist is would know automatically how to discuss this document. So this is the document that went forth, and we'll print it out and restate it, resend. This not resend because that's not the same word that I use. We will send notification again regarding what's been stated with regard to this document. And wait, let me correct this right here.
I did run those numbers again, and that is correct.
Thank you, Nobility. Y'all, I need your help. Not me, I will to have your help. Your assistance on these documents. So we'll go ahead and send this forward again so that as we continue to demonstrate even gold receipts, that those who are not doing the, court actions and assisting at their territories, which we suggest all do, that their solarium will work for them. Because solarium works for everyone who has the authority to use it. And so we're getting to the point now where going out and putting things on the record, and as far as solarium is concerned, the businesses and the enterprise and the commerce and the merchants and all of that starting to come into view, present, where solarium and gold and all of that is concerned. We want to do gold and silver coinage for those who know about gold and silver coinage. But after a while, you're going to realize that solarium is going to become more sought after than even gold and silver. Actual solarium from one of us. People are going to want that more than even gold and silver. Because they can say, this is going to my great-granddaughter for her trust fund. And it won't just, like even with gold and silver doesn't have names on it. It doesn't have names on it. But you can put a name on more solarium, and it still holds and retains its value. So as we continue to move forward in all that we're doing, know that everything that we stated is manifested even now. The businesses are already ready to accept all that we offer. And it's not even an offer from us. Let me tell you what it is. They want us to accept their services. But there's a way for that to be done so that the system recognizes everyone and gives credit where credit is due. And that's what all of this is we're just setting it up so that credit is given where credit is due. I'm glad that you all are here. Thank you for your patience while we continue to do these congresses. Is there anything further from this great and grand Congress? Anything further? Identity in the chat, is this correct? The 3 elements of an affidavit. Proper identification of the parties, which means that you're the court. You must identify yourself as the court. Cause for action, and command for immediate remedy is actually going to be statements of remedy. Statement for remedy. Or sentencing, or verdict, or judgment, or justice. That means you're going to be stating what the remedy is. Islam. Any other questions, comments, wisdom? Islam. With that being stated, we're right on the hour. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. We will adjourn and meet again on Sunday at 6 p.m. Islam. 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 Islam, indeed.
Guys, welcome to Forward. We're a new type of doctor's office that's providing preventative primary care. We've got world-class doctors supported by the most advanced medical technology. Now, one of the
Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is October the 22nd. The double. Today is the double. 2023 on the ancient moon calendar and 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity. This is a sovereign living ancient article 3. Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, universal court action in alignment and according to our ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. We are the sovereign living justices, and Ego Sum, Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Kajiri Bay. All are in capital diminution nono, inbred ink, impropria persona juris, impropria solo, and impropria heredis. We are complete et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American descendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet, and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamathites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith, trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We're ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consulate Court. Today, we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Court, and we're the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, the title beneficiaries, and the title trustors for all causes for action. We are peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign ascension. We do hereby possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. The true living God nation is not at war. The living true nation is not at war. And we hereby exercise all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time, and at all points in time, non pro tunc. The principles that we share are not our opinions. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study, these laws and processes that we share are based on principles of stare decisis, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land, long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast state every day is what our ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments that are, and for this we are grateful. So the first thing that we want to share with you before we get into our main subject matter is that there is some secret coding that we have all had in our possession this whole time that we did not know we had in our possession. Some knew, some might know. Let me state that. Some might know. I'll just speak for myself. I did not know that the coding that we had in our possession was applicable in every writing, for every ancient holy writing. The coding that we've had in our possession the whole time is AA 222141A1 truth. When that coding is applied to any writing, every holy writing is going to point to a shortcut to access to the vast estate. So we know that originally what our great teachers have taught us, and we're so grateful for this, they taught us that AA 222141A1 truth was about, Title 22, which is Foreign Relations and Intercourse, Chapter 2, which is Consular Court. That's the 222 part. And then within that writing, 141, there was something pointing to consular court there that it was our duty to manifest. And we've done that. And for that, we're grateful. But when you apply Article AA 222141 to other writings, it's also going to point to court and nationality and our sovereign power and who we really are at all times. At all times. For example, let's look at the Constitution for the United States. So the 222 for the Constitution, let me go ahead and share my screen while we're at it. Apologies for that. Here, let me show you this really quickly. Okay, let's show Title 22, and this is the United States Code. Title 22, Chapter 2 points the consular court. But they could not give a bunch of writings about that because we are to write that. Okay, and we've done that and we continue to do it. To write and state how consular court manifests. So when we first started doing this work, the ancestors said they set aside all of our previous programming about what a court should be and who the court should be, and they had us to manifest the court singularly by ourselves, just get on to a recorded platform and do court action. And they didn't have us to gather 12 people and an audience and all. They didn't have us do any of that. They said just you're the judge, you're the justice, you're the head magistrate. And when I say you, I mean all of us. And so we were to go ahead and start issuing justice on the land. So then, when we look at the Constitution with regard to the same secret code, Article 2 of the Constitution, Section 2 of the Constitution, and Clause 2 of the Constitution is what? Let me open the table so that together. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2 is the treaty clause for the Constitution. Yes? It's the treaty clause. So there's a code there too when we apply AA 222141 to the Constitution. The 222, Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, and we have restated the Constitution, but let's just give a quick read of Section 2. Section 2, Clause 2. It talks about who has the power.
Why can't your IT department
to make treaties? Okay? So this is the first reference to treaties in the Constitution. The very first reference.
IT department recover Pauline's notes.
In the Constitution. That's what it is.
Oh.
So it says that, and this is important, because as we restate everything, it's going to show us that we had the original treaty power anyway. It's talking about a president that shall have the power by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. That word is not concur, it's concur. That means we had to have a strong Senate, a very strong one, which we have. And it's not the House of Representatives, because no one represents the Moors, it's the Senate that has the power to do that. And it says he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls. In the last era, think about it, did we see any consuls in the last era when we were looking around? I had never even heard of consuls in my sleep. That was a far off concept.
Pretty fucking
Judges of the Supreme Court, so the Senate does that, and all other officers of the United States whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for. That means we appoint everyone, and we've already done that because we stated that all Moors are the Senate, the Congress, the justices, the officers. We have all titles because an officer, those are titles. It says here, and which shall be established by law. We are the law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers, and they said inferior officers.
Your notes today, Pauline.
Where it says inferior officers, for those who wrote this version of the Constitution, those were inferior officers. For us, those are superior officers because we hold them. And then it says, as they think proper, in the president alone, in the courts of law, or in the
Pauline failed.
So that is 222. Now, what is 141 in the Constitution? And by the way, treaties are mentioned in the Constitution, and that tells you we should be looking at the Constitution, because I know some have stated that the Constitution is not for us. It is for that reason right there. It tells you who gets to make treaties and who is the Senate. And if you think about the word Senate, that word is really C-nate, which means nativity, nationality, bloodline, birthright. And C is as in Holy See. And so the 141 for the Constitution is the 14th Amendment, Part 1. And some will say the 14th Amendment, Part 1 doesn't apply to us. I know that that's what is being stated, but we have to look at how it applies. We're not under it. We are to govern that. So let's look at the 14th Amendment, Section 1, the way that it really should be stated. So we'll just pull it up really quickly. 14th Amendment, Section 1. The 14th Amendment, Section 1 states is that, make sure this is the right one. Yeah, okay. It says that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges, it doesn't say rights, it says privileges, or immunities of citizens of the United States. And immunities go both ways, okay? What immunity states, by definition, is that there are some things that the citizens are immune from. One of the things, and you can look at that both ways, citizens are immune where nationality is concerned, depending on the nationality or the status. They're also immune from other things, okay? And that is, the Senate decides what that is. The Senate decides that. So when they talk about privileges or immunity, the Senate will determine, and we can do that all the way down to a case-by-case basis, what is applicable. And the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. We can give and take as necessary, according to the event. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The very first process where law is concerned regarding property is that all property belongs to the state. Who is the state? We are the state. All property, all liberty, all life is given and taken. It's by the power of the tongue of the state. We did not, who knew that? The state was busy putting people on death row and doing all of those things in their enactment, and it wasn't the real state, it was active. We have the same authority, except that we are a sovereign holy state and not a hypothecated, subjugated group of actors, as in the last era. And then where jurisdiction is concerned, this is telling us that we are not a part of, even when we're using our all caps names and our and anything that has to do with commerce and things of that nature, even when we're using that, ultimately in part 3 of the 14th Amendment, it will state that you, citizens, and let's bring that part up as well, because it's important that we see it. Yeah, let's take a look at that really quickly. Because again, there are keys in all of this that tell you who's who and what's what. Go back. Let me just pull the whole thing up. That way. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Here's all of section 1. Here's all of section 1. And again, we restated this, but this part where section 1 is concerned, it says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. This first statement right here states already that we are not subject to anything that has to do with laws or rules or anything that do not observe our nationality first. See, we're not born, our person is not born or naturalized in the United States. We use our person in our United States, but our person was created at ancient Morocco. And then we go and use it in the United States that we created. Not a debtor United States, but the creditor United States. And we go and collect all our credit. Therefore, our person is not even subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Because ultimately, when things happen, we go back to Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, and it points to the treaty. So even where our person is concerned, it says the Constitution will say, well, where your person is concerned, you go back to treaty law. And treaty law is concerned, it says that if there's any issue between Moors and citizens, the consul is to decide. Well, we're the consul, so we make the decision. We're the Senate, we're the Congress. So even in the 14th Amendment, Section 1, this first sentence says Moors, not even your persons are subject, because your persons were not born or naturalized in the United States. We created our persons at ancient Morocco. Even our states, when we put the constitutions on the public record, our states were created at ancient Morocco. And then we said, okay, these states united, we will call them the United States, and they're the creditors to everything. So there it is right there. There's the truth. All persons born or naturalized in the United States does not apply to any foreign. Not our person either. So where Pauline, Denise, Richie, even in all capital letters and all of that, that is the nationality of my person that I own and that I operate is ancient, sovereign, living person. And same thing goes for your person. And that is why there was such resistance against the 14th Amendment. But when we read the 14th Amendment with eyes wide open, we see that it's not even talking about, it's actually telling us to go back to the code, AA 222141. Go back to that code and look at that code, and it will automatically place you right back at ancient Morocco, no matter what the situation is. What does that mean? Our consular court decides what happens, even with our person. So where tickets are concerned, driver's license, state court, all of that, where any of that stuff is concerned, we go back to treaty law first and foremost, and our sovereign status, and we decide, not anything or anyone else. So just let me make sure I'm reading the chat here, just to be sure that I'm not missing any questions. Islamic. Yes.
For Howard, Justice Howard, please.
Islam. So therein is the coding that says who we are and what applies to us in the Constitution. That's AA 222141 for the Constitution. It's saying all more persons are not subject to the things that we say for all the persons at the United States who are here doing business. And they're not doing business, they're actually assisting in their status in the things that have to do with the United States, the commerce. So now, not only is AA 222141 applicable for the Constitution, did you know that AA 222141 is also applicable for the Holy Quran, the Bibliophilio text, the Muslim Quran, all the books? And we'll just show that really quickly. And here, this is what we were speaking about the 14th Amendment. all persons born or naturalized in the United States, and because you have to be both. You have to be born or naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdiction thereof. We're neither of those. Even our person is not that. Okay, and so we must know that. And then it says the state wherein they reside. Our persons don't reside in the United States. They reside in ancient Morocco. And then we use the United States as a conveyance method to convey credit and do commerce. And that way, there's no conflict with the citizens who do reside in the United States. So anyone who comes here and is doing commerce, they reside in the United States that we created. The creditor United States, not the debtor one. Okay. So was your person born or naturalized in the United States? No. Your person was born and naturalized and created by you on the paper at ancient Morocco that you created. Where was your state constitution created? We put the constitution for the state on the public record. We did that from the land at ancient Morocco. Therefore, the state is actually a sovereign state on the land. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2. Now,
no cell phone, no conveyance, no First Avenue. Loser.
So, now, the Holy Quran. Let's talk about that.
You were supposed to do inventory at the post office months ago. What's up with that? No inventory at the post office?
We'll make sure you can see the screen just a moment. Okay, so the Holy Quran, or the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, chapter 2, verse 22, is going to point to, now this is the 222 for the Holy Quran. Chapter 22 tells you, just one moment. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Let me just make sure. One moment. Let me go to. Oh.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Can you all, you can hear? Okay, great. Thank you. So, chapter 2, verse 22 of the Holy Quran is going to tell you how to break the back of that fraudulent money mirror. It says, now love cannot be manifest until its way has been prepared. And naught can rend the rock and bring down lofty hills and fill the valleys up, and thus prepare the way but purity. Purity means uncorrupted record. Uncorrupted record. It says, but purity in life men do not comprehend. And so, it too must come in the flesh. And you, Elizabeth. So there's the reference to the matriarch. It seems like it's coming out of nowhere, but it's not coming out of nowhere. It's talking about the matriarch bringing forth the purity. Now, that's not a slight to the son. It's not a slight to you. It's just a book. And you, Elizabeth, are blessed because yours is purity made flesh, and he shall pave the way for love. So anyone coming from the matriarch, Elizabeth in the bibliotheliotech was the aunt of Yeshua. She was the mother of John the Baptist. And so, being the mother of John the Baptist, what did John the Baptist do? What he did was he was changing people's names, baptizing them, and giving baptismal certificates, and changing their names. And that's why when Yeshua came, Yeshua was stating, okay, I need to be baptized by John the Baptist because Yeshua needed to have the status changed, okay, in order to do what he was doing. So, yes, Justice Howard says Elizabeth means wealthy house of bread. Yes, it does. It also means the L means God. L, God is a house. That's actually what, or a temple. That's what that means, temple. That's why you see a lot of mosques saying temple, that's L, or house, that's L. Okay, because the matriarch is the temple for God. Not that the sons are not. But the purity has to come from the matriarchal energy. So wherever you see matriarchal energy, including in yourselves, that's where the purity is. And then it says, this age will comprehend but little of the works of purity and love, but not a word of law. And see, this is talking about the last age, that's the last era, or the previous era, wherein this was written. But not a word is lost, for in the book of Allah's remembrance, a registry is made of every thought and word and deed. In other words, everything that we see is a registered document. But here's what we do with those registered documents. And when the world is ready, it's in verse 26, and when the world is ready to receive, lo, Allah will send a messenger to open up all of these. So we were to come, and and make it known that everything must be received. And there are other courts out there that are getting this message and doing the same thing, which we so honor. The courts were restated, all of that. So now let's not tarry here on this piece too long. Let's go to the next piece. Where is the 141 in the Holy Quran? Chapter 1, page 4, verse 1. Chapter 1, page 4, verse 1. I never was, and man was not. If life of man at any time began, a time will come when it will end. The thoughts of Allah cannot be circumscribed. What does circumscribed mean? Does anyone know what circumscribed means? That word is when I looked it up.
It's like a workaround.
Yes. It's that. Yes, it's that. It is also, when he says workaround, that means just like draw a circle around it. Islamism.
Just as the noble stated, a workaround and scribe meaning the word, so a workaround the word.
Yeah. Yeah. Islamism.
So that
Hey, Paulie, mother.
to work around the word and to write around, it cannot be changed. Like the truth cannot be twisted up, enclosed, or changed in. That's how I see it. Anyway, that
enclosed.
Yeah, written around, drawn around, changed around, spun around. They are the thoughts are just.
Yeah.
I yield. That's
Altered. And like you said. Justice Howard put written circles as a record. What goes around comes around is Islam indeed. Another definition of the word circumscribed is found. The thoughts of Allah cannot be found. You put a circle around, for example, I put a red circle around this 4. That means that 4 cannot go outside of that circle. That means I've circumscribed the 4.
Liar.
Okay, so it can't go outside of that. It's been closed.
Where's your gold?
Rayvon, put them out. Don't just mute them. Pull them out. Put them out. The X. Put them out. Islam. So, the thoughts of Allah cannot be found, which means that the bonds that we do, we are even outside of those. We use them within our United States to, again, claim credit and to properly bind everything together within that special purpose vehicle, which is the United States creditor the ancestors are pointing to binding there and saying in chapter 25, it encourages the bond in chapter 25 in the coding of the circle 7. But then it also, yes, the written word is final, Empress Nevaeh. Yes. That just, it fixes it, it seals it. The written word is sealed. So, circumscribed here, but this is saying, even though you instituted your bonds in the United States, you're still not bound by them, so don't be afraid to put them into use. You're not bound by them, you're actually further manifesting how free you really are and the authority that you really have. So when you look in the dictionary under the word circumscribed, it will say to bind, it will say to enclose, as Empress Shasha said, and the other empresses, Empress Rama, it also are and Justice Howard, it all is correct. So that's 222141 in the Holy Quran. Now in the Biblio, when I saw this in the Biblio, and as huge as the Biblio is, it's unmistakable in the Biblio, unmistakable. There's only one place in the Biblio that you can go where the code works. One place in the Biblio. Actually, one place in the New Testament and one place in the Old Testament. The ancestors showed it to us in the New Testament. Acts, the 22nd chapter, and Acts is actually called the Acts for the Apostles, which is the AA. So where Acts for the Apostles is concerned, that's the AA right there. The Acts for the Apostles. Chapter 22, verse 2 is a court action. Not only is it a court action, but it's a statement of nationality. Here's what it says. We'll start at verse 1. Verse 1 is an introduction to verse 2. It says, brothers and fathers, listen now to my defense. This is a court action. And this is how you mute any attempted fraud. It says, when they heard him speak to them in Aramaic, they became very quiet. When you do the court action language and you start saying in proprio personam juris, in proprio solum, in proprio redis, that's Latin. Even when you open it up and you refer to the ancient Noahide laws, that's Judaism, not Jewishness, but Judaism. And then when you're speaking ancient English, you're still not speaking inferior English. How you speak will determine the response or mutability of the party. All fraud has to be quiet when you state you really are using your language. Our court action language is, and our ancient English is our national language. It says, then Paul said, I am a Jew. And of course, we know the word Jew is a subjugated word. We're not mad at anybody for using that word. It actually should be spelled J-U. It says, and it actually should be spelled Y-U because J was not even a letter. That's it. Yes, Empress Shasha, she said, axe is A-X-E. Lay the axe to the root of the tree. The fake tree, the dead tree. Lay that axe to it, and it's going to keep talking about nationality. But listen to what Paul said. He said, I'm a Jew. Now he's issuing birthright situation. Born in Tarsus of Cilicia. Tarsus is an abbreviation of Tartaria, ancient Tartaria. And you can do the research on ancient Tartaria. But brought up in this city. So he's pointing to the fact that the city and where he was born is two different places. So he's saying that he can use his citizenship in the city, but his birthright is at Tarsus. He says, I studied under Gamaliel and was thoroughly trained in the law of our ancestors. Come on, he's pointing to his ancient bloodline and birthright. And this is what we are to do when we apply the code AA 222141 to the Biblios. It says, I was just as zealous for God God as any of you are today. I persecuted the followers of this way to their death, arresting both men and women. So he used to be a policy enforcer. And then he persecuted, so he was an attorney. Until he realized that, oh, I'm also an original indigenous ancient one with bloodline and birthright, with ancient ancestral beginnings. If you can call it beginnings, because it's not really beginnings. We have no beginnings, we have no end. And throwing them in prison, and it says here, verse 5, as the high priest and all the council can themselves testify. I even obtained letters from them. He's pointing to the letters and saying there's a different species of letters going on there. And then once Paul declared his nationality, guess what he did? He began to write using his own letters. He became fiduciary for his own letters, just the same way that we have. And so Paul's writings are called the Pauline epistles because he wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote. And so the nationality of his epistles or his writings, scholars call it the Pauline epistle. Epistle is a hypothecation of the word apostle. And when you look up the word apostle in Black Law Dictionary, an apostle is one who writes in the absence of the Pope. If the Pope is not there, then the apostle can do all the same things the Pope can do. We know who the Pope is. We're here. We're all here. We're all the Pope. All Moors are the Pope. All Moors are. So that situation about apostolene documents, people talk about that. That process is used when your documents are crossing borders. So an apostille document, all of our documents are apostille documents. When they have our right red thumbprint, our stamps and seals, there are no borders. All borders disappear. So it says, I even obtained letters from them. So he was using someone else's letters to their associates in Damascus and went there to bring these people as prisoners to Jerusalem to be punished. So that's the 222 in the Biblios. Well, what's the 141 in this? The 141 is chapter 14, verse 1 of the Biblios. And I'll have you to look that up. But if you even go down a little further in chapter 14, they're going to be worshiping Paul and Barnabas and changing their names to Zeus and Hermes because of the things they were able to do. The people were saying, hey, the gods have returned to us. That's the 141 in the Biblios. Acts of the Apostles. And here is verse 1, all the way down. Again, verse 1 says, at Iconium, Paul and Barnabas went as usual into the Jewish synagogue. There they spoke so effectively that a great number of Jews and Greeks believed. Now, there are keys in this chapter here that point to nationality and that there is a difference between Jews and Greeks, but there's also a third group called Gentiles who were a part of this, okay? But the Gentiles had a minimized role. They had a role, but it was minimized because Jews and Greeks were the focus. So it talks about how Paul and Barnabas spoke so boldly. That's a hint. We're to speak. Our voices are to always be heard. And it says, but the Moors who refused to believe stirred up the Gentiles. And I use the word Moors because that's actually, again, Jew is a hypothecation or subrogation of who we really are, of those with the bloodline and the birthright. Those who refuse to believe that they are the heir to all land, all natural resources, and all commerce, even stirred up their subjects and poisoned their minds against the brothers. And so as you go down through this chapter, you'll see where they were going to try and stone them. And in the Biblios, when they talk about stoning, they were going to try and use the letters against them and write, because that's what stones are in the Biblios. It's writing. Just like when Moses went up and brought down the stone tablet, it's always referring to writing the law. So Paul and Barnabas were using other people's letters to speak in the synagogue. So they fled. Paul and Barnabas fled. But then here's the 141. Verse 14. Verse 11. When the crowd saw what Paul had done, they shouted in the Lycaonian language, "The gods have come down to us in human form." Barnabas they called Zeus, and Paul they called Hermes because he was the chief speaker. The priest of Zeus, whose temple was just outside the city, see, the priests recognized them because inside the city was hypothecated. That was a fraudulently lettered city. And so they kept the temple, and we will say this for the record, the Moor Science Temple for America is outside of the debtor United States Corporation Company. And so when the priest of Zeus, whose temple was just outside the city, brought bulls and wreaths to the city gates because he and the crowd wanted to offer sacrifices to them. And you can read about how they said, "Oh no, don't sacrifice to us, we're human like you are. We're just bringing you good news, telling you, to turn away from that fake city to the living God," which it is, actually. So again, there are codes. This AA 222141 is very powerful. Let's go back to this. Paul declared his nationality. So again, we were being given the answers by our teachers who pointed to AA 222141, A1 truth. Now, finally, on this matter, because I could have gone all day with this one. Even in the Muslim Quran, Muslim, because we're Islamic Muslims. Muslim means muscle, or Muslim, those are straight. Muslim means whatever the Muslims, our Muslim brothers and sisters, think that it means for them. Chapter 2, verse 22 and 23 of the Quran, it says, first it tells you who you are, and everything that's yours, and then it tells you what to do with that information. Verse 22 says, "He who made the earth a habitat for you, that means have dominion over all, and the sky a structure, and sends water down from the sky and brings out fruits thereby as a sustenance for you." It says, "Therefore do not assign rivals to God while you know." What does that mean? That means you have no enemies. The earth is yours. You have no enemies. Your brother, don't assign enemies to yourself. Because you have no enemies. There's none beside you. And then it says, and in verse 23, "If you are in doubt about what we have revealed to our servants, then produce a chapter like these and call the witnesses apart from God, if you are faithful," because they know God is witnessing all because we're God. But it's saying, restate the documents, write your own laws, and call your courts together and call your witnesses. So 141 even in the Quran. And again, my notes, the rest of my notes are abbreviated, but it's okay because we still know where everything is, and everything will manifest when it's time. We study. So, look in the Quran at chapter 14, verse 1, and then the verses that are after verse 1. Verse 1 of the Quran, this particular Quran, mentions a name of God. So again, it's pointing out, it says, "in the name of God." That means the name must be correctly stated. And then it talks about some precepts there. So we've had this code, AA 222141, the whole time. That pointed to nationality. But when you look at the Biblios, no preacher from the last era, no matter how well-meaning they were going to point to that and say, "Hey, Paul had a nationality. Maybe we should have one too. Or maybe we have one too." Nobody even. Why? Because they put the fake person forward as the chosen people, when it really has always been us. Always been us. Islam.
I have to interject and share something very relevant. In the old order, when I was part of the ministry as a congregation, pastor / elder / whatever you call it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I did know that Paul was a citizen, okay? Because he says, "I'm a Roman citizen." And so he used that as the legal means to justify them not doing what they intended to do because he had rights. Now, I knew this, but what I was never very word you just used, nationality. And in fact, this same church organization, which is worldwide, that I was a part of, literally would excommunicate you if you proclaimed and declared your nationality. And I did not believe that was true because I'd never heard of it until I met a Moor who was also a part of the same entity/religious indoctrination center who did proclaim his nationality, and that's what they did. Now, why? Because you took a political stand. You stood up and proceeded to do the whack-a-mole on your head and knock you back unconscious. No standing up, no coming up out of that hole, whack-a-mole, whack, whack upside the head, put you back down, and hopefully you'll get some senses back and come back to the fold where we're shepherding over you and keeping you in ignorance. Now that was the methodology, that's the reality of the way things were, and I did not know that until I came across somebody who said, and I was like, that can't be true. I don't believe it. And when I saw it for myself, with my own 2 eyes, I didn't have to experience it to know it's time to get the heck up out of here. So there you go. So they do know that Paul is nationality. They do know all of this stuff we're talking about. So anybody who has is disillusioned, oh no, they're innocent, they didn't know. Okay, keep believing that the poop don't stink and that the poop is still poop, even though it looks like, smells like poop. It is poop. That's just all there is to it. So get over the ego for anybody that's hearing this in the future. Get over your ego that you've been misled, you was wrong about a lot of stuff, and just humble yourself and start learning the truth. And the answers and the truth will be so clear to you, it'll be like rain coming down, of truth all over you. You'll be so wet with truth, you ain't gonna even know what to do with yourself. So there you have it. I yield. I just wanted to share that.
Well, you know, they cannot have the actual Pope still sitting in the audience. Because they already know once you wake up, you're going to start questioning things. And it's going to start making sense that you shouldn't be there anyway. And when I say you shouldn't be there, you shouldn't be under anyone. You are your own leader. You are your own God. Truth.
Blasphemy. How can
I know.
That's what they killed Jesus for. What are you talking about? Blasphemy from the church perspective.
Yes.
And yet it's all in the video. It's all there.
Here. Paul, he claimed his Roman citizenship in order to get him out of jail. In other words, he claimed the person to be who the person really is. In other words, he used this person and said, that person is not who you think that person is. That's not your person. That's my person. And then he did a court action, and Paul was known for court action. All he ever did was court action. That's why he wrote so much.
And the other thing we can't remember, cannot forget, is the fact that he was what? A Pharisee.
Yes, he was a Pharisee.
And he knew the legal freaking system. Yes, that's the lesson for us today. Paul was a previous attorney, not to be trusted. I don't care, he got all these writings. Yeah. Turned around and repented. But in our system, in the funny world that we have just come out of, they cannot be trusted. So we got to remember that.
The beauty is we don't have to trust them. We don't have to. Our stuff is tight. It's together. We don't have to trust anything. You know what? We don't have to trust them. Right. Just say who we are and trust each other.
Wow.
That's the key. So, in my notes that I had put together, and I was up until 5 something this morning putting the notes together. But the ancestors also want us to just know what we know, and they know we do. They know we do that, and be able to show it anyway. So there were other things that we had in our notes, and we'll bring them forth since the notes will be up here. We know that. So now, with regard to, because we don't want to stay in the meeting for 4 hours today, and it's not a matter of going to. Let's go to, and I'm skipping a bunch of things that we had put together for you today. But we'll come across those things. A couple of things I wanted to not one. Will to state. Let's pull this up really quickly. There's a couple of terms that we know it is important for us to pull together. One of the terms that we want to show is In Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, ancient writings. This is one of the terms that we had in our notes. Documents bearing on their face every evidence of age and authenticity of age of 30 years and coming from a natural and reasonable official custody. So this is where our offices come in to purview, into the forefront. Did you know that every document that we write is an ancient writing? Even at law, both legally and lawfully, they are considered ancient because of where they come from. It says here, and this is important, this is the part that we really wanted to show you because our ancestors know what they're doing. It states here, at ancient writings, let me make sure so you can't see the words. These are presumed to be genuine without express proof when coming from the proper custody. And then the first ancient document that they point to is right here. It says bonds more than 50 years old are admissible as ancient documents. This is why our bonding process is so important. Where they are on their face, free from suspicion as to their authenticity, and this is why bonds had to be competent and competently written, come from the proper source. That means that we competently state who we are and who we're talking to. Okay? Because see, this is where if you give them a title, then they're going to say, no, that's not coming from anyone ancient, so we can go ahead and energetically attack that because it's not coming from anywhere ancient. Because they've given us a title when we don't have any title. That's what they'll be saying. That's what the subject will say. It says, and are accompanied by some corroborating evidence. Well, we don't accompany our documents. We send them before us, ahead. We send them, they precede us. We write them, originate them, and then send them ahead. And what else is corroborating evidence? Corroborating evidence is something that matches the writing. Corroborating evidence is what you say. That's corroborating evidence. Corroborating evidence is your bloodline and your birthright, but it's also absolutely what comes out of your mouth. Yes, indeed. Also, let's look here. Down at the bottom, it says, only the original copy of a deed, original as in one that we state, not the record copy, can be considered as an ancient document. This is why you're seeing that as we produce the bonds and the deeds and the documents and the titles, that those who were producing, producing, you know, they were enacting being the tax assessor, and they were enacting being realtors, and they were enacting deeds and things of that nature. They're shutting down their operations, their enactments, their sunset, because the truth is here. The ancients are here. And let me say that you can copy all of the documents that we put on the public record, but if what comes out of your mouth doesn't match it, then there's no corroborating evidence. Because see, when we first started doing this work, and we were putting documents on the public record, some were saying that we shouldn't do that because, you know, the corpses will get copies of the documents and stuff like that. They can't claim it. It's a court. They're not gonna, our truth cannot come out of their mouths. By natural law, our truth cannot come out of their mouths. That's why everything must be restated. Now, for those who, let's see, and then we did look at ancients here, and remember, we're the womb men. In English law, gentle men of the inns of court and chancery. Ancients must be the court. And chancery is a sovereign court where there's one chief justice making all the decisions. When you look into chancery court, you don't even have a jury in chancery court. You have one. It's the same way when we first started doing our court actions. You have one. Empress Shasha does court actions on the public record. That's when they see those on that public record, they're thinking, okay, the empress or the queen or the crown is doing court. When you look at chancery court, It's one sovereign issuing justice. So, in order to even be considered ancient, you must be seeking the law. You must do a court action. And that's why we're so grateful that our Grand Chief Pastor Cherokee emphasized and encouraged and pushed for the court to be earthwide and active. And then the ancestors said, okay, like, don't worry about gathering 12 people together, and don't even worry about a building. Just use exactly what you have and you'll be doing it properly. And that's what we love about our ancestors. Because we even had some who would be considered more scholars, some who were saying that's not how you do court. But we have to go with what the spirit said. And then once they looked into chancery court, they said, oh, that's how sovereigns do court. So there is another term. What is that term called? Oh, yes. Let me show you this term that we had in our notes from, that we had prepared for you. See, our notes, we're speaking our notes already. That's why we really kind of didn't need them. And we stopped right at the page. Now, for those, when I talked about different Cynthia Ann Bay, I'm not sure if she is present here on the call. But when I saw this, I thought of it for Cynthia and doing a demonstration. There's a little bit of noise coming from somewhere. So, if for Cynthia Ann Bay, I thought about you when I saw this. Fire and sword letters. Fire and sword letters. In Old Scots law, it's letters. That means that you must be the fiduciary for those letters before you issue them. Letters issued from the Privy Council, which is a court, addressed to the sheriff of the county, authorizing him to call for the assistance of the county. That would be calling some sheriff in and some deputies in to dispossess a tenant retaining possession contrary to the order of a judge or the sentence of a court. Okay? So, addressed to the sheriff, and this is to dispossess anyone. Now, we've already done this all the way across the board in terms of dispossessing anyone, anything that was not there. And now what we have is subject in waiting for us to just come and do our great return, which we're doing now.
You're right, keep us
Better. So, with that being stated, let me see, were there any other terms that we wanted to show? These right here, fire and sword letter, is what the assist court will be issuing once we have viewed the land, whatever land it is, as we continue assist court demonstration, okay? So, now, what we want to, are there any questions, comments, wisdom? And again, we're not at war. We're not at war. So a fire and sword letter is actually still it's still keeping the peace. It's still keeping the peace. We're not going to hurt anyone or anything of that nature. We're just issuing the law. Okay. Now, are there any questions, comments, wisdom regarding anything that we say thus far? Islam.
That just means to burn away the chaff. That's what your text speaks about. Fire and the sacrifice would also be that fire and so on and so forth.
Yes, and in the end, the Biblios talks about how we were going to bundle and burn all of the fraud and the false writings of the chaff, because the chaff looks a lot like the wheat. Those that were previously in the last era calling themselves Americans when they knew that the original ancient Americans, which America is another way to say our Moroccan. So we can call ourselves Americans if we want because we were the original Americans. But see, sometimes people want to fight that precept, but you can't really fight that precept because guess what? You may call yourself Al-Moroccan too, because we can call ourselves whatever we choose, but we were also the ancient Israelites. We're Canaanites, we're Moabites. That's still the same. I could have done my nationality documents and not said Al-Moroccan at all. I could have said Canaanite and Moabite and still been right. Because up to us, it's up to us. When we control the letter, Islam.
There's something written in the videos. I don't recall the actual location, but it goes something like, "He will be bundled up like dry wood for the fire." So when it's on fire, the sword. That's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah, it's in Revelation. That's a New Testament edict. That's the truth. And so, fire and sword letters, again, this is what we were stating even about like when we're going to do different demonstrations. We don't have to push our authority on anyone. We don't have to do that. Why? Because our writings precede us. The fire and the sword come in the word. And then we just present peacefully. They say walk softly and carry a big stick. The stick was always a pen. They wanted you to think that it was a gun, which is incompetent in terms of weaponry. A gun is a very incompetent weapon. It's incompetent. It's incompetent if you think that that is what's necessary for the law to be enforced. Guns have their place, weapons have their place, but tools, we actually don't even use the word weapons, we use the word tools. We can use weapon if we choose to because we are the Lord of the word. So, with that being stated, let's go into our subject matter regarding the process. And of course, excuse me, we're going to be doing this from our divine mind. So we were going to demonstrate and show what we've been doing with the Federal Driver License Program so that you will know how we're taking in the gold and the silver and ministering the process. So we do want to show you the ministry of the process. Okay, let me just show you one other something here. I have to show you these other pieces because these other pieces, before we go into that, these other pieces are important. Because acceptance, that was another one of our definitions. Let's go ahead and show that too, because this has everything to do with what we're doing and the manifestation, the further manifestation of our of these systems that we're putting in together, that we're manifesting rather. We wanted to show you banker's acceptance, a draft or bill of exchange of which the acceptor is a bank or banker engaged generally in the business of granting banker's acceptance credit. What are banker's acceptance credits? That's credits that we issue when we accept a bill of exchange, and we can write the bill of exchange and accept our own bill of exchange and issue the acceptance credit. With regard to our court, and again, the remedy. When we accept the goal for the process that we're doing, that we're demonstrating for the public, we're actually issuing receipts that are banker's acceptance credit. Okay, and so banker's acceptance credit is those ones and zeros that go back and forth in the system. Except we issue it in the form of more sovereign gold receipts. Those are banker's acceptance credit. Okay, So that was another one of the terms that we wanted to share with you. But let's just one moment, go into this process because we must do that. Okay, the bonds that we've been issuing are creditor bonds, are GSA, or not GSA, but general services bonds, correct? So I'll show you this prior to us going into that also, so this was in our notes as well to show, to demonstrate. We have all of our notes here, basically. Our notes haven't really gone anywhere. Let's put this where you can see it. This is regarding general services bonds, and just a moment, let me simplify this for you. And I apologize that it looks a bit crowded on the screen. Let me simplify that. Now, this is to show how we access all the things that we are accessing before we show the federal driver license process. And this is in relation to the federal driver license process. So if you'll just bear with us for just a moment. Thank you for your patience while we demonstrate. This is something we wanted to show you because some have been wondering about this, about what how our bonds are assisting us in getting the things that we get. We are each going to need, are going to be demonstrating the driver license ourselves, but it will be a commercial driver license for those who are postmasters and things of that nature, whatever job that you will be doing, whatever ministry that you'll be ministering, because let us just show that on our, and this is leading into the federal driver license program. With regard to the federal driver license program, we will be issuing our licenses to ourselves as well for postmaster duty. And then you may be wondering where the conveyances are going to come from for us doing the duties that we do. So let us just continue to expand on what we've shown already. The post office has a bond that we issued. And then what we did was we showed our driver license, not our driver license. Yeah, we showed our driver license, but we also showed our postmaster identification card. On this card, there is a letter G right here. This G means that whoever the holder of this card is has been issued a government vehicle. The enactments of these cards that we've seen online don't have a G on them. They have another letter. I think it's E, and I think E stands for first that they are using their own vehicle, but that they're an employee. And so all who are doing postmaster duties, we will have a G for government vehicle on there. How do we access the government vehicle? I'm glad you asked. And this again is in alignment with the federal driver license program. General services has a process, and we're general services. This process, this is how the process looks. This is what it looks like. Apologies for the screen jumping here. Let me straighten that out. General services has a coach, conveyance, and automobile procurement process, and this is the flow chart. This is how it works. For government agencies such as ours, the post office is a government agency for us. But again, so is all the other agencies. All the other jobs that we do have an agency. The United States Travel and Transportation Ministry is an agency. And so when we order conveyances, we don't order just one. We use fleet vehicles. And so we skip all of this stuff at the top. At the top, they do non-standard, they do standard operating procedure, they have to go through auto choice, they then go through engineering, they then go through contracting and all of that. We don't have to do all of that. What we do is direct acquisition of the conveyances. And MAS is the multiple award schedule acquisition process. It is a self-serve process, and I'll give you the link to that process, where those that are subjects at General Services Administration, they tell you in their video that this information came from, that when this particular multiple award schedule direct acquisition self-serve process is implemented, they have nothing to do with it. They don't participate in that process. We go direct. Therefore, we skip a lot of the stuff at the top. We go directly to contract award because we write the contract and then we award it. And then vehicle delivery and acceptance takes place. We use our living United States General Services bonds to acquire the vehicle. Okay? The conveyances, the coaches. The multiple award schedule direct acquisition self-serve process is a direct acquisition, and it's an award completed in its entirety by us against a multiple award schedule contract. And again, we're just going to look in there in General Services and restate whatever we see. And we are familiar with the multiple award schedule contracts and the different types of contracts. We have our contracting, or in the last era, we enacted a contracting officer's license in the corporate era. General Services does not place the order on your behalf. In other words, we do everything ourselves. Okay? So they don't have anything. So no one needs to pick up a phone and call any subject and start asking, can you help me get my vehicle? I'm with the Moorish government. No, that's not how it's done. Our documents manifest. And we've stated this in the past, many times we've stated this in the past. And we've been preparing, and the ancestors have been preparing us, making sure that we have the licenses in place, making sure that we have the identifications in place, making sure we have the insurance, the bonds, and all of that in place before the vehicles arrive. In my notes, I had a link to the video where we got this information. Let me go through my history, and I'll provide that link to you. Provide that link. There was a video on YouTube. Oh, and also we do want to show you that. Okay. Everything is manifesting. Everything that was in our notes is manifesting right now. YouTube video from those acting as GSA. There's also a bond that we want to show you also regarding even cellular phone service. Our ancestors have the answers for everything that we are looking at. We will find the GSA video here shortly. And again, apologies for having to look at my notes. Just kind of did whatever they wanted to do. They was fine. There is also, and we'll talk about this later at a different conference. There are also airline contracts for GSA so that we can travel. And for those who want to look that up, I'll put this link from the study. This is a topic for a different time. Okay, but I'll put the link in the chat so that you can start looking into that prior to us doing the study on that. Okay. This is for the telephone. We had this in our notes to present to you today as well. I'll just go there since we're talking about it right now. This is the bond, the treasury bond for Verizon services. Okay. For those such as myself who will be using government cellular service, we went ahead and put the information from general services on this bond so that we can send this bond out this week for telecommunication services. It says general service telecommunications includes the general services provided equipment. Okay, so this is all that comes with this equipment, systems, work, and services utilized by the federal government for voice, data, and internet communications, including traditional voice over internet provider, and it says, can you all hear what I'm saying and see on the screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Okay. For those, and we're going to be again, the phone service and all of that was supposed to be issued this way in the first place. Voice over internet provider, unified communication systems that are accessible with a desk phone, a conference phone, or a soft phone platform on a personal computer, basic cellular phone or smartphone. So that covers all types of phones. Additional telecommunications technologies include broadband digital subscriber lines, cable modems, public wireless fidelity, and cellular 4th generation and 5th generation access networks. Personal devices, those which are not procured by general services but used by individuals for work purposes, are included in general services communications. This is the number for the contract. That's the contract number. The status for the contract is active for us. And we put the signing date as the 20th, which was the day that we put all of this together. The renewal date is 2030, which is 7 years from now, October 20th. Islam. Islam? Does someone have a question or a comment or some wisdom? Islam, there's a noble that speaks. Go ahead, nobility. Yeah, I hear. Go ahead, nobility.
Okay, so all right, so that's the master bond against the Verizon.
Yeah.
Okay? That's now again. I assume that you're about to go into is how we attach individually to that for our specific service / account being turned on, new account being created, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. So how you attach to this is through the contract. And that contract number, here, let me put, here's the information. Let me put this in the chat also. Now, the way that you will connect specifically or individually, because we all do that, connect individually together. Go back to the chat. The way that we connect together is when you create the bond, or actually the bond is already created. So with this bond that has been created for Verizon, you will go in and it'll be like you're reactivating service with that number, but you'll have a copy of this bond with you because first we're going to notify our head offices for all of this to let the subjects in the head office know to notify or let the system know to notify all other systems regarding our phones. Okay, so an affidavit is first necessary, a fiduciary affidavit, which we've already done, and then an affidavit for phone service, which we've shown that previously. That just states, what kind of phone. So you would go online and look the phone up, look up which kind of phone Verizon offers. You would print that off, print off any information about the phone from Verizon.com, and then do an affidavit restating what you pulled offline with your phone number and a copy of this bond, and and send it to you. Each one of us is going to be also notifying the home office. Okay, sending notifications. So a fiduciary affidavit, and then a separate affidavit talking about the phone services that you're stating. The phone number, if you have one. If you don't have one, just state, give a command that they assign a number, or that the system assign a number.
And again, this would be the same way that we do an affidavit and court action, like what we talked about last week, with the three elements being the first identify yourself, and then your cause of action, and then your remedy, which is your statement that, okay, I want you to open up this account or a new account under this name, this address, these features, this service, blah, blah.
And it's not that you want them to do it because you don't want anything from them. You're already opening it with your command. You hereby open this account with these features.
Okay. And with this phone, I want delivered, or you will deliver this new phone, this new equipment.
Yes. Yes. And all costs and fees are assigned to that bond.
Gotcha. Monthly from now on for the next 7 years.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. And yes, we will be doing the same thing. As the ancestors begin to show us and have us to look at the information and look at it's in alignment with what we've been doing already. Anyway.
Indeed it is. You know, one of the observations that I noticed from last week's fall, after meditating on that, the next day it was like a eureka light bulb was going on. Because in that, the three phases, the last one is your redress of whatever the wrongdoing was. And redress that. It's your solution, your statement for court order, your command. What I realized that all of us should have been thinking of when you said that was the fact that we literally, right there, is another opportunity for us to command them at the point of sale, okay, to begin accepting delirium as if it was cash, and because it is, in the old Federal Reserve system, the old money man here. From now on, part of that redress needs to be a command that from this day forward, you're going to accept delirium. You're going to treat it like cash. Whether it's physical or electronic, you're going to accept it. Be part of our order on every single action we're doing.
Yes. Now let me say this about that, Noble Phoenix. You won't necessarily give them delirium for anything that you're doing. They're going to build this fund like a purchase order.
Correct. In this situation.
Yes.
So in terms of additional, like if it's a store.
Yeah.
All right. And just happen to be going in there, boom. All the locations now need to accept delirium.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking of. Okay.
Indeed. True. Yes. And then here is, and I'll just run through this really quickly. This is the bond, and the language pretty much stays the same. We, the government, being entitled warranted contracting officers for the United States government with full settlement rights, full jurisdiction, do hereby rule that retention and escrow of any living property is no longer required to ensure further actions by the state. Now, when we send this notification to and we're placing the notification to them, to the system on the public record today, when we forward this out, this is what we do with it. It'll be a lien on the previous actors previously acting as Verizon. And we've seen those liens we did those liens 2, 3, 4 years ago. And since those liens have been unrebutted completely, they're valid. And they were valid when we issued and we knew that. But we send this also. And what the bonds do is release the system to move. Noble Phoenix, we did go ahead and make sure that we corrected what you stated and pointed out to us so competently. We thank you for that. We are always open. We must be open to learn from one another. I am. I know I am. And I know you all are too. And so what we did was go through and just make sure that everything is what it is and should be what it should be. We also added the information from the front of this document. We put it right here that we just read with the number. This is the number, the contract number, the status, the date, and all of that. Okay. We also added that same language here, and we just went throughout and ensured that throughout the document that everything was and is as it should be. A description of the contract is all affidavits, statements, documents, instruments, and all others placed on the public record by the principals. The principals are us all. And we together, for these types of things where bonds are being placed on the public record, we are the United States the creditors. Okay? And then, you know, we just put that information here. That where insurance is concerned, this mandamus covers all mobile, cellular, and wireless devices, communications, networks, numbers, letters, signs, sounds, digital, energy, accessories, and all other are United States property in perpetuity, and then we state the bond sum. And this is what we will send for. Okay. And a copy of this will be on video. It will be the signed copy that we sign and stamp and seal for this particular process. So, where phones and conveyances and all that stuff, it's all coming into view now with much more clarity for all of us as to how to obtain the things that are necessary for proper governance, competent, peaceful governance. And all that was necessary was for us to just be patient, and just walk through step by step so that we have the proper instruments and tools so that as we're traveling safely and competently on the land with sovereign authority. Now, I was also going to show quickly how we record our bonds. We have a report, and I put this together for viewing purposes. The bonds that have been issued thus far, and I didn't go back through the paperwork and put the tracking number, but as you're recording the bonds that you issue, it is good to have a system that you proper recording of those bonds. So the categories that we use is first the bond number, the bonded resource, the bond signing date, and that's the date that we create and autograph the bonds and get ready to forward them out. United States Post Office tracking number. Notice it doesn't say Postal Service because we don't even have to talk to them. And we would state that no one has to speak to the retail part because we're the head and not the tail. See, that's what they were. That's what they are. They're the retail part of the commercial merchant aspect. We're the head, okay, and not the retail or the tail. So we don't need to talk to them. Now, any more that are led to do that, we can't tell sovereign what to do. When our processes are done properly with the right energy and no ego energy, everything will go through. It will go through as it should. So, and listen, if you're having issues with things going through, don't worry. Just take a deep breath, relax, and just breathe and keep moving. And determine that no matter what happens, you're not going to be stopped. General Services Policy Number for the cellular phone. Now, we said Boost and Verizon, but we're going to be getting the other ones as well. As soon as we hear from you all what carriers you were using. I think when we did the lean, we leaned about 5 or 6. But we showed all of them worthwhile. We had a list for Wikipedia where we showed a whole list of all those servers. And then we copied and pasted that list into a link. So it was a launch for the link. So, and then policy number, the policy name is for cellular phones and telecommunications policy. And again, we're writing that, we're stating that. Date the bond sent by the government. The bond sent to, where do we send it to? Of course, the Treasury will always get a copy of the bonds, which we're the Treasury, but we notify our system at Office Utah. A copy, they don't get an original, they get a copy for the system. And then a bond renewal date. So, for example, for this one, the bond renewal date is on the bond is October 20th, 2030, which is what we show here. 2030.
If I recall, the postal bond was open-ended, it was in perpetuity, correct?
Yes. Yes, because of the nature of the post office. The post office has always been neutral. So let's see. We may put a closing date now that I think about it. So we'll see, not a closing date, but a renewal date for even the post office. It's not necessary because the post office is just time immemorial. It's perpetuity. So we'll really need a closing date.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm not questioning. I'm just saying that's going to be different on your spreadsheet. That's all.
I'm so appreciative of you. competent. That's why we present these things, so that you can find things and say, can this be, how can we do this better? You know, or yes, we agree, or, you know, because this is for all of us. Okay. So now, this is how we will be doing everything that we do. When it comes to conveyances, we'll be doing a fleet services treasury bond. The fleet services treasury bond is a series of treasury bonds that go under fleet services, depending on the type of conveyances that we're getting. And yes, if you're using your personal conveyance for government business, then yes, your Mercedes or your Jaguar or your Range Rover or whatever is a fleet services, general services conveyance. Yes, it's an acquisition is proper for that. When we were working and contracting in the corporate arena for the quote unquote government services, they would just have you report your mileage. If you needed oil changes or tire rotations or anything, you do it, and then they would reimburse you, and things of that nature. Okay, so everything that we have is covered. Everything that we acquire or acquisition is covered. And yes, it should be the best. Don't feel like you're doing any services by getting the cheapest something. Don't do that. Don't do that to you. Don't do that to others. So that you're stuck on the side of the road, needing AAA. You know, don't do that.
That when we do address the vehicle fleet maintenance fleet plan,
yes,
also include, of course, you know, any extended warranties, you know, service warranties.
Yes.
You know, we don't have to worry about those type of expenses when we're out and about paying out of pocket. No, it's covered. So include everything.
Yes.
Acquisition.
You know, that's a great point, Noble Phoenix, because we are, all of that is taken care of. Where you, it's the same way as if I would take my Mercedes to the dealership and get it serviced. Then you have they will have the bond on file. Whenever we would take government vehicles to the government garage or wherever we took it, we just made an appointment. And when you make an appointment, by the time because making an appointment is your paperwork preceding you. When you made the appointment, by the time you got there, they had everything, all the paperwork laid out on the desk, so that all you had to do was give them the keys, let them do what they did, and either you sat and waited, depending on how long it took, if it was just a one-day job, or they would hand you the keys to a service vehicle, and you would take that one until, you know, and so you're never without it. And that's going to go for phones and everything. You know, we have all of that covered. And that's why it was necessary for us to lean the actors that were previously active, sunset them, and then put the proper system in place, because Verizon at the mall is Verizon at the mall. It needed to be properly stated. So we were not going to send this one out until, So we were not going to send this out. And that, you know, we really are looking forward to having wireless or mobile cellular service again. We're looking forward to that. However, it is our will to take our time and do things properly, so that once it's done, it's done. We don't have to keep looking back at it, going over it. Okay. Yes, we will revisit things at will, but we know that our ancestors have us, that they would not have us doing this. Let me say that. That the reason they have us doing this is for our own good. We just need it is their will that we show and demonstrate government. So we know that when the time comes, our homes will be here. So with that being stated, where conveyances are concerned, the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry, again, we're still talking bonds and all of that. We bond our services. So when you do any services like notary services and things like that, you're actually going to issue to whoever it is that you're assisting a copy of a general services bond with their name on it and the social as the bond number. That's something that, for those who have received federal driver licenses from us, your bonds are forthcoming. as the ancestors lead us to do so, from within. And so those who receive your driver licenses, you're going to be sending a copy of your general services bond to you so that you can show that when you, let's say, state the Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment protection clause regarding anything that has to do with you. Okay. And so now let's show a few more ways of how we administered that program. Because we've done it this way. We've issued the United States bond, the overarching bond that's backed by gold. We've received the gold and silver from the other side. Let me just share with you first that the process, the driver license process, the federal driver license process, we're doing gold and silver for the driver license process. We're doing actual coinage because the lawyer is the receipt that we give them showing that they paid gold and silver. So we issue a more sovereign delarium gold receipt. Let's show the memo. We're doing actual coinage because the driver license process, the federal driver license process, we're doing gold and silver for the driver license process. We're doing actual coinage because delarium is the receipt that we give them showing that they paid gold and silver. So we issue a more sovereign delarium gold receipt. Let's show the memo that we give to those who order the driver license. And we showed this before, but we want to again show the process. And then we'll show you some of the goals that we received and how that works and how we record it, how we take it into our system. This is one of a sample of the federal driver license that we send back when we send the driver license back to those who order it. We state that it's from the Travel and Transportation Ministry. And there's that AA 2221413, H1 2020. My apologies. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. So this is what we send back. United States Travel and Transportation Ministry, Federal Driver License Program. And again, when we say AA 2221413, for the heirs, it's talking about the Constitution and the treaty. For the subject, for the American citizens, it's talking about the Constitution. A1 2023. So that means that if they are American citizens, then their person was born in the United States and they have privileges and immunities there. That's where privileges and immunities come from.
Are you referring to them being born in one of the union states or states of the union?
Those don't exist.
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to when we put the constitutions, the state constitutions on the public record, then we were stating that, for example, Washington, not state of Washington, because we're not even talking about them anymore, they don't exist. State of Washington, state of whatever, that we're not talking about that. The true union state is Washington, it's Georgia, it's Florida, it's Texas, it's Michigan, it's the land.
That's what I'm asking about. So the American citizen would be the one from the state, not the state of. Is that correct?
He came here, originated on the land. So their citizens are subject on the land. They're not lost at sea. They are doing commerce. They came here to assist with the commerce. They were originated within that United States, so they do have privileges and immunities. And I will say this about the American citizens who know that they're subject to the board. they are going to be treated so well because that's who we are. They're going to be very comfortable because we are doing things in alignment with chapter 29, my favorite chapter, of the Circle 7. It's entitled Magistrate and Subject. And our subjects are going to live the way those subjects in chapter 29 live.
When we look at a driver's license that is from our federal driver's license program, as we're showing right here, will it distinguish between one who is subject and one who is a national, other than the act?
It does. It does. It does make that distinction. The subject driver's license, under their photo, their image, it says American citizen. Under ours, it says original indigenous American.
Okay.
And that was the one that I used to get onto the base.
Okay.
When I went and showed my driver's license that we created at the gate at and I'll just state that it was a common access military base here at the territory. Yeah. And
is that all the professional driver's license? You know, for the PDL?
yes. Yes. Yes.
Right. This is in order to.
Yes, indeed. And we again, these processes that we're doing, no fiat can be involved at all, ever. No fiat at all, ever. So that the process is not corrupted. Only gold and silver, and then we give them more sovereign dolarian receipts. Now, I'm going to show one of the more sovereign dolarian gold receipts that we have issued. But let's take a look at this letter here that we sent back. Islam nobility. Islam nobility.
Yes, I'm following along by way of phone. I don't have the internet service. I was wondering, will this be available to view? I'm not
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it'll be available. I'll put the letter. I'm just making some notes here. I'll put the letter and the bond, the Verizon bond, and the federal license letter under the video. And nobility, let me say this, I appreciate that you're here. Because we actually absolutely must demonstrate, no matter whatever, we have no excuse. And I'm grateful that you are not having internet service as an excuse not to do what you're doing with all of us here today. We appreciate that type of energy because we already know that that's the energy that succeeds. That's where success comes from. Our ancestors want us, not want. They will that we demonstrate. Period. So, what this letter states, yes, indeed. We appreciate your nobility because we've had to do the same. We're actually doing that right now. We stayed up until 5 something doing notes. They are what they are, where they are. We're doing this from memory. Okay. But we do the study, so we're not even worried. So it says, find and close your United States federal driver license approved by Congress as stated above. Be it known that 1 gold coin weighs 1 cent troy ounce. So some have been sending a 1 cent gold coin. We received several of those. We did receive an American Eagle. We even received a copy of an American Eagle, rather. And we just sent it back because it was a copy. It had a little small hole in it. And so we knew that was not a ship that we want to, that belongs in our inventory. And then we gave them instructions on how to obtain their driver license properly with proper exchange methods. So we're not afraid at all. Yes, Justice Howard, a silver coin is acceptable. 0.999 silver coin, it is acceptable. Gold and silver is acceptable. Just one moment there. Let's see. Just a moment. Okay. So now, with regard to this letter, this is what it says further. So the coin that we received was accepted in exchange for this driver instrument in accordance with the Constitution for the United States 1789, 1791, and as stated by Congress. Congress has assessed the value for gold at $50,000 dollars per troy ounce. When the assessed value is multiplied by the weight for the gold coin exchange in this matter, in this case it was a 1/10 troy ounce gold coin, we multiplied 1/10, we took 1/10 of 50,000 and issued 5,000 in more sovereign dollars gold receipts for this exchange. Each one of the gold receipts has a gold receipt number that follows this particular format. And then it says the United States Federal Driver License is a federally chartered Article 3 uplifted gold backed instrument for carriage conveyance. Let me add coach, vehicle.
Why don't we ever see you recording going into the post office, Pauline?
Transportation, communication.
Let's see you go into the post office, Pauline.
Where is, okay. Coach, vehicle, conveyance, carriage, transportation, portation, and transportation, communication. Communication, passage, automobiling, shipping.
We want to see you go in the post office, Pauline.
Nautical, natural resource movement, nautical navigating, land navigating, train, carriage, commercial movement vehicling, whatever you're doing, in other words, doesn't matter, but we wanted to put some language in there. Natural resource movement or otherwise, having proper gold and silver surety bonding on the public record by United States Creditor Treasury Bond 2025923, dated 2023, June 03, containing no margins. That means that whoever receives it, there's no room for them to write anything in the margin when they add anything to it. It is as stated. It says below is the image of the nationalized gold coin that you sent for this exchange. So we even send an image of what they sent, and then the nationalized documentation with our autograph that we nationalized that coin. And that is going to revalue the coin from, let's say, $2,000 per ounce from the previous era to $50,000 per ounce in the revaluation process. It says, thank you for your study. Demonstration is for placing notification on the public record of this process for this great republic that is America. And then the autograph, the document. Let us show you some of the bullion and things that we received recently, because the reason we want to show this is so that everyone knows that, no, you don't have to have 2, 3, 4,000 in gold or silver, that you just have to have a will. Where there's a will, there's a way to get the driver's license. It's not difficult. When I received the packaging, we received several packages. Let us show you just an example or a sample of one of the bullions that we received. We received some gold bullion. That was a small piece worth $34.95. It had the recording, it had been recorded. It was a small chip. Remember, it's like carrot bars. That predicted, for those who remember that whole enactment of carrot bars, where they had a little gold chip in some cars, and they built a whole process around this little gold chip. Okay, well, this is one that we received, and you know what, we were actually glad to see it, because it showed us how, and they sent a receipt from where they got it from, and that it was, properly documented as gold bullion, how much they paid for it. Yes, it was small. It was very small. In fact, it was the size of the tip of your finger. So it was a small piece. However, we accepted it because they had proof that it's what they thought it was. And then we just restated. Well, when we restate this 1/4 gram of gold bullion at $50,000 an ounce, the receipt that they get back is gonna be in the hundreds of dollars in more Salvador Delarian gold receipts, plus their driver license. What's the receipts that they're getting back? They will be able to send those receipts if they choose to. As we continue to grow and grow the state and demonstrate. So for only $35, they were able to get their driver license because they thought we're gonna do this. We're gonna do it. We're gonna send gold because we want our we desire or we will to have our driver's license. They wanted to do, not wanted, they will to do what is right on the land. We accept that. We accept that. Because guess what? When we revalue this and we use it to do things around here, or however our treasury uses this, even when we're talking about our 10%, we have a way to issue that to those who do the work. We're also going to be saying that places like Home Depot or Office Depot or Staples or any of the places where we get supplies, they're going to be accepting gold and silver as well. But for them, it's actually going to be more beneficial that they do it where more solid Delarian gold receipts are concerned, because they don't have to change anything to receive that.
And yes.
It's more solid Delarian, of course. All they have to do is hit that cash button and receive. And then we get our ink and our, whatever else we get, or we pay for our lunch or whatever else we get. So, it's not November.
Would you please just show us again, just as by way of reminder, what the driver's license looks like?
Sure. Just one moment. I'm going to take a brief pause here for just a moment. I'll be right back. While you just absorb what's on the screen, just one moment.
How many of you out there have the ID printing machines? I know two here in Florida with me, one in Florida, one in Jamaica, but how many of you actually have the ID making machine? Just maybe drop a note in the chat. Anyone have an ID making machine? Well, I know you do.
No, I have, what I have is a merchant card.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I know Earl mentioned he has one.
He has the merchant card printer also.
Oh, he has the same one? Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to see if anyone else has an ID maker and which one they're using. Anyone? Anyone out there?
Islam, I have the same question on the slide. Nobody has one.
I mean, I have a brother who can, I can design it and send it to him, but he's in California. But he designed my executor ID as well as my national ID card for me, and and I can certainly use him. But,
oh yeah, you take a mail shirt, so you good stuff. Yeah, at some point I'll get all kinds of equipment once I restructure. So
yeah.
If you lean the company. That's what we in the company. We get whatever supplies fee. I'm getting on it. It's that simple.
Yeah.
So again, we don't wait on people. I mean, that's why we're going forward.
All right, like back here.
Islam, I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, just want knock that silence off. All these laughs. Why do we get to talk?
Islam. Yeah. Thank you, Nobility. The finished driver license. Okay. I'll just show mine because mine was just like, okay, what I'm going to do is not share my screen while I get that.
Going looking at all these files you got here and I want that one, I want this one. I'm doing my Christmas shopping list if you want to go.
We work a lot. I will say that. We work a lot.
Your files look like mine. They're just got bunches of stuff.
Yeah. We let me make sure. Okay. Okay, so I'll just copy it. Right, that's the Sharif. She said no days off. Nope. We've actually been a little bit under the weather. Not under the weather. Let me make sure. And I said I wasn't even going to say that. But thankfully, our sea salt really came through for us, so that we've been able to just go, and still do all the things that we had in our hearts to do, including workouts, go walking and do things of that nature, so that we didn't spend that time in the bed instead of doing the work. So, this one does not have original indigenous Americans on here underneath my photo, but I'll just show it to you anyway. Islam and Britain.
Will you let Brother Akil in? He wasn't able to get in when you opened it the last time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we shall let our brother Akil in. Come on in, Brother Akil. Yes, you know what? We work. Underneath my photo, it should say original indigenous Americans. Now, it's not on this one, on this driver's license, because I was going back and forth in my spirit, and I'm still dealing with my own programming from the previous era. In other words, I'm not going to claim it. We have dealt with our own programming from the last era, where in the last era, we were taught that everyone should be equal, everything should be equal, and everything is equal, and all of this and that. And even in church, we were told everyone's the same. Let's all hug. So since I've been awake, I've been dealing with the energy that says that whenever we choose to state that yes, we're the heirs, we're the sovereigns, there's always been something inside of me that is attempting to pull back and say, no, you can't put on the driver's license that you all are different from them, because you're all human. That's programming. That's programming. Because even in the last era, on the back end of the system, there was something that distinguished us from them, whether it would have been you're black and you're white. Those were distinguishing factors that made all the difference in the world in many cases. Why? Because and I'm not saying that even from a negative perspective. I'm saying that from the perspective that the system knew that at some point we were going to wake up. Okay? So, yes, we are all one. We created everything, so we can't be not one. But we also are truthful about what's going on, about our system, and everything. And we're truthful with love, period. So, yes, putting American citizens under the subject photo on their driver's license, I actually felt really good about that, because they don't have to be U.S. slaves, overtaxed and just burdened with that whole enactment, previous enactment. We are original indigenous Americans for this particular present for a driver license for commercial purposes. But as always, according to the Constitution and AA 222141 code, the treaty means that the council decides all issues regarding this driver license and anything else that's going on. Which is why we have, even on the American citizens driver's license, there it says, do not detain. Because no one has the authority to detain our subjects. No one has that authority but us. And we don't see a reason to detain them. And so, this driver license is federal property, United States Creditor Treasury Bond number 2025923. And we're actually probably going to change that one, that creditor bond number, to the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry Bond, because it's going to be a separate bond from the overarching bond. The United States Creditor Treasury Bond is the one for the whole of everything. And then all other bonds are under that bond, because that's the bond where we send the gold to the Treasury and put the 656 trillion on the record. So that when the internal revenue system receives our documentation, they know who all of that is. Rule and law, define their activity at your own risk. Thank you so much for that, Justice Yenderell. Yes, because see, here's the thing, even our subjects have rights that have privileges and immunities. Right, Bonner? We missing you up here. We're missing you up here. Thank you. She moseyed down to the kitchen to get a drink or something, drink some water or some food or something. So that's one of the things about working from home, you get really comfortable. So this is what they look like for now. At some point we may, restate them a different way, we may add some things to them, whatever the case may be. But for now, this is what they look like. And then with the Real ID Act, all driver's licenses had to have one 5-pointed star in the upper right corner. And of course, they were preparing for what we're, they were enacting what is necessary with the Real ID Identification Act. We have the Real Identification Law. Islamism. Well, Empress, are you, they look like however you make yours there.
And I sent you, I emailed you, I found one that you, and I took a screenshot where you would actually put original.
Oh, yeah, that's it right there. Thank you, Empress. I saw that in the chat. Thank you. Yes. It does say original indigenous Americans here. This is the most recent one right here. Empress, thank you so much for that. Thank you. Empress Shasha, I'm coming to see you. You are so on the Christmas list. Yes, indeed. So this is what they look like. Original indigenous American Christians have American citizen on there, so that they are distinguished from slaves. Okay. And then all of them say the same thing on the back: do not detain, and so on and so forth. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Put a restated data on it.
Yes.
I did do that, and I have rented a conveyance with it.
Yes. Okay. You know what? Excited about that because the demonstrations are just flawless. They're working flawlessly with the driver's license. And Rashaka just said she rented a conveyance with it. And I went on to a military base with it, and we call it a common access area. But yes, so we know they work. And that is actually how all of this is supposed to work. Is that the system is supposed to just recognize it as another something in the system that where passage is concerned. Because this is still our land. We should not be having any issues with things. And I can assure you that as we continue doing what we're doing, that things are getting easier and easier because we know the legal system that we created is working. And the one that I showed for the military base had original indigenous American on it. And he noticed that. He turned it over, then he turned it back over on the front, and then he turned it over again. And then he asked me, what did he ask the question? Oh no, he said, and actually I was holding it up, turning it for him. And he was the one who said, turn it back over again. Let me see the back. And I showed him the back again. And he couldn't argue with it because it fits. It fits the system, but we created it. That's how everything that we do is supposed to do. Even where banking is concerned, everything that we do should fit the banking system. Not theirs, ours. It has to be our creation. It has to be. And so where more Salvadorian and gold and silver and all that's concerned, all we're doing is looking at what was enacted last and saying, okay, this is how we can fit what we're doing to the system, but still stay away from that, the debt and the debt. It works, it works, it works. And there's a bond on the record for me so that as I'm using my driver license to go and be and do things, that no fraudulence can even attempt to pull someone over and try and get some fiat because I'm not bonded to them. I'm actually bonded to you all in the universe and all of us. But this instrument is not their instrument and it's not bonded to their debt. So they won't even get anything for pulling us over. So they're not going to pull us over. Because there's nothing in it for them. They have no interest. Islam mobility.
That would only also stand the reason we on of our cars, trucks, etc.
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
Yep, and that's automatically going to connect all of our property to the land.
Even the post office kicked you out because they knew you were full of shit.
Ooh, I just love that energy. That was a good blast of energy right there. We will do that. Yes, Empress Nana. You know we're not going anywhere without you. Islam. So, yes, indeed. And that goes for all the empresses that hear us. We all roll together. Now, we're not leaving our sons. We're not leaving them. Y'all right with us, too.
Sure,
we're talking about we're together.
Roll with y'all.
I guess that means we're all rolling together, period. Islam. With all our documents and all of our own everything. Period. So, what else did we want to show you about this program? We wanted to, but not wanted, we will to show, to demonstrate, this moment.
Delusion. More delusion.
Put them out, Ravana. Don't just silence them. Put them out.
Delusion.
The X. Thank you. So thank you, Empress Ravana. So now, let's see what else we have. Oh, I wanted to show you a letter that we received at the Travel and Transportation Ministry from one of the more.
These delusions are so powerful. Your delusion.
Indeed, Empress Nana. We received now, and this is we're showing this because this is some of the things that you'll receive as you're doing your duties, your national duties. To whom it may concern, this is a letter that we received and we redacted it. This communication is to confirm the veracity and authentication of a presentation and offer regarding the United States Federal Driver's License / non-driver's ID. I am not aware of the particulars associated with this product, although I have reviewed the content of the video multiple times. Additionally, I do comprehend that this product is alleged to be in compliance with Real Identification Law 2023, which indicates the following. And by the way, we thank. Let me say that 3 times for this yourself. The more who sent it. So it says, which indicates the following. And and he did his research. The real ID law, I say what things to look like it's a fight when it's not a fight. It's not a fight. It's not a fight. Okay. Regarding those things in the chat, this is not a fight about who's leading the team. It's not a fight. This is our meeting. So he did his research. It says the real ID law requires every air traveler 18 years or older to show genuine real ID compliant identification documents at airport security checkpoints for domestic travel. And the fact that this product references a previous or presently valid documented ID, I can see the relevance. And again, you can see how he's looking in the funny mirror, but then he's coming out of the funny mirror seeing that there's truth here. It says, however, I am a member of the, and to preserve his privacy and his identity, we redact information, but we want to send our highest honors to that nation. I had not heard of that nation here at America, at North America. I had not heard of them, but I am so grateful to make the connection because now we're connected eternally. And we're going to be doing more research into this beautiful, amazing nation. Who knew that all of the nations were already here? We did not know that. And so we want to take some time, if he should, because I'm pretty sure that he will see this if he's not present. We want to honor your nation and we will be connecting with you further about that. But he says, however, I am a member of this nation and it's a Moorish nation, but it's one that I have not heard of. And I need to comprehend any possible conflict that may arise from the use of this item or if there are any implied contracts associated. This being the case, I need to know if there or has there been any restrictions of limitations faced by the users of this product. Also, I'd like to examine this product via any media, even if the information is redacted, so that I am certain that this matter is what it appears to be. You can provide me via a photocopy, video, or other forms of proof of this item to establish and verify such product. Additionally, I've never done any transactions to verify the realness of the business and items offered. In the event this matter is agreed to, does any use.s.mythic gold coin in terms of size and 90% gold qualify? And the answer to that question is yes. It all qualifies no matter where the gold comes from because we are going to we're going to nationalize all gold that comes to us. So even if it's bullion, even if we're receiving gold from everywhere, all kinds of gold, we're just nationalizing all of it. And when you send the gold, send documentation of where you got it from and things of that nature so that we can use that to nationalize what we're holding in our hands. Okay, so just like with the gold bullion that we just showed a moment ago, with this gold bullion here, it was small, but they sent where they got it from, they sent how much they paid for it, they sent here a 1/4 gram of gold bullion, so we're going to nationalize it at those, with using those figures, and then assign our new nationalized figures, which is going to substantially raise the price or the value of the gold. So any gold coming from anywhere when you have some proof of where it came from. Okay, and then for more that are pulling gold from computers and phones and things of that nature and conveyances, so there's gold in conveyances too. If you would go take the gold to a pawn shop or someplace like that, any of the actors out there, and have them to issue a value, a written value of, well, we think it's this much and we think the purity is this much or whatever, and that's acceptable. Or if you as a moor are erudition in assaying, which is weighing and valuing your own gold, such as Justice Captoon. Is that correct, Justice Captoon? I believe that was Justice Captoon where we were discussing the gold in the last Congress. Where he, Islam Mobility. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, you do the gold, you're doing the lab work on the gold and the smelting and things of that nature. And so he could actually value gold, but he took his gold to one of the actors and they acted like they, were valuing the gold. More can value their own goal, value it. Well, if you value your own goal, value it first at the enacted amount, whatever they say that enacted price is, $2,000 per ounce or whatever, and then state it in our more sovereign or our goal revaluation. But you don't have to do our revaluation because we're going to do it ourselves when we receive it. So, with documents that we receive like this, what we're going to do is keep it very simple. The response is going to be very simple to our brother whom we honor. We'll start off by sending high honors to his nation and stating that we're one with them. Let me see. Do we speak national language okay. So what I would do, and this is me, this is how I would handle it. Because he stated that he was with the nation, first I would send the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry professional response to what he's saying. So I would not address nationality and things like that within that one. What I would do is also attach an affidavit from our nation acknowledging his nation and acknowledging that, yes, we recognize them, they are a nation, according to, because he also sent, and this was key, and I'm so glad he did this, he put a copy of his, of the enacted driver's license here. So we would send in the same envelope, first the professional response from the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry addressing his concerns, and then we would also send an affidavit from the Moorish National Republic federal government, because now we're speaking government to government. Okay, and we want to acknowledge and honor them and say that, and send our highest, and if there's anything we can do for them to let us know, we want to extend that olive branch of peace to them, and just to connect with them and just let them know that we're here for them, and that we look forward to connecting with them face to face, So, and then we may even let them know some of the other things that we're doing. Maybe we'll just let the spirit lead us. We don't want it to be salesy. We want it to be connecting with them from our heart to theirs with the affidavit that we do on Moorish government letterhead. But then we're going to keep it professional with United Justice and so this will be there. Okay. He's not aware of the particulars, so what we're going to do is first state the Constitution and what the Constitution says about properly identifying everyone and having proper right, where the rights are and where the privileges and immunities are. We're going to talk about that briefly. We're just going to state the Constitution and state why we're doing this federal driver's license program. And then also that everyone must be properly identified. And then we'll address the real ID law, the real identification law, which is something we wrote. When that came out, the ancestors had us to restate the real ID law. So we restated it, we voted on it. And I knew all those votes that we were taking, the ancestors were preparing us to receive the gold into our possession. This whole time, all the government things that we were all doing together, they were preparing us to open the banking and the coffers and just to bring in the prosperity. Because even the Bible says that all the nations will bring all of the wealth to us and just sit it at our feet. And that is actually happening. It's happening right now, right before our eyes. And for that, we're grateful. So we're going to honor everything that he stated here, and then we'll address his nation in a separate universal affidavit, acknowledging that, yes, we see you, yes, we're going to do a little research on this, and then point and let them know that we honor who they are. And here's the thing, even though they're in the title of their nation, they don't have the word moor in the title of their nation, just like the Washita Nation is Washita Dugett Mountain Nation. It doesn't say moor, it just says Washita Dugett Mountain, which we honor them. So we're going to just honor them the way we would honor the Washita or any of the other nations. Even though he doesn't say he's moor, his driver's license is pretty obvious that he is a moor, because they even call him black on his driver's license. He's not black, he's a moor. So he's looking for remedies. His driver's license had been expired by quite a few years. And that's something that we're seeing across the board, that the documentation is, you know, many of the people out there, their right to travel on their own land has been enacted as being subjugated or stopped when they have the right to freely traverse and travel on their own land with proper documentation. Because we've always done things decently and in order, properly and in order, etc. And I won't say decently because decent and decent is the same word. So, with that being stated, this is something that we received, and I know in just a little bit of energetic research that I've done regarding this, that the whole nation will be here once this is, because he's the type that steps out for his nation, steps out and he's always demonstrating his nation, you know, just based on even what we see here. You know, so Islam mobility.
Did he state that, Mr. Jackson, what office he holds within his nation?
He did not. That's not difficult to find out because we have his ID there. And even, I'll say this, even his name, the name that was on his driver's license is an ancient name. Where obviously he had a change to that to reflect his nation.
Well, I affirm his due diligence to even state this document because, like Grand Sheik states, put your literature on the public record for the public scrutiny. And this public scrutiny that we see before us at the moment is, as he states, confirmed.
Yeah.
So he's confirming our work.
And what we'll do is affirm it for him.
Yes. And affirm, yes, we do.
Well, it also told us that everyone is looking for remedies. They're looking for remedies. And we have the remedy. Moors, we are the remedy by doing this work. Now, I will say this, he's over in that territory over there. He's way on the east. And, you know, a lot of his national business, I would assume, and that's an assumption, is there. So I'm looking forward to the day when when we receive things like this, we can refer it back out to Empress Angel at New York or Empress Sasha at Jamaica. You know, when we get things in from other places, we can tell them, hey, to get yours, you can contact Empress Sasha, Empress Angel, Empress Karima, Empress Rosetta. They're at the different territories, and that way, you know, possibly you all can meet up. If that's what your spirit needs you to do. If he were at this territory, we definitely would do that. So, you know, because we are government to government, you know, and we are interested definitely in connecting with other governments. And as we can see, through this work that we're doing, we will connect government to government, where treaties then can be written and stated and signed, and commerce can begin, because guess what? We never know what they do for commerce. We never know. And I do know this, everyone has something to bring to the table, all the nations do. And see, when we talk about multinational things and multinational companies and things of that nature, that doesn't mean go away over to Japan to be multinational, even though we have more there, we have a consulate there. It's even right here on this land and right here, you know, where you are. Okay, there are other nations at Jamaica that are looking for remedies that Empress Sasha has. There are other nations at the UK that are looking for remedies, the very same remedies that Justice Kansu has. He has the remedy. He is the remedy. And other places. Empress Frederica is at French Guiana. The French need the remedy that she has. And that goes for all of us. Justice David at Japan, the justices at Thailand and Indonesia and China and Canaan land, of course. Empress Wynot has the remedy. She is the remedy among the other boards at Sheikh Klein Bay L and those at Canaan land territory. So all we're doing more is creating the remedy, and because we have built it, they are coming. Let me see, where the driver license piece is concerned, the way that we record this, I did a sample driver license report page. I have this in my notes. This is how I'm recording my more $7 gold receipt going out and everything. So what we're doing is recording it from like the first name on the driver's license and then the last name on the driver's license. The license number, the street address, the city, state, and all of this will be coming from the driver's license that we issue. The tracking number for the driver's license, so when we send them out, we send out tracking numbers. We'll put that tracking number here. The date that the license was sent to the receiver, and this we do as we're getting ready to take it to the post office and deliver it and deposit it. Let me make this look here. And then from tracking number, the date the driver license was sent to the receiver, payment method. Did they send gold or silver? Now, those who sent gold, please don't feel slighted that we accepted silver. You got more $7 gold receipts as a receipt than the ones who bring the silver if their silver doesn't equal the amount of gold. But people have to demonstrate wherever they are. So you have more receipts to use or to pass to your children or your, for them to inherit and things of that nature, because gold is going to go up in value. Did they send coin or bullion? The total value for the coin or bullion receipt. And this value is going to be from the previous era, whatever their receipts say, it will be that. Because then in this next recorded area, we say, has the gold or silver been nationalized? That must happen. Everyone must be, all who are doing this work, everything that we do must be nationalizable, because that's how we take things into our inventory. Total amount of $7 gold receipts. So, for example, with the document that's on the screen, let's see. I had the letter on the screen. Oh well. Where it had 5 more $7 gold receipts that had been sent, and the 5 that were sent were $1,000 each. So then up here, I would put that we sent 5 more $7 gold receipts. And then here, let's see, something's missing. How long was it gonna run? Okay, no, it's not. Here we put the receipt number, which is the A2023, whatever those numbers are on there, we put that number. And then in between each one of these, which I'm glad I'm looking at this now, insert one column to the left, the value for receipt 0001. So receipt number 1, this is receipt number for that. That's the computer. I should say the first receipt. Because what we're doing is the first receipt. The value for that receipt is 1,000. The second one that we gave, the second more $7 gold receipt that we sent back is A2023. And this is what we had on the paper, on the receipt that we sent them, documenting what we received and what we sent them. So now I will say this 2 more. And so on and so on. So whatever you send back to them, just make sure that you know what you sent them. You know what those receipt numbers are and the value of those receipts. Okay. Islam.
So this is your accounting law for this process?
For the United States Federal Driver's License process. Yes. This is that report.
So you're going from right left to right and not vertical, up and down?
If John Moore, and I'll just use that as an example, that's the first, let's say that's the first one. The next one is James Brown. Her last name is Brown. So it's going to be going up and down. But this will also tell us at a quick glance how many driver's licenses we issued. And this is not my real report. My real report, I'm not going to post my real report because it's got personally identifiable information on it. But yes, and then, you know.
So my question is, when you scroll more to the right, how come you have like first issue receipt, second issue receipt? How come you mentioned you go to the right instead of down?
Because everything on this line right here refers to John Moore. Everything has to do with John Moore on this line. License.
Also, he can get more than one license, that's what you're stating?
What I am stating is that when I issued Morris Salvadorarian gold receipts to him, I chose to issue 5 $1,000 Morris Salvadorarian gold receipts because he sent 1/10 ounces of gold. And the 1/10 of $50,000 per ounce is 5,000. So that's the number of receipts that he received for the nationalized gold that he sent in.
So it says first Moorish Salvadorian gold receipt, and then second, and you put another under gold.
Third. So let me show you what that gold is. Thank you for asking that, for that clarification. Let's see. Let us show what this report is going to match this letter. Oh, not that one. It's going to match
what you previously stated with the X's and such.
It's going to match this letter that I sent them.
Yes, I got it.
So the first Morris Salvadorarian gold receipt that I sent has this number A12023, and that number is system. I'm using it in chronological order.
So in total, they got 5 receipts.
They got 5 receipts. Now, I could have very easily issued one $5,000 Morris Salvadorarian gold receipt. It has Grand Street Tire Street based image there because again, the gold, these receipts must have gold and silver, the real coming in for it. So I could have very well issued just one $5,000 Morris Salvadorarian gold receipt. The reason, and that would have made it easier for my bookkeeping and stuff, but I was thinking about those that we send it out to. They may not want to spend $5,000 once. They may want to spend $1,000 once. Or they may want to spend, you know, may want to spend an increment. So that's why I said this is the first Morris Salvadorarian gold receipt. It has this number. The second one is here. It has this serial number. So they each have a different receipt number. So whatever I put on this document right here is going to show up on my report for whoever that driver is, John Moore or traveler is. Jane Brown, I'll have her license number, address, city, state, tracking number, state the driver license was sent, payment method that she used. It was coin, let's just say gold coin. Total value for the coin or bullion received, the total value, even if they sent 10 coins, that there's going to be a total value for it. Has gold and silver been nationalized? Yes. Total amount of Morris Salvadorarian gold receipts sent, that means I sent 5. So as I'm stating here, the number that's in here, if I say that I sent 5 gold receipts, then I should have 5 entries. This will be the first of the 5. This is the second of the 5. This is the third of the 5. And the way that I did it initially was just put that number here because I know what my numbers mean, but it needs to be so that anyone can do the job. Even if I handed this to someone, they would be able to continue what I started and not be confused if they have basic recording skills. You know, the 5th Morris Salvadorarian that I sent to them will have a serial number and it will have a value also. So again, the first one I sent, this is the serial number, this is the value. The value is 1,000. And I could have put that. I could have put it like that. 1,000. I could have put it like that. You know. And then here, and then here, this can be total. More sovereign delarium gold receipt. Total gold receipt amount sent. And here would be 5,000. $5,000 dollar amount. $5,000. Because see, what they get back from us is delarium receipts, gold delarium receipts. So we track those receipts too, just like Federal Reserve debt notes we track. So this is just basic. And listen, as you're doing the work, it will become clearer how to do your recording. Okay. So we didn't put the value in. Copy. Paste value for receipt number. This will be value for receipt number 3. And this will be value for receipt number 2. So after each Moor sovereign delarium serial number is entered, you'll have a place to put the value of that same one. And let's go ahead and put that here. And this will be value for receipt number 4. And then right in here, insert column here, and this will be value for receipt number 5. Okay, so, and then what I do is in the total amount, the total dollar amount for the delarium that I sent back to them, I usually put a formula in there, but you don't have to do this. The formula would be this first receipt amount plus this receipt amount, plus this receipt amount, plus this receipt amount, plus this receipt amount, and it will populate itself. So right now, I only put 2,000, but as I put in here, the second delarium that I sent them, gold receipt is 1,000. You see, it went up to 3,000 here. The third value for the receipt was a $1,000 one, because each one that I sent them 5 $1,000 delariums. And see, what did they get? The total $5,000 is what they got back. And then when you look back at the letter, it's going to state 5,000. Let me pull that letter back up. I don't know why I keep doing that. It's right here. Okay. And see, the letter says the receiver has been issued from the United States Treasury 5,000 delarium dollars in Moor sovereign delarium gold receipts for this exchange as follows. This letter that they received is going to match our records here. So that, let's just say they lost their delarium dollars. We would hope they wouldn't do that. But even if they lost their delarium dollars or got burned up in a fire or someone stole them or whatever the case may be, all we do is we say, okay, then we decommission these serial numbers and issue new serial numbers and issue a new letter and put that in their file. Put that with their file. So ministry work is just keeping records, keeping good records. Now, if I doubt that anyone's going to be losing their delarium, because when you see the ones, the gold receipts, I'm very proud of the gold receipts that we issue because they're very beautiful. They look just like our Moor sovereign delarium. It has Moor sovereign delarium gold receipts on it and a place to write in the number. So you can handwrite that number in, or you can, however you choose to do it. I choose to handwrite it in because of the authenticity of handwriting, because I'm already going to be autographing it as well. Each one of the receipts has a place for our autograph. Let me see if I can show the Moor sovereign delarium gold receipts. just a sample of one of those, of which we have many. And while the computer is taking its full time doing that, let's see. I have a lot of, there's a lot of background stuff that's always going on with my computer. That's why it's so slow. And that doesn't really, I know that that's stuff that I'm sensitive to, and that's okay. Okay, so I'll describe what they look like, because that's probably not the show. Our Moor Sovereign Delarium gold receipts have the word Moor. I've got to show it though. So it is necessary. Here's what I'll do. Let's see this in here. No. That's the complete set of the original Moor Sovereign Delarium, which we're very proud of that also. And again, my apologies that this, I had everything laid out, ready to go. I was excited. I'm still excited. But I'm not able to access that, which is fine. Okay, so I'll have some of those ready since finding them right now is not, I'm not able to find them at the moment. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. So I'll show those to you, what the receipts look like the next time. I had everything set. Yes, Justice Jezreel, each row represents, or constitutes rather, that's the right word. Justice Jezreel will use the right word. That's what I love about him. Each row constitutes a separate record. Yes, each row.
Is one question?
Yes, no, really.
The driver's license that you're issuing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't suppose there's an issue getting a driver's license with my appellation on it versus your individual name that your mother and father called you.
So I'll answer that question this way. You're sovereign, you can do as you will. However, when we issue driver's license from here, proper identification of the party is necessary. What does that look like? On your nationality document, your free national name is there for international and universal purposes. What appears on a driver's license is a name, and our free national appellations are not names. That's why we don't put them on driver's license. I would not put them on a driver's license. Because
state ID card. And a state ID and a driver's license.
Yes, yes. State being the state that you put the Constitution on the record for. So for me, mine is a Washington driver's license. But if any issues arise, the Constitution kicks in, and then the treaty comes behind it because of AA 222141, and then the Constitution comes in, and the national identification then becomes what's going on. The national identification then comes in. That's where a free national name, nationality card, proof of status and all of that comes to the forefront.
Islam.
It
They have to join in.
let me say this really quickly, just Howard, if I may. Based on the way the systems were set up. Now, again, you can be anyone you want to be, but the jurisdiction is just like in the last era. The jurisdictions are what they are. Like Tajiri Bay is my free national appellation, but Pauline Denise Ritchie is also my free sovereign appellation.
It makes sense to me. This may help. While on the land, I say the nationality. And many people know the nationality. I'm German American, I'm Italian American, I'm this, I'm that. This is really, they know their nationalities. So I don't have a problem. At first, I was a little hesitant with driver's license because of, I guess, the whole mindset that I was still in. And damage done even with that corporate de facto driver's license. I mean, so I haven't had a driver's license for 4 years. So I never bothered to reissue it or whatever. And DMVs, there's nothing wrong with it. Now that you all have crafted this, it makes more sense to me now because this is in our state. Jurisdiction. So maybe it things a little bit in regards to nationality. The key word is nationality. Nation, our whole nation, our state. Islam.
And that's what the Constitution for which state? The birth state or the state that you happen to be domiciling in temporarily?
The state you govern.
Okay, so that would be where I am. So, okay. We gotta restate that Constitution, the land flowers Constitution.
Yes, and a lot of that, yes, please do that. Even if it's been done by others, you do it so that you know what it says. And not only that you know what it says, but more importantly, when you put it on the public record, that's going to create that bond where anyone doing business as a fake state cannot penetrate it. Because see, the Constitution, there's a bond that goes with that's created with the Constitution. I must create a Washington bond for Washington to do business with New York, or for Washington to do business with Land of Flowers, or for Washington because the states do business together also. So when we say state, we're not talking entire state overall, right? We will clarify which one we mean, because that's the big mother state. That's the huge, gigantic, the Empire State. That's everything, everything. But then there are the states: Jamaica, Washington, Florida, Texas, Wisconsin. London. No. What's the state over there? I don't know what y'all doing over there. I should know that. London. Yeah. And it's great to hear your voice, Justice Council. Justice Council, you know what? You just stay on my heart. You just do. You do. This whole Congress does. But you in particular, because of where you are and what you've been through. And listen, I would say this. What we've been through, it a lot of times it will give you some idea of how powerful we are. We've had some heavy fights, some of us, most of us. That means that we got some powerful energy within us that must come out.
I've been kind of chilling out, still getting my voice. I've just been listening, get back into the flow of what we're doing, So that's why you don't hear much from me, but I am doing what needs to be done,
Justice Council, this is what I'm hearing in the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, I hear the ancestors saying very firmly, take your time. Because the work will be here, you will be here, we all will be here. Take your time. Yes. Stay plugged in and just take your time. Because there is much for you to do. And you don't have to rush that much because it's an eternal much. Yeah. And no one can take your place. Your place is yours. Yeah. So, take your time. The ancestors have to keep telling me that to take it Like, you don't have to jump up at 4 o'clock in the morning and get downstairs with a cup of coffee and start typing up. Well, I learned that lesson last night because I stayed up until 5 something this morning, and I was like, yes, this is laid out perfectly today. I got my notes. Wait till I show them this, and this. And I got on my computer today, and the ancestor said we're going to test you to see. The ancestor took it down, and I couldn't open but page 1. That's okay. We just need to see. We're still showing what we said we were going to show. Apparently, because see, this call would probably have been 4 hours. It's not going to be 4 hours today. Yeah.
Over here, it's not 2:48
in the morning.
On the code that says here, what it says, and so I don't decide it. If I take it, I'm actually put the recording on, then I take on what you put on, I don't quite get it, so let's take it in like now. So I can get it. So when I go back and read, listen to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if it's any consolation, first and foremost, I'm so grateful that you're that diligent and persistent with what you've been through. And secondly, I have to go back and listen to 2 or 3 times myself. So I stay on track because there's so much information that comes that it's easy to, So, yes, Empress Chapali. Just trying to get back into me. Okay, yes, Islam. Thank you, no, just copy. Islam. Lots of water just discussing, by the way. I just wanted to remind you, I know you're doing it. Lots of water. This is how we're keeping our books, and I actually make all of my letters blue. So I don't want numbers here to be black. I want them to be blue. Okay. So this is how we're doing with bonds and things of that nature. Now, whenever I issue bonds for, say, a company, I have a different spreadsheet than when I'm issuing bonds for, say, this program, the United States Federal Driver's License Program. That would go here under federally bonded persons, and my bond is there as well as everyone else. The bond that I issue for Pauline Demetrius is there. And then anyone that we issue driver licenses to, we issue a bond as well. And we send a copy of that bond to them, which I've not done that part yet, but that's a part that the ancestors have added to our duties here. So we're just going to we're going to do that and keep moving forward.
Okay.
Are there any questions about the process, about what we send out to the people as we do it? And this is the template for notary duties and everything else. When you're notarizing documents and things of that nature, or if someone has had to go to court and you're assisting them, assist court, which means issuing a court ruling, and they give you some species, gold and silver, to assist them. Then you record what you've done, and just like attorneys and judges and all of that, we do the recording. We record properly, and then we send those things out so that we're doing the exchanges with have a record, and then we have a record. Now, for those who may not be computer savvy, or they think they're not computer savvy because of the programming that's being told to them, just one moment. Just a second. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. So for those who may feel that you are not computer savvy or anything of that nature, guess what? You don't get a pass on doing the work. You still have to do it. And what you do is you start right where you are with what you do know. And when you start with what you do know, the ancestors will multiply whatever you bring to the table. So yes, notarial duties, driver license duties, and all of that, just take it a step at a time, and choose which one you're gonna do. If you're gonna do notarial duties, or you're gonna be assisting those that are